Harper Audio presents Vamps and the City by Carolyn Sparks. Performed by Abby Creighton. Chapter 1. 8:20 p.m. Male Caucasian, 5'10", 180 pounds, mid-20s, leaving a white Honda Civic. Austin Erickson murmured into his mini recorder. He adjusted the telescopic night lens on his binoculars and zoomed in on the subject across the parking lot. The guy didn't appear to be armed. More importantly, he was carrying a king-size cup of gourmet coffee and a bag of donuts. Lucky bastard. Normally, that would be considered, well, normal. But this was the parking lot of the Digital Vampire Network. Nothing was normal here, especially after sunset. Austin exchanged his binoculars for a 35mm camera and took another look at the guy. Subject is human. He's going in. The guy was taking breakfast inside DVN? Didn't he realize he could be breakfast? A shaft of light cut across the parking lot, then slowly disappeared as the door swung shut. It was dark once more. Austin had parked his black Acura in the shadowed corner of this lot in Brooklyn. The large warehouse that contained DVN was dark, all the windows blackened out. Only 3 letters, DVN, glowed in fluorescent red lights over the black lacquered front door. With a sigh, he dropped his camera on the passenger seat. He supposed the guy would be safe. Austin had been watching the vampire-owned television station for 4 nights now, and every night, several humans ventured inside. His conclusion? DVN actually employed a handful of mortals. Did the poor saps know they were working for demonic creatures? Were their minds being controlled? Maybe the vampires offered a great dental plan. Whatever their reasons for being there, as far as Austin could tell, all the humans left about 5 in the morning, still alive and apparently in good health. It was strange, but then there were a lot of strange things about the vampire world. He had learned of their existence about 6 weeks ago when CIA operations officer Sean Whalen had transferred him to the stakeout team. Sean had explained what vicious killers these vampires were, so Austin was eager to protect the innocent. He had expected action, lots of action, ramming wooden stakes into nasty green creatures with rotting flesh and bumpy foreheads. Instead, he'd found himself staking out a television network where the vampires looked and acted too much like humans. In fact, the only way Austin could tell a human from a vampire was to look through the 35mm camera. Both the living and the undead showed up in a digital camera, but vampires could never appear in a 35mm for the same reason they never showed up in a mirror. Their image could not be reflected. He moved the 35mm to the floor in front of the passenger seat. The rest of his equipment was there: night vision goggles, digital camera with night lens, Glock with silver bullets, laptop, and his new favorite, his CV3 video viewer. God, he loved working for the CIA. He had the coolest stuff. He'd also been issued a box of wooden stakes, made in China by a company that specialized in chopsticks. The box was sitting on the back seat of his car, open and ready for emergencies. He opened his laptop on the passenger seat and typed in the secret frequency for receiving transmissions from DVN. The screen came into focus. Good. The vampire news was still on, and free for the taking. They naturally assumed no one could figure out their secret transmissions, and they didn't post guards around their facility. It was all indicative of what Austin considered their most obvious weakness: their arrogance. He slipped in his 10-gigabyte thumb drive and began recording. This was his mission: stake out DVN, acquire information, and most importantly, learn the whereabouts of Sean's daughter, who was being held prisoner. The last time they'd seen Shanna was 8 days ago in Central Park. She'd been surrounded by an army of Scottish vampires. To Austin, she'd looked like a willing captive, but Sean insisted she was brainwashed. Terribly outnumbered, the stakeout team had been forced to retreat, leaving Shanna Whalen behind. Sean was furious. He was staking out Roman Dragonesti's townhouse every night, but so far, there was no sign of his daughter. He'd ordered Garrett to watch the Russian Coven in Brooklyn. Alyssa was watching Romatech Industries. The new girl, Emma, was manning the office in Midtown and scouring police reports for anything that indicated vampire involvement. And Austin was watching DVN, the facility, and the transmissions. He slipped on his CV3 video viewer. The special eyeglasses gave him a heads-up display that freed him from having to watch his computer screen. He could continue to scan the parking lot while DVN played on a virtual screen in front of his eyes. According to the DVN newscaster, the Russian Coven was in turmoil. Some of the male Coven members were refusing to accept 2 females as masters. A civil war could erupt. Austin smiled to himself. Let the slimy vampires kill each other off. He poured a cup of coffee from his thermos. Holy caffeine fix. He wished this was gourmet. And a few snacks would be nice. He should have confiscated that guy's donuts for evidence. While he drank, a commercial started. A sexy female claimed her yummy drink was low in cholesterol and blood sugar. Blood Light. Austin choked, spraying coffee all over his steering wheel before he managed to swallow. Sheesh, demon diet food? He grabbed an old napkin to wipe up the mess. Next was the vampire celebrity talk show, starring Corky Corrent. He eyed the hostess's chest. Those had to be implants. His attention was diverted when a photo flashed on the screen next to Corky's head. A photo of Dragonesti. "You'll never believe it," Corky exclaimed with a grin. "The most eligible bachelor in America is getting married! Yes, Roman Dragonesti, Coven Master of East Coast Vampires, billionaire inventor of synthetic blood and fusion cuisine, and CEO of Romatech Industries, has announced his engagement. And you'll never believe who the lucky bride is. Stay tuned." Another commercial started, this one for a special vampire toothpaste, guaranteed to whiten your fangs or your money back. Austin wondered if there were vampire ladies at home, bawling their evil eyes out because super bachelor Roman Dragonesti was marrying someone else. The whole thing sounded too weird. Could vampires actually fall in love? And where would they make their marriage vows? Surely demons didn't go to church. And how could they promise, "till death do you part," if they were already dead? One thing was for sure. The bride had better not be Shanna Whalen. Sean would go ballistic. Literally. He'd probably detonate a truckload of C4 on the Upper East Side, where Dragonesti's townhouse was located. Corky's show came back on. Another photo was displayed. "Oh, crap," Austin grimaced. It was a picture of Dragonesti and Shanna Whalen together. "Can you believe it?" Corky screeched. "Roman Dragonesti is marrying a mortal!" Holy matrimony. Austin pulled the CV3 video viewer off and dropped it beside his laptop. This was the worst possible news. With a groan, he leaned forward and bumped his forehead against the steering wheel. Sean would want to retaliate. And there were only 5 agents on the stakeout team. They were too outnumbered to do anything overt. And they still didn't know where Shanna was. That damned Dragonesti was hiding her. Austin was too tense to sit in the car. He had to do something. The thumb drive was still recording, so he didn't need to stay put. He looked around the parking lot. There were 37 cars, and most of them belonged to the undead. If he ran their plates, he could get their names and start compiling a database of known vampires. He grabbed his digital camera and climbed out of the car. He was almost finished taking pictures of license plates when the bright flash of headlights ripped through the darkness. Another car was entering the lot. A black Lexus, 4-door sedan. Keeping low, Austin darted from the cover of one car to the next, until he had a clear view of where the Lexus had parked. He zoomed the camera lens onto the New York license plate and silently snapped. The driver's door opened, and a tall male dressed in an expensive suit emerged. Austin took his picture. Then the passenger door opened, and a young woman stepped out. Young, my ass. Austin gritted his teeth while he snapped her picture. She might dress like a teenager with her plaid skirt and fishnet hose, but if she were a vampire, she could be older than dirt. Unfortunately, there was no way he could tell if they were alive or undead with the digital camera. He needed the 35mm. He dashed back to his car, hugging the shadow of a tall brick wall. Then he heard it. A third car door shutting. He edged around a large SUV and caught a glimpse of blonde hair. The last time he'd seen Shanna, she'd been a blonde. Could it be? He inched closer, staying low. His mouth fell open. She wasn't Shanna. She was perfection. Holy moly. He'd always considered himself a face man, or more importantly, a man who gazed first into the eyes of a woman for a glimpse of her soul. Not possible with this one, for he could only see her profile. Her nose was petite and girlish, but her mouth wide and womanly, a dynamite combination, and it definitely lit his fuse. He took a few pictures. Her long hair was a mixture of golden brown, honey, and sun-kissed platinum. She held it back from her face with combs that sparkled in the dark and begged to be removed. Hair that pretty deserved a few pictures. He guessed she was about 5'9". She had to be tall, because she was visible over the cars from her head to her sweetly curved breasts. Holy mammary glands. It was enough to turn a face man into a breast man. Thank God for the zoom lens. She left the car, walking away from him on seemingly endless legs. Her tight skirt had a back vent that twitched open with each step to reveal a few inches of slender thigh. Sheesh. It was enough to turn a newly converted breast man into a leg man. But then he noticed how her tight skirt outlined her hips and derriere. Holy honey buns, that was worth a picture or two. And certainly enough to turn a leg man into a connoisseur of fine booty. Wait a minute. That blue business suit didn't look like something a vampire would wear. They usually went for a more flashy look. Of course. She might not be a vampire. She looked too vibrant to be undead. What if she was innocent, and the two with her were vampires? They could be delivering her into a den of demons. Damn it, not on his watch. He straightened, then paused with a silent groan. Idiot. He was letting his dick do the thinking. The gorgeous woman wasn't a prisoner. She was walking toward the entrance of DVN with determination in her long-legged stride. He had to know, vampire or mortal, which was she? The threesome had reached the entrance of DVN. Austin rushed to his car, yanked open the door and grabbed the 35mm. He peered through the viewfinder. Total darkness. With a muttered curse, he removed the lens cap and raised the camera once more. Nothing. The door to DVN was open, but no one was there. He lowered the camera. Now he could see the male holding the door open and the shorter woman going inside. They were definitely vampires. But what about the gorgeous blonde? Shit. He'd missed her. He climbed into the car, wincing when his jeans cut into his swollen groin. She had to be human. He couldn't be this fired up over a dead demon. Could he? Darcy Newhart came to an abrupt stop inside the lobby of DVN. She could hardly see the black and red decor. The room was so crowded. There had to be over 50 vamps here, all jabbering with excitement. Good God, were they all seeking employment? Grigori bumped into her from behind. "Sorry," he murmured, his gaze wandering about the room. "I didn't expect so many." Her hands trembled as she made sure the combs were still holding back her long hair. She checked her leather portfolio one more time. Her neatly typed resume was still there, looking the same as it had 5 minutes ago. How could she compete with so many? Who was she kidding? She would never get this job. The familiar tentacles of panic curled around her, squeezing the air from her lungs. She would never be free. She could never escape. "Darcy?" Grigori's sharp voice cut through the rising panic. He waited till she met his eyes. Then he gave her the look. In the first year of her forced confinement, Grigori had become a good friend and pillar of support, repeatedly telling her, "This is the only world you have now. Deal with it." Now, he only had to look at her to remind her to be strong. She nodded and squared her shoulders. "I'll be all right." His brown eyes softened. "Yes, you will." Maggie adjusted the pleats on her short plaid skirt. "I'm so nervous. What if I see Don Orlando? What will I say?" "Don who?" Grigori asked. "Don Orlando de Corazon," Maggie repeated his name in a reverent whisper. "He's the star of As a Vampire Turns." Grigori frowned. "That's why you came? To drool on the stars? I thought you wanted to give Darcy moral support." "I do," Maggie insisted. "But then I thought, if Darcy can find a job, maybe I can too. So I decided to audition for a soap opera." "You want to be an actress?" Grigori asked. "Oh, I don't know anything about acting. I just want to be with Don Orlando." Maggie clasped her hands to her chest and unleashed a long sigh. "He's the sexiest man on earth." Grigori gave her a dubious look. "Okay, good luck with that. Excuse me." He grabbed Darcy's arm and pulled her a few feet away. "You've got to help me. The harem ladies are driving me crazy." "Welcome to the club. I was ready for a padded cell 4 years ago." "I'm serious, Darcy." She snorted. So was she. It had stretched her sanity to the brink when she discovered the existence of vampires. But for a modern woman to be forced to live in a vampire harem and obey the dictates of a master, it was more than she could bear. She tried to escape once, but Connor had tracked her down and teleported her back like a lost pet. Even now, the humiliation curdled her stomach. Her new master, Roman, had sat her down for a firm lecture. She knew too much. The mortal world believed she was dead. Because of her job on mortal television, her face was recognizable to millions. She had to remain hidden. But the good news was, she would be safe and sheltered within the confines of his harem. Roman had explained it all calmly and gently, while she had silently fumed and wanted to scream. Trapped. For 4 long years. At least Roman's recent engagement had put him in a good mood. He'd finally agreed to let her venture out into the world, as long as it was the vampire world. "I can't take it." Grigori gave her a desperate look. Darcy knew he was already regretting his offer to house Roman's newly rejected harem. "It took me a week to move their luggage. Princess Joanna had 52 boxes, and Cora Lee had so many trunks." 34, Darcy muttered. "It's all those hoop skirts she wears. They take up a lot of room." "Room I don't have." Grigori dragged a hand through his thick chestnut hair. "When I offered to take them in, I didn't realize they would come with so much crap. And they're acting like they plan to stay forever." "I understand. I'm stuck there too. 10 women squashed into 2 bedrooms, sharing 1 bathroom. It was a nightmare. But unfortunately, dealing with horror was nothing new to Darcy. I'm sorry, Grigori, but I don't know how I can help you." "You can show them how to get a life," he whispered. "Encourage them to be independent." "They won't listen to me. They consider me an outsider." "You can do it. Already Maggie is following your example." He lay a hand on her shoulder. "I have faith in you." If only she had some in herself. There had been a time when she'd glowed with confidence. She took a deep breath. She needed that old Darcy back. She needed this job. Grigori glanced at his watch. "I have an appointment in 30 minutes, so I'll catch up with you later." He looked around the room and grinned. "I think I see some babes I know." Darcy smiled as he sauntered off. Grigori was such a charmer. She never would have survived without his friendship. Maggie sidled up close, a frown creasing her youthful face. "There are so many people here, and they look more dramatic than me." "Don't worry, you look adorable." At the beginning of her confinement, Darcy had been shocked by the way the harem ladies dressed. Each one was trapped in an individual time warp, still clinging to the fashions they had experienced as mortals. She'd encouraged them to modernize their tastes, but only Maggie and Vonda had been willing to invent new looks for themselves. Maggie's usual attire was a short plaid skirt, fishnet hose, and a tight black sweater to highlight her generous bosom. Darcy turned to face the reception desk. It seemed a mile away. Clutching her portfolio to her chest, she weaved through the crowd with Maggie close behind. The vamps had gathered into groups, chatting and gesturing wildly with their hands. Darcy passed one group, noting the heavy makeup and clothes that showed too much skin. Sheesh! Whatever happened to manly men? She turned to check out the females instead. What happened to Grigori? Maggie looked over the crowd, her eyes wide with worry. Her short stature made it easy for her to lose people. Darcy spotted him with a group of women, each with hair dyed an unnatural color. They arched around him like a rainbow. When he smiled and spoke to them, they tittered with laughter. He's fine. Maybe those women thought green, blue, and pink hair was wild and wicked, but Darcy thought they looked more like a cuddly clan of Care Bears. Hi, my name is Tenderheart Vamp. Do you need a hug? She suppressed the image with a shudder. Good God, she'd been cooped up for way too long. The receptionist was painting her fingernails a glossy blood red to match the highlights in her hair. If you're here for the auditions, sign in and wait your turn. She pointed a wet nail at a clipboard. Maggie studied the clipboard, her eyes growing wider. Sweet Mary, I'll be number 62. Yeah, it's like this every night. The receptionist blew on her fingernails. But you won't have to wait very long. Okay. Maggie added her name on the bottom of the list. What about you? The receptionist wrinkled her nose at Darcy's conservative business suit. I have an appointment with Sylvester Bacchus.
Yeah, right. If you're here for an acting job, you'll have to wait your turn.
The receptionist pointed at the clipboard. Darcy pasted a smile on her face. I'm a professional journalist, and Mr. Bacchus is expecting me. My name is Darcy Newhart. The receptionist snorted to convey how underwhelmed she was, then checked a paper on her desk. Her mouth fell open.
No freaking way.
Excuse me? Darcy asked.
You're on the list, but...
The receptionist narrowed her eyes.
Are you sure you're Darcy Newhart?
Yes. Who else would she be? Darcy's smile withered away.
Well, that's freaking weird. I guess you might as well see him. Third door on the left.
Thank you. Not a good start. Darcy squelched a feeling of doom. She rounded the desk and strode down the hall.
You'd better knock first,
the receptionist yelled in her nasal voice.
He may be in the middle of an audition.
Darcy glanced back. The receptionist was lolling back in her chair, wiggling fingers in the air while she admired her nail polish. Maggie gave Darcy an encouraging smile. She smiled weakly back, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door.
Come in,
a gruff voice hollered. She entered the room and turned to close the door. Behind her, she heard a curious sound. A zipper? She pivoted to face Sylvester Bacchus. He looked about 50 in mortal years, though there was no way she could estimate his age as a vampire. Mostly bald, he had embraced the condition by keeping the rest of his hair buzzed short. His mustache and beard were closely cropped and well-groomed, dark hair sprinkled with gray. His brown eyes immediately checked her out, focusing on her chest for far too long. She lifted her leather portfolio to block his view. How do you do?
You're new.
His gaze drifted to her hips.
Not bad.
Her face heated up as she debated the long-range ramifications of starting a job interview by slapping the prospective employer in the face. Her dilemma was cut short when she noticed a blonde head slowly rising from behind the desk. I'm sorry. Darcy retreated toward the door. I didn't realize you were busy.
No problem.
Mr. Bacchus glanced at the blonde.
That'll be all, Tiffany. You can polish my shoes another day.
She tilted her head. You want me to do your shoes, too?
No, he grumbled. Just come back in a week.
Darcy realized the zipper she'd heard was real. Good God. If this was how auditions were conducted, she needed to warn Maggie. She'd always been under the impression that vampires preferred vampire sex, a purely mental exercise that was considered superior to sloppy and sweaty mortal sex. Obviously, Mr. Bacchus possessed a more open mind and a more open zipper. Meanwhile, Tiffany had jumped to her feet and was pressing her hands to her plump breasts. You mean I'm being recalled?
Sure.
Mr. Bacchus patted her on the rump.
Off you go.
Yes, Mr. Bacchus. Tiffany executed an amazing walk toward the door, managing to sway her hips and jiggle her breasts all at the same time. She leaned over to turn the doorknob, jutting out her derriere and arching her back, as if the act of opening a door could spiral her into fits of orgasmic ecstasy. She paused halfway out the door to toss a seductive smile back at Mr. Bacchus, then slithered down the hall. Darcy kept her face carefully blank so her simmering anger wouldn't show. She should have known the digital vampire network would adhere to archaic, chauvinistic rules of behavior. It was the same way throughout the vampire world. Most of the female vamps were at least 100 years old. Many were centuries old, so they didn't know about the advances mortal women had made. They didn't want to know. They were so sure their own world was vastly superior. The end result was tragic. Female vamps had no idea how poorly they were treated. They simply accepted their lot as normal. Darcy had told the harem ladies about the brave women who had suffered in order to obtain the vote. Her passionate tribute had been dismissed as ridiculous hogwash. No one voted for coven masters in the vampire world. How dreadfully plebeian. But this was the world she was stuck with. And since DVN was the only television network in the vampire world, it provided her only chance for the type of job she desperately wanted, and the independence she craved. So she had to be polite to Mr. Baucus, even if he was a sexist pig.
Come on in. Don't be shy.
Mr. Baucus lounged back in his chair and propped his feet on the desk.
And shut the door, so we can have some privacy.
He winked. Darcy's eye twitched, and she prayed it hadn't looked like she was winking back. She shut the door and approached his desk. I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Baucus. I'm Darcy Newhart, a professional television journalist. She removed the resume from her portfolio and placed it on his desk. As you can see.
What?
He lowered his feet to the floor.
You're Darcy Newhart?
Yes. You will notice on my resume that I have...
But you're a woman.
Her eye twitched again. Yes, I am. And as you can see, she pointed to a section on her resume. I worked several years at a local news station here in the city.
God damn it!
Mr. Baucus pounded a fist onto his desk.
You were supposed to be a man.
I assure you, I've been a female all my life.
With a name like Darcy? Who the hell names a girl Darcy?
My mother did. She was very fond of Jane Austen.
Then why didn't she name you Jane? Shit.
Mr. Baucus leaned back in his chair to glower at the ceiling. If you could look at my resume, you would see that I'm more than qualified for a position on the nightly news.
You're not qualified,
he muttered.
You're a woman.
I fail to see how my gender has anything to... He rocked forward suddenly, pinning her with a glare.
Have you ever seen a woman on the nightly news?
No, but this would be an ideal opportunity for you to rectify that error. Oops. Poor choice of words.
Error? Are you crazy? Women don't do the news.
I did. She tapped a finger on her resume. He glanced down.
That's the mortal world. What the hell do they know? Their world's a mess.
He crumbled up her paper and tossed it aside. Darcy's heart fell into her stomach. You could hire me for a month on a probationary status, so I could prove my ability.
No way. Stone would tear this place apart if I tried to pair him up with a female co-anchor.
I understand. He's an excellent news anchor. Dull as a rock was more like it. But Stone does all the stories, talking for the entire 30 minutes.
So?
The nightly news would be more exciting and faster paced if you included reports from correspondents in the field. That was my specialty, and I would be delighted to...
I was considering doing that. And I was thinking about hiring you. But you turned out to be a woman.
Her heart dropped a few inches lower. I failed to see...
News is serious business. We can't have females doing it. People would miss something important, 'cause they were looking at your perky little breasts.
Her shoulders slumped, taking her perky little breasts with them. This was it. The impenetrable wall of male vampire chauvinism, and once more, she'd slammed right into it. If only she could take a sledgehammer to it, or a baseball bat to Mr. Baucus's egg-shaped head. I could work behind the scenes. I used to write my own...
You can write?
Yes.
Can you be entertaining?
Yes. Her reports had been considered humorous. He studied her.
You strike me as somewhat intelligent.
Her eye twitched. Thank you.
We're flooded every night with the flashy ones who want to be in front of the camera. Finding someone with intelligence and experience to work behind the scenes is a major problem.
I'm very good at solving problems.
Are you? Then I'll tell you what I really need at DVN.
He leaned forward.
I need A big hit.
With a baseball bat? You mean a new show?
Yeah.
Mr. Bacchus stood and wandered toward a dry erase board on the wall.
Do you realize that since DVN has been on the air, our lineup of shows has never changed?
Everyone loves your shows, especially the soap operas.
It's boring. Look at this.
He pointed at the board where DVN's schedule was displayed.
Every freaking night, it's the same thing. We start at 8 o'clock with the nightly news with Stoned Coffin. Then at 8:30, it's Live with the Undead, our celebrity gossip magazine.
With Corky Corinth. I saw her a few weeks ago at the gala opening ball. Mr. Bacchus pivoted toward her, his eyes wide.
You were invited to the ball?
Yes, I used to be associated with Roman Drogonesti.
How?
I worked part-time at Romatech. She'd refused to take an allowance from Roman, so Grigori had arranged for her to work in a back room at Romatech a few nights a week. Roman had okayed it, as long as no mortal ever saw her.
Drogonesti is one of our top sponsors.
Mr. Bacchus watched her, scratching his beard.
How well do you know him?
A blush crept up to her cheeks. I lived in his house.
Really? You were in his harem?
You could say that, but she never would. Mr. Bacchus's heated gaze wandered over her body. Clearly, her non-writing abilities were being reassessed. She lifted her chin. You were describing the schedule?
Oh, yeah.
He turned back to the board.
In the 9 o'clock slot, we have As the Vampire Turns, starring Don Orlando de Corazon. Then at 10, we have All My Vampires. And at 11, General Morgue. But what happens at midnight?
He jabbed a finger at the dry erase board. Darcy frowned. There was nothing there. What did come on at midnight? By then, she was usually at Romatech, immersed to her ears in boring paperwork.
Nothing!
Mr. Bacchus yelled.
We start over again and repeat the whole damned schedule. It's pathetic. The midnight hour should be our greatest show ever. The pièce de résistance. But we have nothing.
He trudged back to his desk. Darcy took a deep breath. This was her chance to show her true worth. You need a new show, but not another soap opera.
That's right.
Mr. Bacchus paced behind his desk.
Maybe a cop show. A vampire cop. We could call it Blood and Disorder. That would be different. What do you think we should do?
Gulp. She racked her brain. What had been the rage before her world had fallen apart? How about a reality show? He whirled around to face her.
I like it. What could be more real than vampires? But what would be the premise?
Her mind went completely blank. Damn. She sat in a chair and arranged her portfolio across her lap to buy herself some time. A reality show. What was real? The harem's new dilemma. How about an expelled harem in need of a new master?
Not bad.
Mr. Bacchus nodded.
Damned good, actually. Hey, wasn't Drogonesti's harem just kicked out?
Yes. Corky did a feature about it on Live with the Undead. But none of the ladies had participated. It was too humiliating.
You know, some of those harem ladies are famous. Could you get them to do the show?
I believe so.
You know Drogonesti really well, right?
Mr. Bacchus's mouth twisted with a knowing smirk.
Could you get him to rent us a big, fancy penthouse for the show? You know, one of those glitzy ones with a swimming pool on the roof.
I suppose. Maybe Grigori could figure something out.
It's gotta have a hot tub. Can't have a reality show without a hot tub.
I understand.
And you have experience in television?
Yes. Darcy glanced at the trash can that now held her neatly typed resume. I graduated in television journalism at the University of Southern California and worked in that region for several years before moving to New York and a position at Local 4 News.
Fine.
Mr. Bacchus waved a hand to shut her up.
Look, I want this reality show. If you can get us a fancy location and guarantee that Drug and Estee's old harem will participate, then you've got a job. Director.
Her heart lurched. Director of a reality show? Okay, she could handle this. She had to. It was this or nothing.
So, can you do it? Deliver the penthouse and the harem?
Yes. She clenched her portfolio with a white-knuckled grip. I'd be delighted. God help her.
And don't forget the hot tub.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Great. I'll have an office ready for you tomorrow night. What do you want to call the show?
Her mind raced, searching for a pithy title. How to dig your own grave in less than 5 minutes? Well, the women will be selecting the perfect man to be their new master. Mr. Bacchus perched on the corner of his desk and scratched at his beard.
The perfect man?
Or
the perfect master?
Not exciting enough. Darcy closed her eyes briefly to concentrate. Maggie would think Don Orlando was the perfect man. What had she called him? How about the sexiest man on earth?
Excellent.
Mr. Bacchus grinned.
And call me Sly. It's short for Sylvester.
Thank you, Sly.
This has got to be a hit. Not just an ordinary show, but one with twists and surprises.
Yes, of course.
Auditions will be easy. As you can see in the lobby, there'll be lots of male vamps trying out for the show.
Darcy winced. Somehow her idea of the world's sexiest man didn't include makeup. Do they all have to be vamps? Sly snorted.
We're talking about the sexiest men on Earth. Of course they'll be vamps.
He strode toward the door. Of course. Darcy stood, gritting her teeth. Everyone knew vampires were superior in every way. A sudden idea sparked in her head. Why not put Sly's claim to the test? She smiled as she walked toward the door. So her boss wanted the show to include some surprising twists? No problem. She would deliver a doozy. Chapter 2. Austin arrived early for the stakeout meeting, so he would have time to download the photos he'd taken the night before at DVN. He opened the unmarked door on the 6th floor of a federal office building. Most of the floor was occupied with Homeland Security, so no one realized he was actually CIA, or that he was combating terrorists of the undead variety. The stakeout team met every evening at 7 before the sun went down, and they moved on to their individual assignments. As he passed Sean Whalen's office, loud curses filtered through the walls. Great. Sean must be watching the DVN stuff Austin had emailed to his office. Definitely a good time to avoid the boss. Austin hurried to the open area where he and the other teammates had their workstations. He wasn't surprised to find the place empty. They were all exhausted. He hadn't had a day or a night off in weeks. He downloaded the pictures, then studied them on his monitor while the photo printer kicked into action. Lots of license plates, and lots of her in the blue suit, whoever she was. He'd waited till dawn, but had missed seeing her again. Damn it. She must have left while he'd gone to relieve himself. The price of too much coffee. He yawned as he splayed his hands into his shaggy hair. Working nights made it hard to take care of mundane things like haircuts, and he still wasn't sleeping well during the day. The monitor blurred before his weary eyes. He needed coffee. He wandered to the break room. Good evening, Austin. Emma sat at the small round table eating low-fat yogurt and looking bright-eyed and perky. There should be a law against blatant cheerfulness in the workplace. Her neatly pressed yellow shirt reminded him that he looked like he'd slept in his wrinkled clothes, except he hadn't slept much at all. He mumbled something and filled a coffee cup. You poor fellow, you look like shit. Emma continued with her crisp British accent. He grunted. too tired to engage in verbal sparring. Besides, she always won.
Why are you here so early?
She licked the last of her yogurt off her plastic spoon. I wanted to get an early start on last night's police reports. I think I'm onto something.
What?
In the last few months, there have been several calls to the police from Central Park. The caller reports seeing someone being attacked, but when the police arrive, they can't find anyone who knows anything.
Austin frowned. That's not much. Could be pranksters.
Or it could be real. Emma pointed her spoon at him to make her point. And the people who called don't remember anything because their memories were erased by vampires.
I suppose.
Mind control was a vampire's specialty. That was exactly why the stakeout team was so small. Everyone on the team needed a certain amount of psychic power in order to resist vampire control. There was no way to fight a creature if he could simply take over your mind. As far as Austin knew, he and Sean possessed the most power on the team. Think about it. Emma tossed her empty yogurt cup into the trash. Perfect aim, of course. She'd been working for MI6 when Sean had arranged for her transfer a week ago. If you were a hungry vampire, wouldn't you troll for victims in a place like Central Park?
I suppose.
Austin sipped his coffee. So, I went there last night to look around.
He gulped. You went by yourself?
Yes. You go on your stakeouts alone. Why shouldn't I?
Because hunting for vampires in Central Park is not a stakeout. You could have come across one of them.
She rolled her eyes. That was the idea. Don't worry. I had a few stakes with me.
Austin snorted. Haven't you been reading the reports? These vampires are super fast and strong.
She sauntered toward the fridge and removed a bottle of water. I can take care of myself.
I know.
The one time he'd taken her on in a practice session, he'd found himself flat on his back with stars swirling around his head.
But I don't think you should go alone.
Why not? She unscrewed the bottle top. They're probably looking for lone females.
Wait a minute. You're setting yourself up as bait?
She shrugged one shoulder and took a sip of water. If I can draw one in, I'll kill him. That is our mission, isn't it?
What if several of them gang up on you? It's way too dangerous.
She sighed. I shouldn't have told you. She cast him an injured look. I thought you would understand.
Damn it.
He should tell her she was irresponsible and crazy, but he hated being that blunt to a woman. Besides, her vampire hunting sounded like something he would do. Are you going to tell Sean? She asked. With their boss already livid over his daughter's upcoming marriage, Austin wasn't that big a glutton for punishment.
I'll have to think about it. Did you see any vampires last night?
Unfortunately, no.
Good. There are only 5 of us, Emma. We can't afford to lose you. So think before you play the hero.
He trudged back to his desk.
Crazy woman, hunting vampires all alone?
He sipped his coffee while he studied the pictures on the screen. Speaking of vampires, who was the demon guy who had driven the gorgeous blonde to DVN? Austin scanned the photos until he located the black Lexus. He ran the license plate through the system. The vehicle was registered to Gregory Holstein, address on the Upper West Side. Date of birth was 1964, which made him a very young vampire. Of course, vampires were probably adept at falsifying documents. Austin wrote down Gregory's address, then did a credit search. The guy worked at Romatech Industries. Not a big surprise. A lot of vampires worked there at night. The place manufactured artificial blood, which meant Gregory might not be a biter. That was good news. She wouldn't have to worry about him nibbling on her sweet little neck, if she was human. The click of heels on linoleum warned him that Emma was approaching. She stopped in front of the photo printer and began looking at his pictures. Maybe he'd been too hard on her. Look, I know you have something personal against the vampires. She shrugged one shoulder. Where did you take these? Parking lot at DVN last night. Lots of license plates. She set a stack of photos to the side. I suppose all these cars belong to vampires? Most of them. Want to help me run the plates? Love to. She picked up another bunch of photos. Emma, I won't tell Sean about Central Park. If you'll let me know whenever you go hunting again, I'll give you backup. That's super, thank you. She gave him a brief smile, then resumed her study of his pictures. These are very interesting. You recognized any of the cars? No, but I recognize a woman's bum when I see one. What? You must have 20 pictures of her legs and even more of a derriere. Who is she? Austin's nerves tensed, but he kept his face blank. He reached out his hand. Those are personal. Give them to me. Doing personal business on company time? Shame on you. She set the pictures down and retrieved some more from the printer. Oh, look! Boob shots. And the back of her head. Lovely hair. I said, give them to me. Austin gritted his teeth and stared at the stack of pictures Emma had set down. They zipped across the table and stopped next to his keyboard. Emma gasped. The photos in her hand tumbled to the table. She stepped back. Oh my God! He wheeled his chair over to the printer and collected the photos she dropped. You're telekinetic, she whispered. Yeah, big deal. He gathered the rest of the pictures from the printer, then pushed himself back to his computer. But it's brilliant! I didn't know you had such wicked powers. Oh no, Austin's powers! She chortled with laughter. He groaned. Very funny. He separated the pictures into 2 stacks, license plates and the girl in blue. It's not like I earned the ability. I was born this way. Even his dad hadn't been able to squelch his abilities, though you had to give the guy credit for trying. How exciting, Emma grinned. An international man of mystery, using his special powers to fight evil. Yeah, right. What could possibly be evil about her? After one last, lingering look at her stack of pictures, he stashed them in his desk drawer. Emma crossed her arms and propped a hip against the work table. You're quite smitten with her, aren't you? No. Was he? I don't know who she is. The international man of mystery has a mystery woman. Super. Let's figure it out. Where did you take her pictures? Outside DBN. Good heavens, Austin. She probably works there. That means she's a vampire. I don't think so. Romatech has lots of human employees, and DVN has some too. Did you try the 35mm on her? No, I didn't get a chance. Because you were too busy taking 100 photos of her? I didn't take 100, only about 60. Sheesh, he was smitten. Emma lifted a dark brow and refrained from saying the obvious. Was she alone? No, she arrived with a male I have identified as Grigori Holstein and an unknown female. They're both undead. So she's traveling with 2 vampires to a vampire-owned television station. Austin, this is what we in the business refer to as a clue. The woman is a vampire. It's not proof. She had to be alive. She had to be. Emma regarded him sadly. You are smitten, and with the enemy no less. We don't have proof that she's a vampire. Is she, or isn't she? Only our hairdresser knows for sure. Emma gave him a wry smile. She wouldn't show up in the mirror. Forget it. I doubt I'll ever see her again. He divided the license plate photos in half. Let's get to work on these. There you are. Sean Whalen strode toward them. I need you in the conference room now. Garrett and Alyssa are already there. Yes, sir. Emma picked up a legal pad and pencil from her desk, then headed toward the conference room. Austin checked quickly that there were no more pictures of her lying about. He followed his boss, wondering if he should convey condolences over Shanna's engagement to a fanged fiancé. Probably not. Sean's face was grim as he held open the door to the conference room. Austin entered quietly and sat in one of the chairs at the long oak table. He gave Garrett and Alyssa a brief nod. Emma greeted them personally, and cheerfully, of course. Austin yawned and wished he'd brought his coffee. "Any news about your daughter?" Garrett asked as Sean closed the door. Austin winced. He was beginning to think Garrett wasn't the sharpest guy around. Sean stiffened and gave Garrett a cold stare. "Do you have anything positive to report?" Garrett shifted in his chair, his clean-shaven cheeks reddening. "No, sir." "I thought not." Sean stalked toward the head of the table. He grasped the leather back of the chair there, his grip so tight his knuckles showed white. "My daughter is still missing. What's more, that bastard Drogonesti has twisted her mind to the point she has agreed to marry him." Alyssa and Emma gasped. Garrett's mouth fell open. But how do you know?" "It was announced on DVN last night." Austin spoke quietly. A strangled sound vibrated in Sean's throat, as if he were suppressing another long litany of curses. He released the chair and began to pace about the room. "Obviously, time is running out. We have to find Shanna immediately, and the stakeouts are not getting us the information we need."
"We should check Drogonesti's financial records," Emma suggested. "He may have rented or purchased another residence."
"Do it,"
Sean growled as he continued to pace. Emma made a note on her legal pad. "We need someone on the inside," Austin muttered.
"An informant?"
Alyssa asked. "No, an agent working undercover." Sean stopped at the head of the table and narrowed his eyes on Austin. "I was thinking the same thing, and I know how we can do it." Silence pervaded the room as they all waited for Sean to elaborate. He began to pace again. "A month ago, I had Homeland Security contact businesses in the 5 boroughs and give them a list of names and businesses to look out for. One of those businesses was the Digital Video Network, the bogus name the vampires use for their network when dealing with humans." Sean strode toward the door and paused. "Shortly before dawn, a female at DVN called the Stars of Tomorrow casting agency and left a message. Another call was made this afternoon to finalize the arrangements. Someone at DVN plans to use the agency's office tomorrow night to audition people for a reality show. The owner of the agency called Homeland Security to report the incident."
"The vampires are doing a reality show?"
Alyssa asked. Sean nodded. "Yes. And since they want to audition humans, it gives us the perfect chance to go in undercover." "And infiltrate DVN," Austin whispered. His heartbeat quickened. He ought to volunteer. He might get to see her again.
"What kind of reality show? Is it like The Bachelor?"
Emma exchanged a look with Alyssa.
"With female contestants?"
Alyssa shuddered.
"They could call it Bride of Dracula."
"I bet it's more like a vampire survivor," Austin suggested. "They strand a group of humans on a deserted island with some hungry vampires and see which one survives." Alyssa grimaced.
"That's terrible."
Sean rested a hand on the doorknob. "You're all wrong. They want men. Live men." He gave Austin and Garrett each a pointed look. "I need you two on the show." Garrett turned pale. "Oh, God." "Oh, yes." "How do we get on?" Austin asked. "It's all arranged. Just a minute. I have someone waiting outside in the hall." Sean left the room. Silence descended. Alyssa gave the guys sympathetic looks.
Well, here's your chance to be on the telly. Emma attempted a cheerful smile. You might be famous. They might be dinner, Alyssa muttered. Garrett sighed.
Why don't we just bomb them all and get it over with?
Emma rolled her eyes. Because we're not sure an explosion would actually kill them. Besides, there are innocent humans working at Romatech and DVN, and Shanna is with them too. Alyssa nodded. This could be the best way to find her.
Austin remained quiet, to disguise the fact that his heart was racing and his breathing more shallow.
His first priority should be finding Shanna,
but all he could think about was the possibility of seeing her again. Shit! What was wrong with him? Working undercover could be dangerous, and all he could think about was the mystery woman? There was a name for agents who allowed themselves to get distracted. Deceased. Sean appeared at the door again, this time with a middle-aged woman in an expensive suit.
This is Ms. Elizabeth Stein.
The woman greeted them with a slight nod and an even slighter smile. Her dark hair was swept up into a bun, her slender frame held stiffly erect.
Miss Stein is the owner of the Stars of Tomorrow casting agency,
Sean explained.
It's one of the most prestigious agencies in the city.
She lifted her chin and looked down her long nose at them. The most prestigious agency.
Of course.
Sean motioned toward the men.
Will they do?
She stepped forward and studied Garrett with narrowed eyes. Striking. I'd love to sign him up. Garrett smiled, baring his perfect white teeth. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Stein withdrew some papers from her expensive valise. You understand that I represent only the most promising actors and actresses in the city. I am highly selective.
So are we,
Austin muttered. She turned and inspected him slowly. With the lift of an eyebrow, she sniffed. He's not my type, but he'll do. What? I'm not striking? Austin tried to look appalled. My sensitive side is crushed. Or it would be, if he had one.
Austin?
Sean shot him a warning look.
Fill out the paperwork, and since you two will be working undercover, invent new names for yourselves.
Ms. Stein passed out the papers. I suggest you select a name that would be appropriate for the stage or television. Austin skimmed over the contract, then filled it out and signed it. What kind of reality show is it? I don't know a great deal about it, but it appears to be a competition. Ms. Stein slanted a doubtful look at Austin. It's called The Sexiest Man on Earth. Emma let out a surprised laugh, then covered her mouth. Austin gave her a lopsided smile. You don't think I can win? Not unless you introduce yourself to a razor and a comb first. Ms. Stein picked up his contract with a disgusted look on her face. Then she smiled at Garrett as she gathered up his papers. The auditions will begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening at the Stars of Tomorrow Agency on 44th Street, 2 blocks from the Schubert Theater. You should arrive early. Her gaze flickered back to Austin. Appropriately groomed and dressed.
Thank you, Ms. Stein.
Sean walked back to the door.
It is imperative that both these men get on the show.
Her eyes widened. But there could be hundreds of suitable young men auditioning. Sean glowered at her.
You don't understand, Ms. Stein. These men must get on the show. The security of our nation is at stake. The innocent people of our country are in grave danger.
She blinked. From a reality show?
This is no ordinary reality show. These men will be in constant danger.
Oh, my. She gave Garrett a worried look. You'll be dealing with terrorists? Sean lowered his voice.
I'm sure you'll understand, Ms. Stein, that we're unable to divulge any more information.
Her face turned deathly pale.
I understand. I'll make sure your men are chosen. Fine. Do that.
Sean opened the door. Ms. Stein glanced nervously at the two men and then at her papers.
Which one of you is going to be Garth Manley?
That's me.
Garrett lifted a hand.
Excellent. A very macho name. It suits you.
She looked at Austin and frowned.
You need a decent haircut, Mr.
She glanced down at her papers.
Little Joe Cartwright?
Alyssa and Emma snickered.
Austin?
Sean glowered at him. He shrugged.
She said a name suitable for television.
Ms. Stein's frown deepened.
You must select another name. Hoss?
She chewed on her red power lipstick.
Adam? Adam will do, and you, young man, should have a better attitude toward the performing arts.
With a sniff, she left the room. Sean went with her, leaving the teammates alone. Garrett shook his head.
I can't believe this. A reality show?
Austin shrugged.
Why should humans be the only ones with bad taste?
It sounds dumb to me,
Garrett grumbled. Alyssa smiled. At least you have a good name.
Garth Manley?
Emma pursed her lips.
Ooh, it's so sexy.
Alyssa giggled, then abruptly stopped when Sean strode back into the room.
All right.
He pinpointed Austin with a stern look.
Ms. Stein is concerned about your rumpled appearance, so she's expecting you and Garrett at her agency in an hour. She's calling in an emergency hairstylist and wardrobe consultant.
Austin grimaced.
What about my stakeout?
He had hoped to see her again tonight,
and have his 35mm ready so he could discover the truth about her once and for all. Forget it, Sean answered. Emma can record DVN from here.
Emma made another note on her legal pad. I'll run those plates for you too, Austin.
Is this show really necessary?
Garrett lounged back in his chair.
Why don't we just break inside DVN during the day and gather information while the vampires are sleeping?
Sean planted his palms on the table and leaned forward.
I want to know where my daughter is. I doubt it's written down on an invoice. You'll have to talk to the damned vampires and gain their trust. Working on this show will give you that opportunity. Am I clear? Yes, sir.
Austin's reply was echoed by Garrett.
Good.
Sean gave Austin a wry look.
You do need a haircut.
He ran a hand through his shaggy, thick hair.
Sheesh. I thought the poodle place was doing so well.
Emma snorted.
Apparently not.
Take this seriously,
Sean warned him.
My daughter's life is at stake, and you could get killed.
His mouth twisted with a wry smile.
Or worse, you could become a star.
Chapter 3.
Any luck convincing the ladies to be on the show?
Grigori maneuvered his Lexus into the right lane on Broadway. Darcy gazed out the car window at the bright lights and images that flashed across the buildings in Times Square. No, Princess Joanna announced the show was disgraceful, and since the others follow her lead, they all refused to take part.
Except Vonda,
Maggie added from the back seat. Darcy nodded.
She enjoys being a rebel.
Well, keep trying. Grigori turned right onto 44th Street.
I'll find you the fancy penthouse. You just get the harem out of my apartment. Deal?
Deal. Darcy noted the lights of the Schubert Theater. The Stars of Tomorrow casting agency was only 2 blocks away. Grigori slanted a curious look her direction.
Why are you doing auditions at this agency instead of DVN?
I'm trying to keep it a secret from Sly. He wanted some surprises on the show, and I thought this would be a good one.
Grigori winced. He might be angry that you're fouling up his show with lowly mortals.
He might be, Darcy conceded. At first. But then I think his superiority complex will kick in. He'll be convinced the mortals can never advance past the first few rounds.
But what if they do advance? Grigori asked. You could piss off a bunch of vamps who think they're superior.
Well, maybe. They'll have to realize they're not so damn superior after all.
Sheesh, Grigori muttered. Look, I don't like their snotty attitude either. I hate it when they look down their noses at my mortal mom. But that's the way it is. You can't fight it.
Someone should. Look at what they're doing. Running a television station with soaps like All My Vampires and General Morgue. They copy the mortals and claim to be superior to them at the same time. It's blatant hypocrisy, and I'm sick of it.
Grigori heaved a sigh. I'm sorry you're unhappy, Darcy, but you gotta chill. It's not worth shooting yourself in the foot.
She gazed out the window. Grigori might have a point. This was the best job she could get, and she shouldn't let her anger destroy her chance at success. Okay, I'll be careful.
Good. Here we are. Grigori pulled over to Double Park. I'll be checking out rental sites for Roman's new restaurant. Just call me when you're done, and I'll come back.
Darcy touched his arm. Thanks for everything. She and Maggie left the car, went into the brown brick building, and waited in front of the elevator. Darcy realized that Maggie was being unusually quiet. Instead of her usual smile, she was frowning at the lit elevator button. Are you all right, Maggie? She sighed. I didn't realize you hated us so much. I don't hate you. I never would have survived these last years if you hadn't been so kind to me. Maggie turned toward her, anger flashing in her eyes. Are you blind? Yes, I was nice. I felt sorry for you. But don't you see what you've done for me? When I met you, I was still dressing like it was 1879. Sweet Mary. I was wearing a stupid bustle. I have to admit, your tastes have improved. It's more than that. You gave me the nerve to try new things. You're so modern and strong and confident. I want to be like you. So don't tell me that we all think we're superior. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Maggie gave her a sad smile. You've made my existence worthwhile again. I have great hopes for the future now, thanks to you. Darcy's eyes misted with tears. Thank you. Maggie gave her a hug. Everything happens for a purpose. I believe that. And you should too. You're meant to be here now. Darcy returned the hug. She wanted to tell Maggie she agreed, but the words wouldn't come. What purpose could she possibly have in the vampire world? The elevator doors swooshed open, and a man stepped out.
Geez, ladies, get a room.
He continued to mutter to himself as he left the lobby. Darcy and Maggie released each other, then started to snicker as they stepped into the elevator. On the 10th floor, they found a middle-aged woman in an expensive suit waiting outside the agency. Darcy wished she could afford such a nice suit. She was wearing her blue one again for good reason. It was the only suit she owned. She'd lost everything when her life had turned into a nightmare. The woman strode toward them.
I'm Ms. Elizabeth Stein, owner and director of the Stars of Tomorrow casting agency. Is one of you Miss Darcy?
I am. Smiling, Darcy extended her hand. Ms. Stein shook her hand quickly, as if she were afraid of catching a disease. Her face was pale and her mouth pinched with stress.
Delighted to meet you, Miss Darcy.
Darcy let the error stand. She'd only left her first name on the phone message for fear that her complete name might trigger some memories. This is my assistant, Margaret O'Brien. Ms. Stein nodded briefly at Maggie, then clutched her hands together.
The lobby is filled with applicants. I thought you should avoid seeing them before the auditions. So, if you'll follow me.
She motioned jerkily toward an unmarked brown door. Darcy and Maggie accompanied Ms. Stein. As they passed the glass entrance to the agency, Darcy noted that the lobby was indeed full. Great. she would have no problem finding suitable mortal men for the show. Ms. Stein opened the unmarked door and gestured for them to enter. "This hallway will take us to the conference room." Darcy and Maggie headed down the plain white hallway. Ms. Stein rushed to catch up and squeezed past them. "This way!" She turned right into a larger hallway, then halted in front of a set of double doors. She clenched her hands tightly, turning her bony knuckles white. "This is the conference room. I hope it will be satisfactory." "I'm sure it will," Darcy smiled. "Thank you for allowing us to use your facilities." "You're welcome." Ms. Stein opened the doors. "I'll give you a few minutes to settle in." "Thank you." Darcy entered the room with Maggie, then heard the doors click shut behind her. It was a typical conference room. Long table with leather-upholstered chairs. One wall had 3 large arched windows that overlooked 44th Street. The other walls were lined with autographed 8x10 glossies of Ms. Stein's successful clients. Maggie glanced back at the closed doors. "She seemed awfully nervous." "Yes." Darcy set her portfolio on the table. She was a bit nervous, too. "Thank you for helping me, Maggie." "I didn't want to miss out on all the fun." Maggie had declined from participating on the reality show because she still had hopes of getting on a soap. She'd been recalled for another audition in 2 weeks. In the meantime, she'd agreed to help Darcy as her assistant. "I hope you didn't audition for Sly." Darcy remembered what services Tiffany had rendered in order to be recalled. "No, I lucked out and got the assistant director from As the Vampire Turns. She thought I'd be perfect for the show, and that means I'd be with Don Orlando." Maggie gazed out a window with a dreamy look. "We're destined to be together. I know it." Darcy jumped when the cell phone inside her portfolio started to ring. It was a new phone, a gift from Grigori, so she'd be able to call him if she needed him. Maggie drew close. "I wonder who's calling." "I don't know. Hardly anyone knows this number." Darcy fumbled in her portfolio and found the phone. "Hello?"
"Darcy!"
Vonda's loud voice sounded frantic. "I'm coming over. Is it safe?"
"You mean you're teleporting? It's safe enough, but this isn't a good time." Darcy could hear screeching voices in the background. "Vonda? What's going on?" "Is something wrong?" Maggie asked. "I don't know." Darcy closed her phone when Vonda materialized in the room. "What are you doing here?" Vonda looked around.
"Great. You haven't started yet."
"You shouldn't be here," Darcy insisted. "You're the only one I have for the reality show, and you're not supposed to see the guys beforehand."
"Don't worry. I'll behave."
Vonda adjusted the black whip she wore around her waist as a belt.
"Besides, I had to get out of that apartment. It's a war zone."
"What happened?"
Maggie asked.
Everyone was grumbling at Coralie because her stupid hoop skirts take up all the closet space. Then Coralie said,
Vonda affected a southern accent,
"I do declare, the female form looks more beguiling in the corsets and hoop skirts of the Victorian era than any other style in the entire history of the world."
Darcy made a face. "If you enjoy being tortured."
"Right."
Vonda ran a hand through her short, spiky purple hair.
"Then, Maria Consuela said medieval gowns were much more attractive, and Coralie's hoop skirts could go to El Diablo."
"Sweet Mary and Joseph." Maggie crossed herself. Vonda grinned.
Then Lady Pamela Smythe-Worthing put on her snooty face and announced that the most elegant gowns ever created were the ones worn in Regency England. And that's when Coralie said that the high waistlines on Lady Pamela's gowns made her look as wide as the side of a barn.
Darcy winced. "And that's when the fight started?"
"Not quite. Lady Pamela screamed she was so dreadfully overset that she was flying into some bows or something like that. Then she zipped over to the closet, grabbed one of Coralie's hoop skirts, and stuffed it into the fireplace."
"Oh, my!" Maggie pressed a hand to her chest.
And that's when the fight started?
Not quite. The skirt caught fire. But being a hoop skirt, it popped back out of the fireplace and landed on Princess Joanna's velvet cape.
Darcy gasped. Not the red one lined in ermine. It's worth a fortune.
That's the one.
Vonda raised her hands dramatically.
And that's when all hell broke loose.
Maggie sighed. That was Princess Joanna's favorite cape.
I know,
Vonda agreed.
And the really sad thing was that she was wearing it at the time.
What? Darcy squeaked. Is she all right?
She's a little on the crispy side, but she'll be fine after a good day's sleep.
Darcy collapsed into a chair. This is terrible. Those ladies are going to kill each other.
I know. You've never seen the princess so steamed, Vonda snorted. Or rather, she was smoking.
The conference door opened, and Ms. Stein peeked inside.
Are you ready?
Her mouth fell open at the sight of Vonda. She glanced around the room, then looked behind her at the empty hall.
How did... I thought there were only two of you.
Darcy stood and smiled like nothing odd had happened. This is Vonda Barkovsky. She's my second assistant. Ms. Stein's eyes widened as she took in Vonda's purple hair and black spandex catsuit.
Okay, we're ready to begin. My secretary, Michelle, will bring each candidate to you.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. Darcy rounded the table so she would be facing the door. Ms. Stein backed out of the room, closing the door. Darcy took a seat at the center of the table, then removed a pad of paper and pen from her portfolio. Vonda sat on her right.
So, we're looking for the most handsome men? That's easy. They're tall, dark, and mysterious.
You mean like Don Orlando? Maggie sat on Darcy's left. He would be my choice for the sexiest man on earth. Vonda propped an elbow on the table.
What about you, Darcy? What do you think is sexy?
Well, let me think. She recalled her sunny, carefree days on the beaches of Southern California. Which guys had made her heart rush like the pounding surf? He would be intelligent, kind, honest, and have a bright sense of humor.
Boring,
Vonda yawned.
Tell us what he looks like.
Darcy narrowed her eyes, envisioning the perfect man. He'd be tall, with broad shoulders, and golden skin bronzed by the sun. His hair would be blonde, no, light brown, but with blonde streaks bleached by the sun. He'd have blue eyes that sparkle like a lake when the sun is setting, and his smile would be bright.
Let me guess, Vonda muttered. Like the sun?
Darcy grinned sheepishly. Well, you asked. That's my idea of the perfect man. Maggie shook her head. Darling, that's not a man. That's Apollo, the sun god. Vonda snorted with laughter. Apollo, the sun god? Darcy groaned. Maybe the perfect man was a myth, a false hope that would never see the light of day. A knock sounded on the door. A young woman peeked in. Hi, I'm Michelle. With her nice suit and her brown hair pulled back into a bun, it was obvious the secretary was emulating her boss. Your first applicant is ready, Bobby Streisand. Darcy picked up her pen to take notes, then froze. A tall woman with broad shoulders had entered the room. Her red evening gown sparkled with sequins. She flipped a red feather boa over one shoulder and struck a dramatic pose. What? Darcy's mouth fell open. Didn't Ms. Stein know she was like the army, looking for a few good men? I'm sorry, but we're looking for a male.
He is male,
Vonda whispered. Darcy blinked and looked more closely. Oh dear. Bobby sauntered toward them, his hips swaying in the tight red dress.
I'm all male, darling, he said in a deep, husky voice. Would you like to hear me sing? My rendition of Memories is guaranteed to make you cry.
He set an 8x10 glossy autographed photo on the table and patted it gently.
His red nail polish was an exact match to his dress. Darcy stared at her, or him, for a moment. How could this happen? She'd made it clear that they were searching for the sexiest man on Earth. I'm afraid you won't be suitable for the role we have in mind. Bobby's face crumbled. Sniffling, he drew a lace-trimmed hanky from the bosom of his evening gown.
It's always the same. People never understand me.
Darcy groaned inwardly. Shoot, now he was going to cry.
I only want the chance to prove myself. Is that too much to ask?
Bobby dabbed at his eyes.
Why can't I be considered for a leading male role?
It might help if you dressed like a male, Vonda muttered.
But I am male. I'm all male,
Bobby insisted, then leaned toward Darcy.
Is my mascara running?
No, you look great.
Thank you.
Bobby smiled sadly, his red lips trembling.
Don't worry about me.
He held up a hand, as if to ward off their sympathy.
Somehow, I will survive. I'll continue the struggle. After all, I'm an artiste, and I must never sacrifice my personal style.
Of course not, Mr. Streisand. If I need someone with your style, I'll be sure to give you a call. Bobby raised the hanky high into the air, then yanked his arm down to clutch the hanky against his chest.
I thank you.
He glided out the door. Darcy shook her head. It's gotta get better than this. Michelle opened the door. Chucky. She glanced at the clipboard and frowned. Bada Bing?
Must be a stage name,
Maggie whispered. A slim man sauntered into the room. His silk shirt was half unbuttoned to show off curly chest hair and 3 gold necklaces. He tossed his 8x10 glossy on the table.
Whoa!
He eyed them, his grin flashing a gold tooth.
I've never seen so many hot babes under one roof.
He stepped back and struck a casual pose, with one hip jutted to the side. Darcy resisted a shudder. Mr. Bada Bing, do you have any experience? He chuckled and rubbed at his thin mustache. The diamonds on his pinky ring glittered.
Hell yeah, I've got all kinds of experience. What do you 3 ladies have in mind?
He winked. Vonda leaned toward Darcy and whispered,
Can I kill him?
So,
Chucky tucked his thumbs under his belt.
If I win, I'll be called the sexiest man on Earth.
You would need to be selected for the show first. Darcy collected his photo and slid it under her legal pad.
Hey, if you want sexy, you've come to the right place.
Chucky rotated his narrow hips.
They don't call me Bada Bing for nothing.
Please, let me kill him,
Vonda hissed. Darcy was tempted to give her blessing. I'm sorry, Mr. Bada Bing, but we won't be needing your services. Chucky snorted.
You don't know what you're missing.
Vonda smiled.
Neither do you.
With a sneer, Chucky strode out the door. Darcy's eye twitched. She rubbed her temple, trying to relieve the growing sense of doom. Michelle opened the door. This is Walter. Walter strode into the room. He was a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a round belly.
How do you do?
He smiled as he set his photo down on the table. He would never be considered sexy, but at least he had good manners. Darcy smiled back. Do you have any acting experience?
Sure do. For the last 3 years, I've been doing commercials for Captain Jake's Buffalo Wings.
Walter's smile faltered when they didn't react.
You know, Captain Jake's Chicken. They've got the best buffalo wings in the city.
I'm afraid we don't eat chicken, Maggie said.
Oh, vegetarians, huh? Well, I sing and do this dance. Here, I'll show you.
Walter proceeded to strut back and forth across the room, flapping his arms. Then he began to sing.
I'm baked with herbs and spices and come with tasty rices. I'm never fried, so you won't die, and you'll love my new low prices.
Darcy's mouth fell open. Her friends were equally quiet. Walter's grin glowed with pride.
Pretty awesome, huh? Of course, It looks even better when I wear the chicken costume. I've got it stashed in my car, if you'd like to see it.
They continued to gape at him.
Speechless, huh? I get that all the time.
Darcy's eye twitched again. I'm afraid this isn't a musical reality show. But if we ever produce one, I'll remember you.
Oh, okay.
Walter's shoulders slumped.
Thank you anyway.
He trudged out the door looking thoroughly henpecked. Darcy tilted forward and plunked her forehead against the tabletop. This is hopeless. Don't worry. Maggie patted her on the back. There's a bunch more for us to see. 1 hour and 20 applicants later, Walter the dancing chicken was starting to look really good. Then, Michelle opened the door and emitted a long, dreamy sigh. Garth Manley. She pressed a hand against her chest as he strode into the room. More sighs came from Vonda and Maggie. They sagged in their seats. Darcy gave them a worried look. Maybe they'd drunk some blood past its expiration date. But no, they didn't appear to be suffering from indigestion. They were gazing blissfully at the new applicant. He was all right, she supposed. Definitely the most handsome man they'd seen so far, though that wasn't saying much. His wavy dark hair was brushed back from a tanned face. Mr. Manley, do you have any acting experience? Yes. He set his signed photo on the table, then took a wide stance. When he crossed his arms over his broad chest, his biceps bulged. Maggie and Vonda sighed once again. Michelle remained at the door, rubbing her cheek against the doorframe. What kind of experience? Darcy asked. Theater, mostly. He raised a dark brow. Would you like to see me in action? Oh, yes, Maggie breathed. He bowed his head, apparently getting into character. Vonda whispered, Pick him. He's gorgeous. Darcy hushed her. Garth Manley lifted his chin and gazed over their heads. He raised his right hand. To be or not to be? Could you turn around, please? Maggie asked. He looked surprised, then turned his back to them and started again. His right hand went up. To be or not to be? Vonda and Maggie leaned forward, their eyes riveted to his buns of steel. Darcy had difficulty hearing his performance over their heavy breathing. Whether 'tis nobler— Could you take off your shirt? Vonda asked. He swiveled to face them. Excuse me? Darcy stifled a groan. She should have insisted on doing the interviews alone. There'll be a hot tub, she explained. We need to know if you look all right in a swimsuit. Oh, of course. He took off his black leather jacket and draped it on the back of the chair. As he unbuttoned his shirt, he glanced at them from under thick eyelashes and slowly smiled. Do I get any music while I strip? Maggie giggled. Darcy almost gagged. Vonda skimmed a long purple fingernail over her bottom lip. Tell me, Garth, do you have any experience in stripping? He gave her a smoldering look. I prefer not to do it as a solo act. Vonda dropped her hand to the neckline zipper of her slinky black catsuit. Oh, I'm definitely in the mood for a duet. Darcy slanted a glance to the side. Good Lord, Vonda was unzipping her catsuit. Okay, that's enough. Mr. Manley, could you wait in the lobby? We might need to see you again. Of course. With a knowing smile, he picked up his discarded clothes and left. Michelle stumbled after him. Maggie turned to Darcy. Why did you send him away? I thought he was perfect for the show. I believe he is, Darcy confessed. But I had to get him out of here before Vonda stripped naked. With a snort, Vonda zipped up her catsuit. You're no fun. He'll be great, but he's only one, Darcy reminded them. We need at least 4 more mortals, and we need to find them tonight. Okay. Vonda dragged a hand through her purple hair. Let's get back to work. After 3 more hours, Maggie was practicing writing Mrs. Don Orlando de Corazon on a sheet of paper. while Vonda was amusing herself by swiveling her chair in circles. Darcy massaged her temples where tension was building. Good God, she'd forgotten how hard it was to find a decent man. No wonder she'd remained single.
"Can we go home now?" Maggie asked. "I've never seen such a dreadful display of manhood."
"I know," Darcy agreed, "but we still need one more." Michelle opened the door with a smile. She announced, "This is our last applicant, Adam Cartwright." He walked into the room. Darcy's mouth fell open. Tall, with long legs and broad shoulders, he moved with an understated grace, as if he were conserving energy. His thick hair was shot through with golden streaks. His bronzed skin glowed with natural vitality. He moved forward, scanning the room, then halted suddenly, his gaze fastened on Darcy. His blue eyes widened. Darcy's breath caught, and she couldn't look away. He stepped toward her. He cleared his throat, and she swore the sound rumbled in her own chest. "Miss Darcy?" Was that deep, sexy voice coming from him? She willed herself to reply, but the words refused to come out. She licked her lips, thinking that might help, but then his blue gaze lowered to her mouth, and she forgot what to say.
"Darcy,"
Maggie whispered. His eyes focused on hers once again. Instantly, a flood of warmth surged through her. Warm, like the sun beating down on her head. Warm, like the sand between her toes. Good God, she hadn't felt this warm since that terrible night 4 years ago. She closed her eyes and relished the liquid heat as it poured through her veins. It was like being on the beach again, with the surf pounding in her ears and the salty air tickling her nose. She could almost feel a volleyball in her hands, see the net in front of her, hear her sister laughing beside her. "Darcy?" Vonda nudged her with an elbow. She opened her eyes with a jerk. He was still there, still staring at her. Slowly he smiled. Oh my God, dimples. Her brain turned to mush.
"Are you all right, Darcy?"
Maggie whispered. She took a deep breath and managed a whisper. "Apollo." Chapter 4. She was mortal. Thank God. Austin slowly became aware that he was standing there with a dopey grin on his face. But why not? He'd found the mystery woman, and she was mortal. She had to be. He'd entered her mind so easily, and once there, her thoughts had burst forth like rays of sunshine. She was thinking about warm sand, beach volleyball, and her sister's laughter. No vampire would have thoughts like that. And the other 2 women? The short one with dark hair was definitely a vampire. He recognized her from the parking lot at DVN, and he would bet the purple-haired one was undead, too. She had that flashy look and hungry gleam in her eye. His gaze barely flickered to the other 2 women before returning to the lovely woman in blue. He kept his power carefully focused on her alone, so the other women wouldn't detect him. She finally spoke, her voice a hushed whisper. "Apollo." Huh? He cocked his head, trying to decipher her meaning. The images in her mind were still focused on the beach. She dreamed of the sun's warmth caressing her skin. Her face was flushed, her breasts rising with each rushed breath. He realized with a jolt that she'd look the same way if he were making love to her. A surge of blood careened toward his groin, and for a second, he visualized himself pulling her on top of the table and kissing her, till her lips were swollen and red, and then he'd... What? He couldn't do anything with 1, maybe 2 vampires in the room. Why was she here with these two undead women? Was she a prisoner? Were they blackmailing her or threatening a member of her family in order to force her cooperation? The two women kept whispering and nudging her. Was she under their control? But Ms. Stein had told him Miss Darcy was the one in charge. He needed more information. He needed to gain her trust. And staring at her with a big bulge in his pants was not the way to do it. He placed his photo on the table in front of her. Her smoky blue eyes glanced down, then back at his face. "May I?" He pulled a black, leather-upholstered chair away from the table and sat, facing her. Her thoughts flitted into his head. He doesn't want to stand there and stare down at us like the other men. No, he's bringing himself down to my eye level. How kind and considerate. Kind and considerate? She was just hiding his erection. "How do you do, ladies? I'm Adam Olaf Cartwright." The purple-headed one wrinkled her nose. "Olaf?" "Yes." Austin knew the most successful lies included as much of the truth as possible. "I was named after my grandfather, Papa Olaf, best fisherman in Minnesota. My favorite memories are going fishing with him." He caught some thoughts coming from the beautiful Miss Darcy. He loves his family, and the outdoors, and the simple pleasures in life. The short one yawned. "You like killing fish?" "I enjoy the process of fishing, the anticipation of what could happen. If I don't need the fish for food, I put them back in the water." He heard more thoughts coming from Miss Darcy. "He's patient and compassionate, and so gorgeous." Holy moly, she really liked him. The purple-headed one leaned toward her and whispered, "He's boring." Austin knew Miss Darcy wasn't bored. He also realized the other women were simply calling her Darcy. "May I know your names?" "I guess so," the short one answered. "I'm Margaret Mary O'Brien, the assistant director. Everyone calls me Maggie." "Vonda Barkovsky." The purple-headed one raised a hand, displaying long purple fingernails. He shifted his gaze back to the woman in blue. "And you?" She curled her fingers around her writing pen. "Darcy." "First name or last?" "Last," she whispered, while the other two said, "First." Her eye twitched, and her hands clenched the pen more tightly. "Which is it?" he asked softly. The poor girl was a nervous wreck. Why? Was it because she was forced to keep company with vampires? She took a deep breath and set the pen down carefully on the table. "Do you have any acting experience?" He started to recite the list of lies he'd prepared, but changed his mind. No experience at all." "He's an honest man. And intelligent." Her thoughts sifted into his head, followed by a flood of guilt from his own conscience. Honest? He wasn't even telling her his real name. And how intelligent could he be if he was auditioning for a reality show? Besides, these women didn't look or act like vicious killers. He'd questioned the other applicants as they left the conference room, and none of them reported being harmed in any way. Could it be true what Shanna had said? That there were actually two kinds of vampires, harmless ones and violent ones? No, he wasn't ready to accept that yet. Even so, this seemed like a waste of time. Emma had the right idea. His abilities would be better spent in Central Park, hunting the vampires who attacked people and fed off them. And when he caught one of the creatures, he could interrogate it about Shanna. "I'm afraid my audition was a mistake. I'm sorry I wasted your time." He gave Miss Darcy one last look as he stood. Poor, beautiful sweetheart. Whoever she was, he wasn't giving up on her. She might be in danger and need his help. He'd start investigating her right away. He strode toward the door. "Wait!" He turned. She'd risen to her feet. You
You don't really need any experience or even any talent. This is a reality show."
He couldn't help but smile. And when she smiled shyly back, he knew he was lost. So what if it was a waste of time? Sean had ordered him to do the show. She gave him a pleading look.
"I'd like you to be on the show. I'd like to kiss you senseless."
"I can do that."
She heaved a sigh of relief and grinned. "Good."
Oh, it would be good. His gaze swept down to her hips, then back to her face. More like excellent.
Her eyes widened. "We'll be in touch."
"I'm sure we will." He let out a long breath as he left the room. He had every intention of touching her, and very soon.
Darcy took a deep breath and willed her racing heart to calm down.
Adam. Olaf Cartwright.
Just the thought of him made her heart thump ridiculously fast.
She reached for his photo with trembling fingers. Good God, you could see his dimples in the picture,
and the beautiful turquoise blue of his eyes. "Are you all right?" Maggie asked. "You could hardly speak." I had an itch in my throat."
Really?
Vonda watched her with an amused expression.
I could have sworn that itch was further south.
Maggie huffed.
"Sweet Mary, there's no need to be crude. No need to be in denial either."
Vonda stood and stretched.
"Admit it, Darcy. You have the hots for that guy."
Darcy shook her head. "I'm just tired. We've been interviewing the dregs of manhood for over 4 hours."
"Dregs is right," Maggie yawned. "But you are flushed."
Darcy fanned herself with his photo. "It's hot in here."
"I'm not hot."
Vonda looked at Maggie.
"Are you hot?"
"No, actually, I thought it was a little chilly in here." "Enough, you two." Darcy spread all the photos on the table. "We need to pick the 5 best guys." "Number 1 has to be Garth Manley." Maggie located his photo and handed it to Darcy.
"I agree. And number 2 should be..."
Vonda reached for a photo.
"Here he is. Apollo, the sun god."
Maggie snickered. "His name is Adam." Darcy snatched the photo from Vonda. Adam, as in the primeval man. A vision flitted through her head. Adam Olaf Cartwright, cavorting around the Garden of Eden, wearing nothing but a loincloth. No, make that a fig leaf. A very large fig leaf. One that would blow away with the slightest breeze. Sheesh. Was she so ridiculously shallow that she could be floored by a gorgeous body, handsome face with dimples, and a pair of dazzling blue eyes? She glanced at his photo. Well, apparently, yes. With a silent groan, she admitted this was more than instant lust. Adam Olaf Cartwright possessed more than a great exterior. She'd sensed his intelligence, kindness, honesty, and strength. "You're blushing again," Maggie warned her gently. Darcy sat down with a sigh. "It's an impossible situation. You know that."
"Maybe not."
Vonda lounged back in her chair.
"I've heard stories about ladies who keep a male mortal as a sex toy."
Darcy winced. "I could never do that." "And that sort of relationship never lasts," Maggie added. "I'm sorry, Darcy. We'll stop teasing you about it." "Good." She set the photos of Garth and Adam to the side, then rummaged through the remaining pictures. "What did you think about George Martinez and Nicholas Polis?" She pulled out their pictures. "They were okay." Maggie selected one more. "And this one was good, too, Seth Howard." "Great, then we're done." Darcy dug in her portfolio for the cell phone. "I'll call Grigori so he can pick us up." She reached him in his car, and he estimated he'd be there in 15 minutes. Vonda stood.
"I'd better teleport home. I'm hungry, and Garth Manley is looking kinda yummy."
"Go." Darcy quickly handed her the phone. Oh, and try to convince the other ladies to be on the show with you.
I'll try.
Vonda shrugged.
But if they've been fighting all this time, they're not going to be in a mood to listen.
One more thing, Darcy continued. Swear you won't tell them what we're doing tonight. It's supposed to be a surprise, that there'll be mortals on the show.
Vonda wrinkled her nose.
How can it be a surprise? We can smell them a block away.
I've got it covered.
Darcy gathered the photos of all the rejected applicants into a neat stack.
When I was working at Romatech, they had the situation where a couple of vampires lost control and bit some of the mortal employees.
Oh, I remember that, Maggie said. Roman was furious.
Darcy nodded. It totally blew his mission of making the world safe for mortals and vampires alike, and the fact that it was happening at his own business was very upsetting.
What did he do?
Vonda asked. First, he offered free synthetic blood to all the vampire employees. It worked for a while, but then the biting started again. Roman was afraid the mortals would sue, and it would end up drawing attention to the vampire world. So he developed a plastic anklet coated with some kind of chemical that completely masks a mortal's scent. It works like a vampire repellent. When the vamps can no longer smell the mortals, they're no longer tempted to bite.
You're going to use the anklets on the show? Maggie asked.
Yes. The mortals will be safe and impossible to detect. Vonda cocked her head as she considered.
Vamps can still detect a mortal by reading their minds.
There will be no mind reading or mind control allowed on the show, Darcy announced. It'll be included in the vamp contracts. Otherwise, we could never run a fair contest.
That makes sense.
Vonda dialed Grigori's house.
I've got to go. The smell of those men down the hall is making me ravenous.
She paused, then spoke into the phone.
Lady Pamela? Is that you? Keep talking, will you?
Darcy held the phone until Vonda had completely vanished. Then she stashed it in her portfolio. There was a knock on the door, and Ms. Stein peeked in. She scanned the room.
Where?
She glanced back at the empty hallway.
I thought there were 3 of you.
Yes. With a smile, Darcy quickly changed the subject. We've made our decision. These are the 5 men we want. She held out the 5 autographed photos.
Good.
Ms. Stein inched forward to take the pictures. I have some instructions here, and the contracts for them to sign. Darcy removed the papers from her portfolio. Ms. Stein took them.
I'll give these to the poor, lucky men.
Thank you. They'll need to return the signed contracts within 5 days, so we can keep on schedule. If you don't mind, it would be easier for us if they return them here. Maggie will come on the evening of the 5th day to collect them.
Very well. Ms. Stein bustled out the door.
Darcy rounded the table. We need an artist who can paint the portraits of all the male contestants. Do you think you can find a vampire artist for me?
I guess so. I'll look in the black pages.
Good. Let me know when you find one. I have some special instructions for him. Maggie's eyes widened.
Is this another surprise?
Darcy smiled. Could be. The crowd in the waiting room had dwindled to about 20 anxious men. Austin figured those who left early had been openly rejected by Miss Darcy and her friends. The situation grated on him. Why would an intelligent, beautiful woman like her hang out with vampires? He edged toward the coffee pot and motioned with his head for Garrett to join him there. He poured some coffee into a styrofoam cup, then fiddled with the pink and blue sugar packets while he waited. Garrett stopped beside him and poured a cup of coffee.
I think I'm in, Austin whispered. How about you?
I think so. Garrett glanced back as a short, rotund guy who resembled a mountain troll walked by.
Lucky for us, the competition was pretty easy. You think?
Austin gritted his teeth. Didn't Garrett realize that Ms. Stein had manipulated the auditions to make them look good?
What did you think of the 3 women? They're definitely, All 3 of them? No, the one in blue is normal.
Stupendous was more like it, but she was definitely alive. Garrett stirred some powdered creamer into his coffee.
I have to disagree.
Austin's nerves tensed. He lowered his voice.
I got into her mind. She was thinking about sunshine and beaches and family.
Really? I couldn't get into any of their heads.
You're not as strong as me. No offense.
None taken. But even so, I could have sworn.
Garrett broke off when the mountain troll moved in for some coffee. Austin raised his voice.
I don't believe we've met. I'm Adam Cartwright.
Garth Manley.
Garrett shook his hand.
I'm Fabio Funicello.
The mountain troll grunted as he emptied 5 sugar packets into his coffee.
Nice to meet you.
Austin sidled over to an empty corner of the room with Garrett close behind.
You were saying?
Garrett looked around to make sure they couldn't be overheard.
When I was in the conference room, I could see my reflection in the windows overlooking the street.
So?
A heavy stone settled in Austin's gut. Garrett lowered his voice to a hushed whisper.
The ladies were not reflected. None of them were.
A chill skittered down Austin's back. Holy shit.
It's not positive proof. It could be a matter of the lighting, and where you were standing, and a bunch of other factors.
Garrett shrugged.
Maybe so, but I'm betting all 3 of them are up the creek without a coffin.
Austin's stomach twinged. The coffee left a bitter taste in his mouth, and he set the cup down on a nearby table. It couldn't be true.
No, wait. Sean said a lady called this agency in the afternoon, during daylight. That had to be Darcy.
She had to be alive.
May I have your attention, please?
Ms. Stein's voice rang out, and the room grew silent.
5 men have been selected for the Sexiest Man on Earth reality show. If you've been chosen, please remain here so I can give you your contracts.
While she paused, the atmosphere in the room sizzled with tension. Men loosened their ties, fists clenched with anticipation.
Fabio climbed up on a chair so he could see. Garth Manley,
Ms. Stein announced with a satisfied smile aimed at Garrett. Her smile faded as she hurried down the rest of the list.
Adam Cartwright, Nicholas Polis, George Martinez, and Seth Howard. Congratulations.
While the room buzzed with shouts of excitement and groans of defeat, Austin leaned toward Garrett and whispered,
Call Sean. Tell him we're in.
Garrett nodded and pulled out his cell phone.
Fabio hopped down from his chair with an angry grunt and waddled out the door.
More disappointed men trudged out, while the other 3 who were selected gathered around Ms. Stein. She gave them their paperwork, then strode toward Austin and Garrett. Garrett completed his call to Sean and pocketed his phone.
I suppose congratulations are in order.
Ms. Stein regarded them sadly.
Here are your contracts.
Thank you. Austin took his and glanced over it.
Ms. Stein, did you notice anything unusual about tonight?
She made a sour face.
The whole evening was ridiculous. My character actors are very talented but not at all suited for a contest called The Sexiest Man on Earth.
What can you tell me about Miss Darcy? Austin asked.
Is that her last name? I really don't know.
Ms. Stein stepped closer.
Is this DVN a legitimate network? I've never heard of them. They're legit. Been in business for over 5 years.
Ms. Stein frowned as she handed Garrett a contract.
They seemed a little odd to me.
Yeah,
Garrett agreed.
That purple hair was a bit much.
She waved a hand in dismissal.
I work with creative people all the time. I'm used to that. No, it was the way they kept... What? Austin pressed. Well... Ms. Stein looked around, then lowered her voice. At first, there were just 2 of them, but then there were 3. And when I peeked in just a moment ago, there were only 2 again. I never saw that purple-headed one come or go. Did you? Austin exchanged a glance with Garrett. Obviously, the purple-haired Vonda Barkovsky was teleporting, which meant she was definitely a vampire. Don't worry about it, Ms. Stein. I'm sure there's a simple explanation. She huffed. I'm not stupid, Mr. Cartwright. Garrett touched her shoulder. Try not to let this upset you, ma'am. We have everything under control. She smiled at Garrett. Thank God our nation's security is in capable hands, like yours. But not mine. I'll be going now. Austin nodded at Ms. Stein and Garrett. Good night. While Austin waited for an elevator, he punched in the number for information on his cell phone. Digital Video Network in Brooklyn. He removed a notepad from his jacket pocket and jotted down the number. Thank you. He waited till he was out of the building and walking down the busy sidewalk before he made the next call.
This is DVN.
A receptionist answered with a nasal voice.
If you're not digital, you can't be seen.
Well, that made sense. If you were undead. That's a catchy phrase.
It's lame, but I have to say it whenever I answer the phone. So, what do you want?
My name is Damien, and I have a message here to call... Let me see. Shit. I can't make out this handwriting. Darcy something? She's the new director of that reality show?
Oh, you mean Darcy Newhart?
Bingo. Yeah, that's it. Is she in?
Not at the moment.
The receptionist paused.
She'll be here tomorrow night for sure. Are you going to audition?
Yeah, I thought I would.
Well, open call is tomorrow night and Friday night starting at 10 o'clock. You'd better get here early. We're expecting a huge turnout.
I'll do that. Thanks.
Austin pocketed his phone. Darcy Newhart. He was making progress. He climbed into his car and drove to the office. Emma was there, going over police reports, while DVN played on her computer screen. He went straight to his desk and did a search on Darcy Newhart. A list of newspaper reports came up. He stared at the headlines, stunned. Local reporter missing. Where's Darcy? Reporter feared murdered. Austin's fingers felt numb as he clicked on the first report. Date, October 31, 2001. 4 years ago on Halloween. He'd been stationed in Prague during that time. Place, Fangs of Fortune Vampire Club in Greenwich Village. A joint where kids pretended they were vampires. Some of the kids remembered seeing Darcy and her cameraman leave through the back exit. Darcy was never seen again. This was bad. Austin clicked on the next report. 3 days later, and Darcy was still missing. The cameraman had shown up, hiding at Battery Park and suffering from exposure. He'd been admitted to Shady Harbor Mental Hospital, babbling that Darcy had been abducted by vampires. This was really bad. Austin's grip on the mouse tightened as he clicked on the last report. A picture of Darcy appeared on the screen. She looked the same as she did now, but then as young as she was, 4 years might not make much of a difference. 2 weeks had passed since she'd disappeared. Her body had never been found. But a bloody knife had been discovered outside the club, along with a pool of her blood. Authorities had decided she was most likely dead. Dead. But that would mean she was now a vampire. Chapter 5. Austin completed his research on Darcy Newhart. She was born in San Diego, the oldest of 3 daughters.
At the time of her disappearance, she was 28 years old. Had she continued to age, or was she stuck at 28 for all eternity? He switched his investigation to her two companions. The name Wanda Barkowski came up with zilch, but he located a birth certificate for a Margaret Mary O'Brien in 1865. Her parents had emigrated from Ireland during the potato famine. Maggie was the 8th child of 12, though only 7 of them had lived past the age of 10. Poor girl had had a tough life. Hopefully, it was better for her now. Holy zombies, what was he thinking? She was a vampire. Synthetic blood had only been around for 18 years. She'd existed for a long time by attacking humans. He shouldn't be feeling any compassion for these monsters. Sunshine shot through the window blinds, creating streaks of light across his desk. He wandered to the window to look out. The sidewalks were bustling with early morning commuters, the streets filled with delivery trucks and vans. And Darcy, was she watching the sunrise? Or was she hidden away, dead to the world? He gathered up his notes and photos, then drove to the television station in Queens, where Darcy had worked. After flashing his badge, he listened to the manager talk for an hour about Darcy. Everyone there had loved her. Some still clung to the hope that she was alive. Austin promised to do his best to solve the mystery of her disappearance, and left with a box of copied videotapes of Darcy's old newscasts. He stashed the box in the trunk and drove to his apartment in Greenwich Village. He settled on the couch with a beer and a sandwich and began watching Darcy's old reports. He'd expected it to be boring, but she made him smile and laugh with the crazy situation she got herself into. He was watching her attempt an interview with a pregnant hippo at the Bronx Zoo when he finally fell asleep and dreamed of Darcy. When he woke, the television greeted him with static and snow. He turned the TV and VCR off, noticing the time. 6:40 in the evening. Crap. He'd be late to the 7 o'clock nightly meeting. He called the office, but Sean surprised him by telling him to take a few days off.
Have you signed the contract yet?
Sean asked. No, sir. I'll take care of that. Austin hung up and dug through his papers till he located the contract from DVN. An odd paragraph caught his eye. Why not ask Darcy about it? After all, he knew where she would be tonight. The auditions at DVN were scheduled to begin at 10 p.m., so Austin arrived at 9. He slid 2 stakes into an inside pocket of his jacket. That and the silver crucifix under his shirt would have to suffice for protection. He hesitated outside the entrance. The letters DVN glowed in neon over his head. Act normal, he warned himself. You don't know vampires exist? You're a dumb innocent. Yeah. And he felt like a sheep meandering into a lion's den. He pushed open the door and entered. The lobby decor was dramatic, done in shades of black and red. A few men lounged in red leather chairs. They looked at him and sniffed. He strode toward the receptionist desk. The girl was well coordinated with the room, dressed in black, with a red scarf around her neck. Even her hair was dyed black, with bright red highlights. She was sharpening her red-painted nails with an emery board.
Good evening.
Without glancing up, she pointed at a clipboard.
If you're here for the auditions, sign in, she began with a nasal voice.
I'm here to see Darcy Newhart.
She looked up and sniffed.
What are you doing here?
I need to see Darcy Newhart. It's a business matter.
He showed her the brown envelope in his hand.
But you're a...
She snapped her mouth shut, apparently realizing she shouldn't admit that she wasn't as alive as he was.
Sure. Her office is down the hall. 5th door on the right, just before you get to the recording studios.
Thank you. Austin proceeded down the hall, aware that every vampire in the lobby was staring at his back. He knocked on the door. No answer.
Miss Newhart?
He cracked the door. No one there.
though the papers on her desk indicated she'd been there recently. He slipped inside and closed the door. It was a small office, no windows, old desk, old computer. The 2 chairs facing the desk looked like they'd been retired from an old hotel. His wandering gaze snagged on a large paper cup on her desk. It had an opaque plastic cover snapped on top, with a straw stuck in the hole. He picked it up. It was almost empty. And icy cold. That was good. What vampire would want his blood cold? He lifted the cup to his nose and sniffed. Chocolate? There was another flavor he wasn't sure of, but the chocolate was definitely there. He grinned. She had to be alive. Still, he should have a taste, just to be sure. He started to peel off the cover. The door opened. Darcy Newhart strode inside, then stopped short. Her mouth fell open. His did too, and he didn't even have the excuse of being surprised. But he'd forgotten how strongly she affected him. His physical reaction was immediate, causing his heart to race and his groin to swell. Her hair was loose about her shoulders. She was dressed in khaki slacks and a blue t-shirt that molded perfectly to her breasts. The shirt was devoid of any pithy sayings like hot babe, which would have been ridiculously redundant in her case. Good evening. He focused on her face so he would stop ogling her gorgeous body. Hello. Her cheeks flushed a becoming pink. She slowly shut the door. This is a bit of a surprise, Mr. Cartwright. Her gaze landed on the cup in his hand, and her face turned pale. Sorry. He shoved the cover back on and set the cup on her desk. It sure smelled good. Chocolate milkshake? Not exactly. She rushed forward, grabbed the cup and dropped it in the trash. I'm lactose intolerant. Would you like something to drink, Mr. Cartwright? She motioned toward the door. I could get you... I'm fine, thank you. He smiled, trying to put her at ease. Since we'll be working together, why don't you call me Adam? Okay. She slipped past him and around the desk. What can I do for you, Adam? It's about the contract. He opened the clasp envelope and removed the papers. Shouldn't you have your agent help you with that? Frankly, it has Ms. Stein confused, too. At least Austin figured it would. He turned to page 6 and pointed at the tiny print at the bottom of the page. Here it is. DVN will assume no liability for injuries incurred during the term of employment. This includes loss of blood, puncture wounds, and fatalities. He glanced up at Darcy. Her face had turned deathly pale. It seems a bit extreme, don't you think? She tucked her hair behind her ear with trembling fingers. It's fairly standard for DVN. They like to cover all the bases. People tend to sue over the most trivial of things these days. I wouldn't call puncture wounds or fatalities trivial. She waved a hand in the air. Anything could happen. We'll be filming in a huge penthouse. You could fall down a flight of stairs, or trip on a rug and... Fall on a fork? Excuse me? Puncture wounds, Ms. Newhart? How exactly do you expect me to be punctured? With a pair of fangs? Her eye twitched. I agree the wording is a bit unusual, but the intent is clear. DVN cannot be held responsible for any injuries that may occur during the show. Are you going to require us to do anything dangerous? No, of course not. Believe me, Mr. Cartwright, I'm going to great lengths to ensure your safety. You're concerned for our safety? Of course, I hate to see innocent people get hurt. She'd almost said mortals, which seemed a bit odd, since she was a mortal herself. Wasn't she? Damn it, this indecision had to end. You're a kind person, Miss Newhart. He took her hand in his. Her fingers were cold. "Thank you." Her gaze dropped to their joined hands. "But I'm not the one you need to impress. There will be a panel of 5 female judges deciding the outcome of the contest." He enveloped her hand with both of his. "I'm not interested in your 5 judges, or the contest." Her gaze jerked up. "You don't want to be in the show? Please don't let the wording in the contract dissuade you." He slipped 2 fingers around her wrist. "Do you think I could win something called the sexiest man on earth?" I think you have a sporting chance, and it would certainly look good for your acting career. Don't you think?" He pressed his fingertips into the soft skin of her wrist. "I really don't want to be seen as a sex toy. Except by you." "I understand. I would feel the same way." Her cheeks blushed. "But you haven't heard the latest news. Our producer, Mr. Bacchus, has just announced that the winner will receive $1 million. Surely that will convince you to do the show." "Not really." He concentrated on his fingertips. "Yes. There. Wasn't that a pulse?" She frowned at him. "I don't understand. If you're not interested in winning the title or the prize money, then why are you asking questions about the contract?" Yes, that was definitely a pulse. It was throbbing rapidly against his fingertips. At last, positive proof. Darcy Newhart was alive. Alive! "Mr. Cartwright?" She pulled her hand from his grip and regarded him with a puzzled look. "Why are you here?" He smiled slowly. "Miss Newhart, I'm here because of you." She inhaled sharply and moved back a step. "Mr. Cartwright—" "I thought you agreed to call me Adam." I did, but you may have gotten the wrong—" "And then normally you would reciprocate by inviting me to call you Darcy, don't you think?" "Normally, perhaps, but this isn't exactly normal—" "You're right." He stepped closer. "There's something special happening here. I feel it, don't you?" Her eyes widened. She looked nervous, and for a moment he wondered if he was pushing her too fast. Her agitated state could be caused by desire or by fear. She moistened her lips. Is that a yes?" He touched her neck. Her gaze dropped to his mouth, and she licked her lips again. "I don't think it's wise for us to— I'm the director." "Then, direct me." He curled his hand around the back of her neck. Her hair was soft against his skin. "Tell me what to do." God, he wanted to kiss her. But was he pushing too fast? Just a peek into her mind, that's all it would take. Just a peek. It was so easy. His invasion swept in like a breeze, and her mind simply unfurled like a dazzling white sail. He caressed her thoughts. She was warm with desire. Desire for him. "Apollo, the sun god." He pulled back surprised. She thought he was like a god? Holy performance anxiety. That was a tough image to live up to. Her face flushed. She looked so hot and delicious. He shoved all his doubts away. She did desire him. He'd felt it in her mind. And that was enough to make him feel as powerful as any man-made god. Her eyes flickered shut. "I can't." "You can't kiss me?" He touched his lips lightly on the corner of her mouth. A tremor skittered down her body. "I can't resist." She grabbed his shoulders. Wow, she did want him. He planted his mouth firmly on hers, plying and molding her lips with his own. He pulled her tight, and her hands delved into his hair, tugging him closer. He invaded her mouth. Jesus, she let him in.
She was feeling this too, this powerful hunger. How could two relative strangers be so damn desperate for each other? It was more than physical desire. It was a hunger from the soul. Her tongue entwined with his, leaving the faint taste of chocolate.
Oh, she was sweet. Sweet all over.
His hands skimmed down her back and encircled her waist. He pulled her forward against his erection. With a moan, she melted against him. He nibbled kisses down her throat, then back up to her ear. His hands spread over her rump, pressing into her skin and grinding her hips against his groin.
Darcy,
he whispered in her ear.
I knew it the minute I saw you. I knew we belonged together.
Her hands clutched his shoulders. Then, with a painful groan, she pushed him away. No! He stepped back.
What? What's wrong?
Breathing heavily, she crossed her arms. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I'm not sorry.
Her face crumpled. I can't let this happen.
Sweetheart, it already has.
No! She took a deep, shaky breath and her face cleared into a stony mask. We have to keep this professional. I need this job.
I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize it. I would never harm you in any way.
She shook her head, hugging herself tighter.
Darcy, if you need anything, please tell me. I could help you.
She remained silent, frowning, as if she was engaged in a private struggle. Finally she spoke. If you truly wish to help, you'll agree to be in the show.
Fine, I'll do it.
He grabbed a pen off her desk and signed the contract. Risking puncture wounds or death was worth it.
I mean it, Darcy. If you're in trouble, if anything is threatening you or frightening you, I want you to let me know.
She swallowed. I'm fine. She wasn't fine. She was a mortal living among vampires. He needed to gain her trust so she would confide in him. I'm conducting more auditions in a few minutes. I need some time to prepare. She wanted him to leave. Sensitive guy that he was, he could take a hint.
Maybe we can meet later, for a cup of coffee.
Her smile was resigned and weary. I appreciate that, but I have no idea how long these auditions will take.
Tomorrow night?
She straightened the papers on her desk. Though she tried to conceal it, the trembling of the papers gave proof that her hands were shaky. I have more auditions tomorrow.
Saturday night? He had no pride.
I have a wedding to go to.
Not yours, I hope.
No, definitely not. But they're a lovely couple. A sad, wistful look crossed her face. I think they'll be very happy.
Anyone I know?
I doubt you'd know Roman or Shanna. He froze his face to hide the shock. Holy shit, the engagement had only been announced a few days ago. How could he tell Sean the wedding was this Saturday night?
I've never heard of them. Which one is your friend, the bride or the groom?
I've known the groom for several years, but I consider the bride a friend too.
Do you need a date?
The uncomfortable look on her face told Austin he was pushing too hard.
Sorry, I shouldn't invite myself. One of those big fancy church weddings, huh?
Her cheeks reddened as she fumbled through a stack of papers on her desk. You'll need to have your portrait done. I left the information with Ms. Stein, but I have a copy here. She grabbed a post-it stack and jotted down the address. Then she tore off the note and handed it to him.
She obviously didn't want to discuss a vampire wedding.
He'd have to let it go for now, or she would suspect. His fingers brushed against hers as he took the note, and instantly, desperately, he yearned to hold her in his arms.
Darcy.
For just a few seconds, her eyes responded with an expression of pain and longing. Then she blinked and turned away. We can't allow ourselves to lose control again. How the hell was she going to stop him?
Her attraction to him was out in the open. He wasn't going to ignore it, not when he felt the same way. "I'll keep in touch." He pocketed the note and left. On the drive home, he called the number on the note and made an appointment to have his portrait done. The artist only worked at night, so Austin assumed he was a vampire. He started to dial Sean's number, then stopped. How could he tell Sean about the wedding? Sean would use all his resources to discover the time and place of the ceremony, and then he'd order the team to attack with crossbows, shooting wooden arrows at everyone in sight. And Darcy was going to be there. What if she was injured or killed? And all because he had passed on the information to Sean. How could he live with himself if Darcy was harmed? She actually thought Shanna and Roman made a lovely couple. How could a mortal say that? But she knew them both. Maybe she was right. Austin had seen Roman and Shanna together in Central Park. They had been hugging each other and seemed genuinely happy. Shanna had tried to convince the stakeout team that Roman was a good man. He'd invented the synthetic blood that was saving millions of human lives. And according to Shanna, he was encouraging thousands of vampires to give up real blood for the synthetic kind, thus protecting humans from attack. Sean had dismissed all her statements as a result of brainwashing. But now, Austin wasn't so sure. Holy shit, what a mess. Austin gripped the steering wheel. For the first time in his career, he was sorely tempted to withhold vital information from his superior. Chapter 6. Austin spent the rest of the night watching more of Darcy's taped reports for Local 4 News. As he watched, he tried to make sense of the dilemma he was in. He compiled a list of vampires he had identified in the last few days. There were Darcy's two friends, Maggie O'Brien and Vonda Barkovsky. They seemed harmless enough. He wrote down Grigory Holstein's name, wondering what kind of relationship the undead guy had with Darcy. A friendly one, if he was driving her around in his Lexus. But how friendly. Austin realized he was starting to feel possessive where Darcy Newhart was concerned. Thank God he didn't have to write her name on the list. That mystery was solved. Darcy had a pulse, so she had to be mortal. But the mystery of her situation still remained. Why did she disappear 4 years ago on Halloween? And why was she living in the vampire world? And how could she live among them for so long and remain unharmed? Could Shanna be right? Was there a faction of peaceful vampires who didn't believe in hurting humans? Austin lounged back on the couch, splaying his hands through his hair. Everything had always seemed clear before. There were good guys and bad guys, and the good guys were supposed to win. When he'd worked in Prague, the bad guys had been the ones intent on slaughtering innocent people because of their race or religion. Slaughtering innocents made them bad, simple and straightforward, no questions and no regrets. Now, the enemy was the vampire who also slaughtered innocent people for food and pleasure. It should be simple and straightforward. They were demons who deserved to die. But that was before he knew anything else about them. Roman Dragonesti was getting married. How could a demon fall in love? If they were evil, how come some of them are drinking blood from a bottle and taking jobs and watching soap operas on TV? The more he learned about them, the more human they seemed. With a groan, he trudged off to bed. Maybe it would make more sense after some sleep. He woke late Friday afternoon and ate a bowl of cereal while he finished watching the last of the videotapes. Darcy did a report on the birthday party of 103-year-old Mabel Brinkley from Brooklyn. Mabel had run a speakeasy in the 1920s and outlived 6 husbands. Her secret for longevity was a shot of wild turkey every day. Then Darcy covered the cannoli eating contest in Little Italy, the female impersonator beauty pageant in Queens, and the funeral for poor Mabel when she passed away in the bed of a 52-year-old Cuban dance instructor. Alas, Hector had specialized in the rumba, but not in emergency resuscitation. Austin always found himself smiling during Darcy's reports. Without a doubt, her boss had given her the worst stories, but she'd always pulled them off with cleverness and charm. No wonder everyone at the station had loved her. With a surge of dismay, Austin realized the last videotape contained no reports starring Darcy. These were other reporters doing stories about her disappearance. They showed the Vampire Club and alley in Greenwich Village, where she'd last been seen. They even focused their cameras on the dark splotch of blood on the ground. Darcy's blood. A police spokesman confirmed that a large knife had been recovered from the scene, and the blood on the knife belonged to Darcy. Interviews with the kids inside the club were all similar. They believed she'd been attacked by a real vampire. Austin jumped to his feet and paced around his apartment. He needed to get copies of the police reports. He needed to question her cameraman. Of course, the easiest way to get answers would be to ask Darcy herself, but that would blow his cover. How could she stand to live among vampires if she'd been attacked by one? And why would a vampire stab a woman instead of biting her? It didn't make any sense, damn it. And the thought of anyone stabbing Darcy with a knife made his blood boil. The phone jangled and he dashed for it, hoping it was Darcy. "Hello, Austin. Enjoying your days off?" Emma asked. "I guess." As if he knew how to take a day off. "Well, I was wondering if you care to join me tonight in Central Park." She wanted to go hunting? As agitated as Austin was, a little action sounded good, and maybe they could capture a vampire who knew Shanna's whereabouts. "Yeah, I'll be there." At midnight, he met Emma in Central Park by the entrance of the zoo, close to the gift shop. The revolver in his shoulder holster was loaded with silver bullets. They wouldn't kill a vampire, but they would sure hurt and slow him down. Slow him down enough that Austin could ask him a few questions. And just to be safe, Austin stuffed a few wooden stakes in the inside pocket of his lightweight jacket. Emma's wooden stakes were in the handbag slung over her shoulder. They strolled north along the brick pathway. "Garrett turned in his contract to Ms. Stein today." Emma spoke quietly as she scanned the grove of trees on the left. "Ms. Stein was concerned that you hadn't turned yours in yet." Austin walked on her right, surveying the area to the right. "I turned it in last night at DVN." "What?" Emma halted. "You went inside DVN at night?" "Yeah. They hired me to do a show, so I figured I had a legitimate reason to go there. And I'm supposed to be ignorant about vampires, so why would I avoid the place? It seemed like an excellent opportunity to check them out." "It was, but good heavens, Austin. Could have been dangerous. Did any of the vampires try to jump you?" "No." "Well, tell me more. What did the place look like?" "It looks sorta normal."
"What did you do?"
Austin shrugged. "I turned in my contract to the director of the reality show."
"What's his name? He's a vampire, right?"
"No, she's human, and her name is Darcy Newhart." Austin hesitated, then decided to confess. "She's the mystery woman."
Emma gasped. "The one you took 100 photos of?"
She laughed.
"Oh, this is priceless. She's your director?"
"Yes."
"And you're sure she's human?"
"Yes, definitely."
"How can you be so sure?"
She had a chocolate drink on her desk. And she has a pulse.
"She let you feel her pulse?" Emma studied him closely. "You're still smitten with her, aren't you?"
"More than ever." Austin kept walking. The pathway forked, and he gestured toward the left path that headed uphill. "Let's go this way." Emma walked beside him.
"How does she feel about you?"
He shrugged. He knew she felt desire for him, but she was reluctant to admit it, or to admit that she was trapped in the vampire world.
"Have you snogged her yet?"
He made a face.
What's that? Sounds kind of nasty.
Emma snickered. Oh, I'm sure it would be with you. He shoved her on the shoulder. With a laugh, she stumbled to the side. I only asked if you'd kissed her.
Ah. In that case, he had thoroughly snogged her, and it hadn't been at all nasty.
Well? Emma quickened her steps to keep up with him. Did you kiss her?
I plead the fifth.
You did kiss her!
I didn't say that.
She snorted. Pleading the fifth is the same as admitting guilt.
We're innocent until proven guilty here. You Brits have it backwards.
She grinned. But I'm right, aren't I? You snogged her.
He kept walking.
You should be careful, Austin. What do you really know about her other than the fact that she consorts with the enemy?
I'm doing some research on her, and besides, we have a connection. I can get into her mind very easily, and believe me, there's nothing evil there.
I hate to rain on your parade, but if she knows you're reading her mind, she could be manipulating what you see.
She doesn't know I'm there. She's a complete innocent.
Austin stopped and looked to the right. In the dim light, he could make out the shapes of trees and a large rock.
Speaking of innocence, did you hear someone cry out?
I'm not sure. Emma pivoted, scanning their surroundings. Austin listened carefully, but could only hear the leaves stirring in the wind and Emma's excited breathing. He closed his eyes and concentrated. An attacker could easily muffle the cries of his victim, but the victim would still be screaming in his mind. One time in Eastern Europe, he had located a group of women and children in an underground torture chamber by tuning in on their silent cries of mental anguish. Oh, God, help me!
Over there.
Austin pointed to the large outcropping of granite. A woman was being attacked on the far side. He removed his revolver and motioned to Emma to go to the right. She took off quietly, pulling a wooden stake from her bag as she went. He skirted the large boulder, then paused when he heard a feminine whimper. Great. It would be just his luck to pounce on a couple of lovers. He leaped clear of the rock, pointing his gun at them. Holy shit, this was the real thing. 2 male vampires had a woman pinned against the rock. One was biting her neck, the other was yanking her pants down her legs. The bastards!
Release her!
He approached slowly, his gun steady. The second vampire let go of the woman's trousers and turned to glare at Austin.
Leave us, mortal scum, and forget what you have seen.
Fortunately, the mental command of one vampire had little effect on Austin. He heard it and swept it aside.
I'm not leaving. You are. Permanently.
With a hiss, the vampire strode toward him.
How dare you defy me, you fool! You cannot stop us! Oh, yeah?
Austin noted the vampire had a Russian accent as he took aim and fired. The vampire jerked. He grabbed his shoulder, where blood oozed from the wound. His face contorted with pain.
What have you done? I'm using silver bullets. They do sting a bit, don't they?
The vampire growled and lunged forward. Austin fired again, and the vampire slipped, falling to his knees. Meanwhile, the first vampire withdrew his fangs from the woman's neck and turned toward Austin.
You bloody Svolak!
He pulled the girl in front of him for protection.
You think a few silver bullets will stop us?
Austin cursed silently. He couldn't shoot as long as the vampire used the woman as a shield. He moved slowly to the left, searching for a clean shot. The wounded vampire rose in the air and landed softly on his feet. Blood trickled from his 2 wounds, and he bared his teeth with a snarl.
I am stronger than you. You cannot stop me.
Maybe not, but I can take all the fun out of it.
Austin shot him again. He howled in pain and crumpled to the ground.
Svolak!
The first vampire strode toward Austin, dragging the woman with him.
You will die.
Suddenly he jerked to a stop. An expression of shock. Then pain crossed his face. He released the woman who collapsed on the ground. He arched his back, letting out a long moan as his body crumbled into dust. Emma stood there in his place, still holding the wooden stake that she'd stabbed into his back. She looked down at the pile of dust in front of her black athletic shoes. "I did it," she whispered. "I killed a vampire." The second vampire scrambled to his feet.
"You bitch! You killed Vladimir!"
"And now, it's your turn." Emma strode toward the wounded vampire with the stake upraised.
"You won't get away with this! Vladimir will be avenged!"
The wounded vampire wavered in the air, then vanished. "No!" Emma hurled the stake at him, but he had teleported to safety, and the stake simply flew through the air. "No, damn it!" Austin ran toward the injured girl. Whipping out his cell phone, he punched 911, then checked the woman's pulse.
"I need an ambulance, quickly. She's dying."
The pulse in her neck was very weak. He gave directions to their location, while Emma cleaned up the crime scene. She put away her wooden stake and scattered Vladimir's pile of dust. "We did it!" She punched the air with a closed fist. "Our first kill! Aren't you glad you came?"
"Yes, I am."
If they hadn't come along when they did, this poor woman would have been raped and murdered by those damned vampires. They truly were demons. Once again, his job made sense. The vampires were evil and deserved to die. And he knew what he had to do. He would warn Sean that his daughter was about to marry a demon. "What time is it?" Maggie whispered. She fidgeted, trying to find a comfortable position in the hard wooden pew. "I don't know," Darcy whispered back. "About 5 minutes past the last time you asked me." Vonda snorted.
"And about 10 minutes past disaster."
Her booming voice echoed across the high, vaulted ceiling. "Shh! Not so loud!" Maggie glanced across the aisle at the other wedding guests. When they'd entered the church, Darcy had been appalled how all the guests were sitting on the groom's side. Of course, they were all vamps from Roman's coven, but still, she thought someone needed to make Shanna feel welcome. So she'd taken a seat on the bride's side. Vonda and Maggie had joined her, but the rest of the ex-harem had refused. They were sitting across the aisle whispering to each other. It was Saturday night, and everyone was waiting for the wedding to start. And waiting. Grigori had finally gone to see what was holding things up. "You look wonderful, Darcy," Maggie whispered. "Thanks, so do you." Earlier in the evening, Darcy, Vonda, and Maggie had dashed off to Macy's, searching for fancy new dresses for the wedding. Darcy's dress was a maroon silk sheath with a matching sparkly jacket. Maggie was wearing a hot pink flapper-style dress with rows of spangles. Vonda's dress was slinky, sexy, and purple to match her hair. Unfortunately, the other ladies had dressed to the hilt in their old-world finery. Coralie's ball gown boasted a hoop skirt with row after row of lace-trimmed flounces that looked like they'd been attacked by an army of silk ribbons and flowers. The whole huge atrocity was bright daffodil yellow, making her look more like a school bus than a delicate flower. Princess Joanna's head was covered with a veil, then topped with her finest gold circlet. A white wimple was draped under her chin. Her dark green velvet gown had a long train in the back, and her matching cloak was trimmed with embroidery. Her jewel-encrusted girdle hung loosely around her hips. Even Maria Consuela was sporting her favorite hat, a conical headdress set back on her head and covered with a transparent gauze veil. The flared sleeves on her woolen gown hung down to her knees, the cuffs trimmed with fur. The vestry door opened, and Grigori appeared with a worried expression. He strode toward them. Darcy stood and eased into the aisle. "What's going on?" The ex-harem leaned toward them to listen.
"I don't know,"
Grigori spoke softly, but Darcy felt sure the vamps could hear him with their extra-sensitive hearing.
"My mom should have been here 20 minutes ago.
I hope she's all right.
Have you tried calling her? Darcy was concerned, too. Grigori's mom, Radinka, had only been released from the hospital a few days earlier. She'd been injured during the malcontents' latest attack on Romatech. She'd also befriended Shanna, so Shanna had asked her to be the matron of honor in the wedding.
Her cell phone is off, Grigori answered. I tried calling Angus, since he was in charge of bringing Shanna and my mom here, but he's not answering. Something's seriously wrong.
The ex-harem began frantically whispering to each other. The news spread across the pews, till all the guests were quietly discussing the matter. Darcy wondered if the malcontents were behind this. They were a group of vampires who hated Roman with a passion. Since they believed in a vampire's sacred right to feed off humans, they had rejected Roman's synthetic blood and periodically did nasty things like bomb Romatech Industries. Grigori sighed.
No one is answering their damn phones. The priest isn't here. I don't know what to make of it. I know what has come to pass.
Princess Joanna raised her hands in triumph. Her jeweled rings sparkled in the candlelight.
The wedding has been cancelled. The master has come to his senses and rejected that hideous mortal.
Maria Consuela's cone-shaped headdress bobbed as she nodded enthusiastically.
He has realized how inferior she is. Santa Maria, my prayers have been answered.
She lifted her rosary and kissed the jeweled cross. Wait a minute.
Grigori scowled at them.
I like Shanna.
Me too. Darcy came to the bride's defense.
Ha!
Princess Joanna sneered at them both.
I would expect you to side with her. You modern types always stick together. You whine about being sensitive to other people's needs. Yet, you do not give a thought to our suffering. That mortal wench stole our master and our home.
I do declare. Cora Lee flipped open her lacy yellow fan. I was never so humiliated in all my life. Lady Pamela Smythe-Worthing removed a handkerchief from her silk reticule and dabbed at her eyes. It was simply too horrid to bear. If I wasn't blessed with such a miraculous constitution, I would have withered away in utter despair.
Just go ahead and wither, Darcy thought with a groan.
She was so tired of these women's endless complaints. It never occurred to them to actually do anything about their fate, other than constantly bemoan it. Maria Consuela clicked through her rosary beads.
The horror was so unexpected. It reminded me of the night I was dragged off to the torture chambers of the Spanish Inquisition.
Sweet Mary and Joseph. Maggie crossed herself.
Vonda snorted.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Darcy pulled the wedding invitation from her purse. This is the right time and place. She showed Grigori the invitation. He shook his head.
The ceremony should have started 10 minutes ago.
Hallelujah! Cora Lee jumped to her feet, her hoop skirt billowing to the sides to fill half the pew. Her blonde ringlets, gathered in clusters over each ear, bounced in rhythm with her skirt. The wedding is off! That means we can move back into the master's house.
Oh, I do hope so.
Lady Pamela pressed her handkerchief to her bosom, which was mostly exposed in her Regency-style ball gown of pink watered silk.
Wait a minute. Grigori warned them. Hold your horses.
Maria Consuela huffed.
Who would bring a horse into a church? How barbaric.
Grigori rolled his eyes. Look, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for this.
Reasonable? Lady Pamela stuffed her handkerchief back into her reticule.
The only reasonable course of action for Roman is to dismiss that foolish mortal and send her packing.
Cora Lee snapped her fan shut. Then we can have our old rooms back.
Exactly. Princess Joanna stood. I propose we move back tonight. Wait!
Grigori removed his cell phone from an inside pocket of his tuxedo jacket.
I'll try calling again. We have to find out what's going on first, so cool it, ladies. Don't get your panties in a bunch.
With a snort, Princess Joanna sat back down.
As if I would wear such a ridiculous undergarment. Good grief. Grigori stepped back with a shudder. I don't even want to think about that.
He punched in a number on his phone.
You gotta get them out of my house,
he whispered to Darcy.
I can't take it anymore.
I'm trying, but you can see how stubborn they are.
With a gasp, Darcy spotted Connor entering the church. She instantly stiffened. Her lungs squeezed in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Good God, she hated the way she always reacted when he appeared. It had been 4 years, and she still couldn't put that dreadful night behind her. She opened her mouth to warn Grigori, but the words wouldn't come. Connor spoke quietly to the guests. Some responded by rushing out the front door. Others used their cell phones to teleport away. So was it true that the wedding was cancelled? Had Shanna had second thoughts about marrying a vampire? Darcy often wondered how such a relationship could possibly work. It just wasn't fair to drag someone into the vampire world. She knew that all too well. Hey, Connor! Grigori motioned for the Scotsman to join them. What's up? Darcy automatically stepped back as Connor approached. Her heart thundered in her chest so hard it echoed in her ears. The Scotsman strode toward them, dressed in formal Highland wear, which included a lacy white jabot shirt, black jacket, and a black muskrat sporran. He bowed slightly to the ex-harem.
"M'ladies."
His gaze lingered on Darcy. She turned away, unable to meet his sharp blue eyes that always watched her with a tinge of regret.
"We have an emergency situation," Connor announced. "Ian and I brought the limousine to help evacuate the ladies. We must leave immediately."
What about the wedding? Grigori asked.
"I'll explain later."
Connor gestured toward the front entrance.
"Your lives could be in danger. Please move calmly and quietly toward the exit."
Eek! Cora Lee lifted her hoop skirts and skedaddled for the front door. The other ladies rushed after her. Darcy hovered toward the back of the group so she could overhear the men talking. She was uncomfortable being that close to Connor, but her curiosity was stronger. Of course, it was her wretched curiosity that had caused her nightmare to begin in the first place.
"Where are we going?" Grigori asked.
"Romatek,"
Connor replied,
"for the reception."
"And my mother?" Grigori asked. "Is she all right?"
"Radinka is fine. She's with Roman and Shanna. Angus and Jean-Luc are there. So they have plenty of protection."
Protection from what? Darcy wondered. It must be the malcontents. Grigori had rented a limousine for the night, since there was no way he could cart around 10 women in his Lexus. Even so, it had been a tight fit with all the ball gowns. The ex-harem was happy to divide into 2 groups, half going in Grigori's hired limo, and the other half traveling in the limo Connor had brought. Grigori climbed into Connor's limo.
"I want to know what's going on."
He sat as close to the driver's seat as possible. Darcy wanted to know too, so she scooted down the long side seat to sit next to Grigori. Connor was in the front driver's seat next to Ian. He twisted to the side so he could see everyone through the open window. There were 6 occupants in the back: Grigori, Darcy, Maria Consuela, Princess Joanna, Lady Pamela, and Cora Lee.
"So, did the master come to his senses and cancel the wedding?"
Princess Joanna asked.
"Nay, milady,"
Connor answered.
"The ceremony is happening as we speak, at the private chapel in White Plains."
"I guess that's why they're not answering their phones."
Grigori unbuttoned his tuxedo jacket. "Oh, fiddlesticks!" Cora Lee had taken up the entire back seat with her hoop skirt. "Now we can't move back into the master's house." Lady Pamela pressed a hand against her bosom.
"This is quite beyond the pale. I tell you that mortal chit is toying with us. She invites us to the ceremony, then sneaks off to get married elsewhere."
"She is evil,"
Maria Consuela announced. Roman will rue the day he married that wailing wench. Enough! Connor glowered at the ladies. Shanna's not to blame for tonight's problems. 'Tis her father who was wreaking havoc. All day long he was calling Roman's house, threatening the daytime guards, and promising trouble if the wedding wasn't cancelled. How did he find out about the wedding? Grigori asked. We do not know. Only those who were invited knew about it. Then this evening, Father Andrew called Roman and told him that Sean Whalen was threatening to attack any church in the city if they allowed demonic creatures inside.
Wait a minute, Darcy interrupted. Are you saying Shanna's father knows about vampires?
Aye, Connor sighed. I suppose there's no harm in telling you. Sean Whalen is a CIA operative and head of a team called Stakeout. Their sole purpose is to terminate all vampires.
Darcy gasped. This is terrible. What is this CIA? Princess Joanna asked.
I'll explain later, Grigori told her.
Darcy lowered her gaze to her hands in her lap. So now there were two enemies, the malcontents, and a group of CIA agents called the Stakeout Team. Poor Shanna was marrying into a very dangerous world. No wonder Angus McKay had offered to walk her down the aisle and play the part of her father. Her real father was a vampire slayer. What a terrible mess! Beside her, Grigori spoke.
I still don't see how Sean Whalen found out about the wedding. Hardly anyone knew about it. Do you think the priest? Nay. Connor shook his head. Father Andrew has become good friends with Roman ever since he took Roman's confession. He would not tell anyone. Grigori rubbed his chin. Well, someone leaked the news.
Darcy thought back. Had she unwittingly told someone? For the last 2 days, Corky Corrant had been hounding her for information about the wedding. Corky and her crew from Live with the Undead had been invited to the reception at Romatech, but Corky was dying to record footage of the actual ceremony. Darcy had refused to divulge any information, for she was certain Shanna and Roman would want to exchange their vows in private. And then she remembered. Good God. She'd mentioned the wedding to Adam Olaf Cartwright. She'd forgotten about that, or rather, she'd tried her best to forget about that whole encounter. She'd especially tried to shove the memory of his kiss from her mind, but it still sneaked into her thoughts. How could she possibly forget how warm and passionate he had been, how much she had desperately wanted his warmth, and how much she longed to see him again? So what if she'd mentioned the wedding to him? He didn't know Shanna or Roman. He was a regular person who didn't even know the vampire world existed. She shivered with a sudden chill. What if she was wrong? Chapter 7. By the time they arrived at Romatech, the bride and groom were there, and already married. This news caused most of the ex-harem to trudge wearily to 2 round tables in the far corner of the large room. There they sat and sulked, casting sullen glances at the bride. Shanna was across the room with her new husband, chatting happily with Grigori's mother. With a sly grin, Grigori motioned toward them. Let's go congratulate Roman for taking 500 years to find a bride. I'm sure he considers her worth the wait. Darcy followed him with Maggie and Vonda. Grigori glanced at the ex-harem skulking in their corner. Life of the party, aren't they? Do they still refuse to be on the reality show? I'm afraid so, Darcy sighed. At least their number was dwindling. 2 of the ex-harem had decided to move to Paris and become models, and then another had shocked them all by announcing that she was eloping with her secret lover. With Maggie and Vonda already involved in the show, Darcy needed every remaining woman to participate, but they all refused. Grigori greeted Radinka with a peck on the cheek. Mom, you shouldn't be on your feet. Go, sit down. I'm fine. Radinka adjusted her son's tie.
Don't worry.
Darcy gave Radinka a hug. It's so good to see you again.
Darcy, a television director.
Radinka beamed at her.
I'm so proud of you.
Darcy felt the heat of a blush invade her cheeks. Thank you for calling the casting agency for me.
I was happy to help. I've always known you would be a blessing to us all. Have I not said so?
Radinka tapped a finger on her temple, which was her way of reminding everyone that she could predict the future, and was therefore never wrong. Yes, Darcy murmured, her cheeks still warm. Honestly, her confinement had always seemed more like a nightmare than a blessing. She turned to the bride, who was wearing an elegant gown of white satin. A series of pleats accented her slim waist, while the veil hung halfway down her back. Shanna, you look so beautiful and so happy. Shanna laughed and glanced at her new husband beside her. I am happy, and thank you for the matching bathrobes. I love seeing my new initials monogrammed on the pocket. That was so kind of you. Darcy waved the compliment away. My pleasure, and I wish you both the very
fantastic!
Grigori's loud exclamation drew everyone's attention. He'd been deep in conversation with Roman, but now he grabbed Darcy by the shoulders.
Guess what? Roman signed the lease on that rental property I told you about.
For the vamp restaurant?
No, the penthouse, for the reality show.
Darcy gasped. The huge one? At Raleigh Place? With a swimming pool and hot tub on the roof?
Yup, Grigori grinned. It covers 2 floors, plus a 3rd floor for the servants.
It's perfect. Darcy turned to Roman. Oh, thank you.
I'm glad to help.
Roman's smile faded as he leaned toward Grigori.
I want some concessions from DVN for this. Free advertising of my fusion cuisine and the new restaurant.
No problem, Grigori assured him. I'll get right on it.
Darcy turned to Maggie and Vonda. Did you hear that? We have the penthouse! Maggie squealed and gave her a hug. I knew it would work out. Everything really does happen just the way it should.
Vonda grinned. This is going to be so cool.
After thanking Roman again, Darcy and her friends joined the other ex-harem ladies. Did you hear the good news? Maggie sat next to Princess Joanna.
Prithee, what good tidings could you possibly bring?
The princess sipped some bubbly blood from a champagne flute.
Is the master having the marriage annulled?
No.
Vonda plunked down in an empty chair.
Roman signed a lease for a giant penthouse. And since I'm going to be on the reality show, I'll be living there. I'll have a bedroom all to myself and my own bathroom and a hot tub.
Lion sakes,
Coralie whispered. She slanted a hopeful glance toward Princess Joanna.
That sure does sound nice.
We are not humiliating ourselves on television for the peasants,
the princess announced.
Besides, with 3 of the harem leaving, we will soon have more room at Grigori's house.
Exactly, Lady Pamela Smythe-Worthing agreed. She looked down her nose at Darcy.
I assume you and Maggie will be joining Vonda at that ridiculous penthouse?
Probably so. Darcy took the last empty seat at the table.
Then there will only be 4 of us left at Grigori's.
Princess Joanna smiled smugly.
We will be quite comfortable.
Darcy heaved a weary sigh. These women were so mule-headed. She was going to be in big trouble with Sly if she didn't deliver the ex-harem. Her dreary thoughts were interrupted by the sound of music. A band had started to play.
Isn't that the same band that played at the gala opening ball?
Maggie asked.
Yes, the high-voltage vamps.
Vonda fluffed up her purple hair.
The drummer's kind of cute, don't you think?
Maggie looked him over.
Not as cute as Don Orlando.
And not nearly as cute as Adam, Olaf,
Cartwright. Darcy silently moaned. That man kept invading her thoughts. She scanned the room, checking out the other guests. There were several handsome men at the reception. Jean-Luc Echarpe, Angus McKay. Even Grigori was cute, in a big brother sort of way. But they're not Adam. Sheesh. She was starting to compare all men, live or dead, to Adam Cartwright. And even worse, none of these men did compare. How could they? They were cold creatures of the night. Adam was Apollo, the sun god. He radiated warmth and passion. He was alive. He was forbidden. She had suffered too much from being dragged into the vampire world. She refused to do that to another. As much as she wished happiness for Roman and Shanna, she could not foresee such a relationship working. With a sigh, she watched Roman escort his bride onto the dance floor. He took her into his arms, and they gazed at each other with so much love. It was painful to see. Darcy turned away, feeling guilty for the spurt of envy that had snaked into her heart. A waiter came by their table to refill their glasses with bubbly blood, Roman's fusion drink of synthetic blood and champagne. Another waiter circled the table, placing a bowl of food in front of each of them. Darcy grimaced at the lumpy, dark red mixture in her bowl. What is this stuff? Oh, Grigori told me about this.
Maggie picked up a spoon and poked at the sticky goop in her bowl.
He did the first taste test on it for Roman.
Lady Pamela arched a brow. Are you suggesting we eat this strange concoction?
Yes.
Maggie lifted a spoonful to look at it.
Roman invented it just for the reception. It's called red velvet pudding, a mixture of synthetic blood and white wedding cake.
How disgusting!
Princess Joanna shoved her bowl toward the center of the table. For once, Darcy actually agreed with the bossy old medieval vamp. With a twinge of nausea, she moved her bowl to the side. Maggie set down her spoon and watched the bride and groom waltz across the dance floor.
They seem very happy.
Shanna's laughter rang out as she accidentally trampled on Roman's foot. Lady Pamela sniffed. Obviously, she's never had the benefits of a proper dance instructor.
See.
Maria Consuela nodded, her conical hat bobbing.
You can dress her in a lovely gown, but it does not change the truth. She is not but a lowly serf.
Roman paused in the middle of a sweeping turn to dip his wife to the side and plant a lingering kiss on her mouth. Maggie sighed dreamily.
That's so romantic. That's exactly the sort of thing Don Orlando would do.
Vonda snorted.
From what I've heard, Don Orlando prefers to waltz in a horizontal position.
Maggie huffed.
Those rumors are false. Don Orlando is waiting for the right woman. Me.
Darcy exchanged a look with Vonda. They both hoped Maggie wasn't going to get her heart broken.
Oh, look! Other people are starting to dance.
Coralie patted her mouth with a white linen napkin. Darcy shuddered when she realized the Southern Belle had actually wolfed down her entire bowl of red velvet pudding. Coralie flipped open her yellow fan.
I do declare, I hope someone will ask me to dance.
Me too, Lady Pamela said. I simply adore dancing. Oh, bravo! Connor is coming this way. He does an excellent minuet.
Darcy stiffened. She clenched her hands together and focused on the bare, white tablecloth in front of her. It had been hard enough to face him earlier. With any luck, he would ask Lady Pamela or Coralie to dance.
Good evening, my ladies.
His low voice carried the soft, musical lilt that Darcy had once thought was so adorable. But now, it only brought back memories of that terrible night.
Why, Connor, it's so good of you to stop by.
Coralie fluttered her fan and her eyelashes.
Did you try the pudding? It was just the best thing ever.
I have not tried it yet.
An awkward silence ensued. Lady Pamela fiddled with a button on her pale pink glove.
Lovely weather we're having.
Connor was silent. Darcy glanced up and found him watching her, with that tinge of regret in his blue eyes. Memories of that horrid night flashed through her mind. The terror combined with the smell of blood pudding. Her stomach churned.
"You're looking lovely, Darcy,"
Connor said softly. She swallowed hard at the bile in her throat. Yeah, putrid green had always been a becoming color for her.
"Would ye care to dance?"
She shook her head, avoiding his sad eyes. Maggie nudged her under the table and shot her a disapproving frown. I'm sorry. I can't," Darcy whispered. Maggie stood. "I'd be delighted to dance with you." Connor nodded.
"Thank you, lass."
He raised an arm and escorted Maggie to the dance floor. Vonda leaned close to Darcy and whispered,
"Why are you so mean to Connor? He saved you."
Darcy shook her head, unable to explain. She squeezed her eyes shut to block out the sight of bubbly blood and red velvet pudding. Vonda sighed.
"You've got to stop fighting it. Remember what Maggie says. Everything happens for a reason, and you are meant to be here."
Here? When her mind screamed with every heartbeat to break free and escape, she still dreamed of the sun. She longed to be with her family. She wanted to run on the beach. She wanted to be with Apollo, the sun god. Adam. She wanted to be with Adam. She took a deep breath and prepared herself for the pain of reality. It flooded over her, washing away her dreams and leaving her feeling cold and empty.
"Oh, no!"
Lady Pamela gasped.
"Look who just entered the ballroom."
Darcy glanced back. Corky Current and her crew from DVN had arrived. Corky surveyed the room, then motioned for her cameraman to follow her. She marched toward the dance floor, obviously intent on first getting footage of the newlyweds.
"That woman is evil,"
Maria Consuela announced.
"I believe she was a torturer during the Spanish Inquisition."
"That is naught but a rumor," the princess assured her. "But she did work at the Tower of London for Henry VIII.
"Oh, mercy!" Coralie snapped her fan shut. "What if she notices us?"
"I'm sure she already has," Vonda muttered.
"She will come to torture us."
Maria Consuela clicked nervously through her rosary beads.
"She will tell everyone that the master rejected us for a mortal bruja."
"And she'll display our humiliation on television. I simply cannot bear it."
Lady Pamela's hand fluttered by her bosom.
"Oh dear, I'm coming down with the vapors." "Here."
Princess Joanna lifted a bowl of blood pudding to Lady Pamela's nose.
"Breathe deeply."
Lady Pamela sniffed and instantly perked up.
"Oh, I do say, that smells rather delightful."
She leaned over for another whiff. "Whatever will we do?" Coralie tossed her fan onto the table. "I'm so embarrassed. Oh!" She motioned to Lady Pamela's face. "You have a spot on your nose." Lady Pamela quickly wiped the drop of blood pudding off the end of her snooty nose.
"Perhaps we should leave. We could all run to the powder room and hide."
Darcy had had enough. "Why do you all insist on acting like victims?" Coralie cocked her head, her ringlets bouncing. "Because we are." "You don't have to be." Darcy leaned forward. "Take charge of your own destiny." Princess Joanna huffed.
"But the master—"
"Forget the master. He cheated on you with another woman, right?" Darcy pinned each woman with a pointed glare and gave them a version of the truth that she hoped would motivate them. "You deserve better than that. You deserve a man who wants you, who will treat you with respect and honor." Lady Pamela plucked at the button on her glove.
"I suppose, but—"
"Listen," Darcy interrupted. "This is what happened. You refused to be mistreated, so you left."
"That is not true," Maria Consuela said. "He threw us out."
None of the vamps out there watching television know that. Princess Joanna narrowed her eyes.
Are you suggesting we lie?
"I'm suggesting you take charge," Darcy said. "When Corky Corinth comes over, she's going to try her best to humiliate you. But you can stop her. Just say that Roman betrayed you with another woman, so you all decided to leave him." Coralie bit her bottom lip. "Will they believe us?" "Why not? Take a strong stand on this. And believe me, all the lady vamps out there will be cheering for you." The ladies looked at each other, their expressions still doubtful. Darcy pushed harder. "If you really want everyone to believe that you rejected Roman, you can say that you plan to pick your next master yourselves." Lady Pamela shook her head.
"It simply isn't done."
"There's a first time for everything.
Tell Corky you're planning to choose your own master. Then no one will think you're shameful. They'll think you're strong and brave."
"I've always wanted to be brave," Coralie whispered, "but I was too scared."
"She's coming."
Vonda motioned toward Corky Corinth, who was bearing down on their table with a vicious, smug smile. "Don't let her humiliate you," Darcy warned them. "It's in your power to stop it." The ladies shot desperate looks at Princess Joanna. She squared her shoulders. Her linen wimple wavered as she lifted her chin.
"We'll do it. We'll be on your show and choose our next master ourselves."
"Yes!"
Vonda tapped the table with her fist.
"This is going to be so cool."
Maria Consuela clenched her rosary in her hands.
"I can only pray it will not be as painful as the Spanish Inquisition."
"Nothing's as painful as the Spanish Inquisition." Vonda smiled slyly, her eyes twinkling. "But once we find the sexiest man on earth, he's welcome to torture me all he likes." With a smile, Darcy relaxed in her chair. She'd done it. She had the 5 ex-harem judges, the huge penthouse with a hot tub, and 15 male contestants to compete for the title. Everything was falling perfectly into place. Let the show begin. Chapter 8.
"How's it going?"
Grigori asked as they crossed the Brooklyn Bridge on their way home.
"It's great."
Maggie relaxed in the back seat, smiling.
"I was going to the break room and passed by the studio where they do As a Vampire Turns. I peeked through the window and I actually saw Don Orlando in person."
"Okay."
Grigori smiled at Darcy.
"And how is the reality show coming along?"
"Good." Darcy thought about what she'd accomplished that evening. The limousines were rented. She'd hired a vampire-owned business to install aluminum shutters on the bedroom windows at the penthouse, so none of the guests would fry while they slept. 2 DVN cameramen were selected. A caterer was hired to provide food for the human contestants. The artist was hard at work, painting 2 portraits each night. "I only have one problem left. I need to find a host." "What does the host do?" Grigori asked. "Well, he's good at breaking bad news. He dresses well and says brilliant things like, 'Gentlemen, there is only 1 rose left,' as if no one in the room knows how to count to 1. Grigori laughed. "And that's it for his job skills?" "Well, seriously, he needs to be dependable and someone I can totally trust." Grigori gave her a worried look. "You mean someone who won't run to Sly behind your back to tell him what you're doing, even though Sly is the one signing the checks?" "Exactly." Grigori was silent as he turned south onto FDR Drive. He drove around the southern tip of Manhattan and was zooming north on the West Side Highway when he took a deep breath and announced, "Okay, I'll do it." "Excuse me?" Darcy asked.
"I'll be your host. You trust me, don't you?"
"Of course, but you already have a job. Don't blow it off."
"I'm not,"
he interrupted her.
"Look, I haven't taken a vacation in 3 years. I mean, sheesh. I'm a little limited in where I can go. So I'll take a few weeks off. The show won't last any longer than that, right?
No, a few weeks would do it. Maggie leaned forward. This is great. Grigori will be a super host.
Well, thanks. Grigori grinned. After all, I am a sharp dresser. And I can even count to 1.
Darcy laughed. You're the best, Grigori. Thank you.
No, thank you. You're actually getting those women out of my house. I'm eternally grateful.
Darcy nodded. Once they pick the sexiest man on earth and he wins the $1 million, he'll be their new master.
Poor bugger.
The next night, Darcy took Maggie and the 5 ex-harem ladies to DVN. She introduced them to Sylvester Bacchus. He ogled Lady Pamela's low neckline on her Regency-style dress. Then he rushed off to his office to conduct auditions.
What a dreadful man,
Lady Pamela said, as they settled around the table in the DVN conference room. Darcy passed out their contracts. The good thing about being judges on this reality show is that if any contestant offends you, you can simply boot him off the show. Coralie frowned at the contract in front of her. I do declare, all these big words don't make any sense to me. Maria Consuela shifted uncomfortably in her chair.
I never learned to read.
Oh, Darcy tried to hide her surprise. Well, basically the contract states that you agree to stay on the show until the end, judge the men fairly to the best of your ability, and refrain from biting any of them or attempting any sort of mental communication for the duration of the show. Princess Joanna frowned.
We cannot read their minds?
No mind control, and no mind reading.
But we can make out with them, right?
Vonda asked. Darcy winced. The thought of anyone else touching Adam made her heart twinge. I suppose you could, if the men are willing. Vonda grinned and played with the end of the whip she wore around her waist.
Oh, they'll be willing.
Lady Pamela shuddered.
I cannot imagine wanting any man to touch me. I much prefer vampire sex. It's much more civilized.
See,
Maria Consuela agreed.
Mortal love-making is too physical and dirty. It reminds me of being tortured.
Okay, that's settled. Darcy turned to the last page of their contracts. This is where you sign, or make your mark. While Maggie picked up the signed contracts, Darcy handed a legal pad to Lady Pamela, since she was able to write. Now, I need you all to think about what qualifications a man would need in order to be the sexiest man on earth. Maria Consuela fingered her rosary.
I do not understand.
The man who wins the contest will become your new master, Darcy explained. Right now, I need you to choose what sort of characteristics you want him to have. Then you'll use those qualifiers to judge the men during the show. The women stared at her blankly. Look, what kind of master do you want? Oh, I know. Coralie raised her hand like she was in school. He needs to be extremely handsome and filthy rich. Darcy nodded. The rich part will be taken care of when he wins the big cash prize. As for being handsome, that may indeed be one of your qualifications. I'll need you to list a total of 10 qualifiers in the order of their importance.
I agree with Coralie, Vonda said. Number 1 should be rich. Number 2, a handsome face.
Let me make this clear, Darcy warned them. The qualifications you pick will determine what sort of master you end up with. So you might want to consider intelligence, honesty, dependability.
Boring,
Vonda yawned.
I vote for rich and handsome.
I agree.
Lady Pamela wrote number 1 and 2 on the legal pad.
Wealth and good looks are essential.
Darcy sighed. What about kindness? Fiddlesticks, Coralie said. He could be as kind as a saint, but if he has the face of a mule, I won't be able to abide him.
That is truly spoken,
Princess Joanna motioned toward the pad of paper. Number 1 must be wealth. Number 2, fair of face. Darcy groaned inwardly, but refrained from interfering. After all, this was their master they were picking out. Excellent. Lady Pamela wrote down their decision. Now for number 3. I propose good manners. Someone who knows how to behave in polite society and address us by the proper title. I agree, Princess Joanna announced. For number 4, he should have the voice of a troubadour and be able to charm a lady with fine words. Oh, I like that. Coralie nodded, her blonde ringlets bouncing. And he must be well-groomed, a sharp dresser. Indeed. Lady Pamela added those to her list. And he should be a very good dancer, Coralie added. And a good lover, Vonda said, grinning. He should know how to please us. Posh, Lady Pamela scoffed. I have no intention of involving myself physically with any man. Fine, Vonda muttered. But we better make sure he likes women and does vampire sex well. And he should have a gorgeous body. We'll have to look at him for centuries. Darcy was ready to scream. Whatever happened to intelligence, honesty, or dependability? You seem to be doing very well, so I'll leave you to it. She hurried from the room before her frustration could explode. Their ideal man was a fast-talking, well-dressed troubadour who could dance and do vampire sex? Ugh! She headed toward the break room, which was located by the recording studios in the back. As she rounded a corner, she ran into Grigori. Hi. She nodded at his companion, Simone. Bonsoir. Simone replied with a smug smile. It was little wonder that Simone had become a famous fashion model, for she was stunning. Tall, dangerously thin, with almond-shaped brown eyes and long black hair, she was dressed in her signature outfit, a slinky black catsuit with a rhinestone-studded belt. Simone just teleported in from Paris, Grigori explained. We're starting work tonight on an exercise DVD. How interesting, Darcy murmured politely. It was Roman's idea, Grigori continued. Since modern-day vamps no longer bite, he was worried we could lose our fangs from disuse. Ah, Darcy nodded. Mustn't have those fangs falling out. But wouldn't that be a good thing? I will be the star of the DVD, Simone announced. She flipped her hair over her shoulder. We are waiting for the famous director from Milan, Giovanni Bellini. Naturellement. I only work with the best. Naturally, Darcy nodded. Right on cue, a small man in rumpled clothing and a black beret came sauntering around the corner. Ah, bellissima! There you are, as beautiful as ever. He kissed Simone on each cheek. Signor Bellini, this is Gregory. Simone hesitated as she looked at Darcy. And I forget this one's name, but it is not important. Thanks. She gritted her teeth. I'm Darcy. Giovanni nodded at her, then turned back to Simone. Bellissima! This will be the greatest vampire film of all time. I envision doing certain pivotal parts in black and white to signify the bleak despair of the modern age. Grigori cleared his throat. Mr. Bellini, it's just an exercise program for our fangs. Giovanni stepped back, pressing a hand to his chest. Even exercise can be portrayed as fine art. Imagine the conflict. Man versus his own corrupt, indolent nature. Come, bellissima. He escorted her into the studio. Grigori winced. I shouldn't have hired him, but Simone insisted. You mean bellissima? Darcy patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Good luck. Yeah, I'll need it. Grigori trudged into the studio and closed the door. The red light came on. Darcy hurried back to her office. She opened the door and froze. Adam Olaf Cartwright was sitting at her desk. Chapter 9. He looked up and smiled. Hello, Darcy. Her heart hammered in her chest. Wasn't her world crazy enough without this man turning it topsy-turvy? As she closed the door, she wondered why he was sitting at her desk. Had he looked through her papers? She turned back to face him. He was still smiling. If he had snooped through her things, he didn't look embarrassed about it. Besides, why would Adam be interested in contracts with caterers or limousine rental agencies? And why did she react this way every time she saw him? Her heart was racing, but everything else seemed to slow down. She noticed every little delicious detail about him, and there was a good 10-second delay in all her responses because her brain was refusing to work properly. At this rate, he would think she was a moron. Good evening. He stood and rounded the desk. Sorry to take your chair, but the others are occupied. He gestured toward the chairs facing her desk. 2 packages wrapped in brown paper and twine sat in each chair. They're portraits, he explained, before she could even ask. I just came from having mine done. Fred is actually very good. Adam grinned, displaying his dimples at their deepest. You gotta admit, Fred is an unusual name for an artist. Unusual for a vampire, too, Darcy thought wryly. She tried to ignore her reaction to Adam, but it was hard to do when her heart was dangerously close to exploding in her chest. And all because of a pair of dimples and turquoise eyes? She wondered if Fred had managed to do him justice. Is one of these yours? No, mine was still a little wet. Oh yeah, a little wet. She could relate to that. Fred said these 4 were finished. Adam continued. He was too busy to bring them here, so I offered to do it for him. You really didn't need to do that. Oh, but I did. A corner of his mouth quirked up. It gave me the perfect excuse to see you again. Her heart thumped louder in her chest. And then tomorrow, when my portrait is dry, I'll have another reason to drop by and see you. A clever strategy, don't you think? His left dimple deepened. She gulped. He was gorgeous. Fair of face, with a sexy voice like a troubadour. Sheesh, he was a perfect match for the list the ex-harem ladies were making. Maybe they were onto something after all. He sat on the edge of her desk. So, how was your weekend? She stiffened, recalling how Shanna's father had almost ruined her wedding. Surely Adam had had nothing to do with it. I went to a wedding. She watched him closely for a reaction. He narrowed his eyes, as if trying to remember, then nodded. Right, your friends Raoul and Sherry? How'd it go? Darcy exhaled in relief. How could he have told anyone when he couldn't even remember the names correctly? It was fine. Good. He glanced away. His jaw shifted slightly, and she wondered if he was grinding his teeth. Suddenly, he gifted her with one of his fabulous dimpled smiles. So, where are they going on their honeymoon? What's the popular place these days? Her heart stuttered in her chest. Why was he asking her that? I don't know. He nodded. One of my sisters went to the mountains in Canada. Another went to Hawaii. His dimples deepened. I bet you would choose the beach. She looked away, her cheeks warming with a blush. He was right about that. But it was not likely to ever happen. She moved toward the door. I'm very busy. He plucked a photo off her desk that showed the building where the penthouse was located. So, this Rally Place is where we'll be doing the show? Yes. So he had looked at her stuff. Well, it was normal to be curious, right? After all, it was her own curiosity that had forever changed her life. A shiver skittered down her spine. Curiosity killed more than the cat. He stepped toward her. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Did he really care? You certainly work long hours. It's almost midnight.
Her eye twitched. How could she possibly explain DVN's odd hours to a mortal? I have a lot of work to do. And she needed to get him out of here. If Sly or any of the ex-harem saw him, they would instantly know he was mortal, and then they would hound her with questions she didn't want to answer.
I understand.
He watched her sadly. She suddenly suspected he understood more than he was letting on. Her guard went up. Was there something you wanted, Mr. Cartwright?
I want you to be safe.
He touched a lock of her hair that rested on her shoulder.
I want you to trust me.
I hardly know you. He rubbed the tendril of hair between his thumb and forefinger.
We can change that any time.
She wanted to sway forward and rest against his strong, broad chest. With effort, she forced herself to step back. I don't have any time. She opened the door and peeked out. The hallway was clear. Thank you for bringing the portraits.
You're welcome.
He stepped into the hallway.
When does the show start?
We should be ready in 2 weeks. I'll send all the information to your agent. Darcy headed down the hallway, then froze when she spotted Sly talking to the receptionist. Shoot, why couldn't he be in his office molesting Tiffany? Sheesh. When it came to men, even the perverts were undependable. She grabbed Adam's arm and turned him in the opposite direction. How would you like a tour?
Great.
He cast her a worried look, but allowed her to escort him past her office.
I thought you were short on time.
A few minutes won't hurt. She pulled him around a corner and out of view of the receptionist area. This is where the recording studios are located. She motioned to the right. Studio 1 is where they do the nightly news with Stone Coffin. She quickly gestured toward the left. And this is...
Let me guess.
He pointed to the number printed on the door.
Could it be studio number 2?
She smiled. Yes, how clever of you. That's where they do live with the... Her smile froze. The Celebrity Talk magazine.
Good God, she'd almost said undead.
He didn't seem to notice. He was trying to peek through the window, but the blinds were closed.
It looks dark in there.
Those shows are done for the night. The last soap for the evening is on right now. She gestured down a side hall to the back of the building. Studios 4, 5, and 6 are the big sound stages, where they do the soap operas.
What about this one, Studio 3?
Adam walked toward it and peered around the closed blinds.
What's going on in there?
He certainly was a curious one. That's a small studio where they make commercials and such.
The red light is on. Are they making a commercial now?
No, not exactly. She could hardly explain an exercise program for vampire fangs.
He examined a control panel by the door. Is this a sound button?
No, don't! Darcy reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Voices from inside the studio emanated from the small speaker by the door.
I don't think she can hold that position for very long, Grigori spoke. It looks kinda awkward.
She can do it,
Giovanni insisted.
She's a professional, and she looks so beautiful, so sexy.
Adam's eyes widened.
What are they doing in there?
Darcy leaned against the wall. It's like an exercise.
R-rated exercise?
Adam asked softly. I wouldn't say... Darcy was interrupted by Giovanni's voice.
It is time, Bellissima. Let them out. Show them to me.
Adam gave her a skeptical look.
Would you say X-rated?
No, Darcy huffed. DVN doesn't do that sort of thing.
That's it, Bellissima,
Giovanni exclaimed.
They're so beautiful, so white and perfectly shaped.
Adam arched an eyebrow at her. She winced. It's not what you think.
Now put them back in, Bellissima, all the way in.
Adam leaned close,
planting a hand on the wall by her head. Maybe I have a dirty mind, but it sounds kinda kinky to me.
Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze. Then she realized she was staring at his crotch, so she raised her eyes level to his. He smiled slightly, only revealing a hint of the dimple in his left cheek. She fought an impulse to poke a finger at it. He braced a forearm against the wall on the other side of her head, pinning her in.
I've been thinking a lot about that kiss we shared. Have you?
She opened her mouth to lie, but was interrupted by Giovanni's excited voice.
That's it, bellissima! Now do it in time with the music.
The strains of a slow jazz number filtered through the speaker. A saxophone played low and silky.
Do it again, bellissima, in and out, in and out.
The music made the wall behind Darcy vibrate.
Adam leaned closer.
His breath soft against her brow. The heat of his body was so tempting. She'd been cold for so long. He kissed her brow, then her temple, then her cheekbone. She grabbed at his shirt. Desire pooled between her legs, making her ache with need. He drew her earlobe into his mouth and suckled. She moaned. What was she doing? She'd sworn not to lose control again, and anyone could come down this hall at any minute. No! She shoved at his shoulders. He stepped back, his eyes burning with desire.
Why not?
She inhaled a shaky breath. This is a place of business. Someone could see us. She turned the sound button off.
Then let's go to my place.
No! Darcy strode down the hall. What a fool she'd been to get carried away. And what about Adam? Had he made a move on her because of the sexy talk and music? Damn it. I didn't realize you were so easily turned on, Mr. Cartwright.
I'm not.
His voice sounded sharp as he followed her.
Look, I'm always turned on when I'm with you, but not with anyone else.
Her eye twitched. Good God, he was acting like they were a couple. She had to stop this before I went any further. That was nothing more than a response to the most convenient body available.
Holy shit, you think you were just convenient?
She turned to look at him. No, I'm saying you were convenient for me. He halted with a jerk. Damn, she felt cold. As cold as that horrible night 4 years ago. But this had to be done. It was for his own good. His eyes simmered with anger, and he stalked toward her.
There is nothing remotely convenient about this relationship. It's damned near impossible.
She breathed sharply. Why did she keep getting the feeling he knew too much? There was something dangerous about him, but God help her. It only made her want him more. He stopped in front of her. The rage in his eyes flickered hot. Oh God, she wanted that heat. She needed it.
I still want you,
he whispered. She blinked away tears. He was so damned tempting. Footsteps and voices echoed in the side hall. The strident voice of Corky Corrant rang out. Damn it. There was no way to get Adam out the back exit without Corky seeing him. Darcy spun around, looking frantically for an alternative, and spotted a door. In here. She shoved Adam inside.
Gee, is this part of the tour?
He asked dryly. Yes. She closed the door, then fumbled for the light switch. The lights revealed row after row of clothing racks and shelves. Adam wandered down an aisle between 2 long racks. This is the wardrobe department, she explained needlessly. He plucked a hanger off a rack and smiled appreciatively at a skimpy red negligee.
Is modeling for me part of the tour?
No! She snatched the nightgown from his hand and jammed the hanger back onto the rack. Mr. Cartwright, you have to stop flirting with me. This is a purely professional relationship.
His jaw tensed. Have you kissed any of the other actors? In a purely professional sense, of course.
She folded her arms over her chest. It's none of your business.
Have you kissed any of them? He gritted out. Did you even want to?
No, she glared at him. But that doesn't mean this flirtation should continue. He stepped toward her.
This is a lot more than a flirtation, and you know it. What's happening here is special. It's damned frustrating and beautiful.
Somehow, he always managed to say the right thing. Damn him. There can't be anything between— Hurry! Corky's voice sounded outside the door. In here! With a gasp, Darcy swiveled toward the door. She gasped again when Adam grabbed her from behind and pulled her behind a clothing rack. What? He covered her mouth with his hand. Quiet, he whispered. Hurry! Corky opened the door. More than one set of footsteps shuffled into the room. Close the door, she hissed, and turn off the lights.
Yes, my darling,
a low voice answered. The male voice was familiar, though Darcy couldn't quite place it. Then the lights shut off, and she was left hiding in the dark with Adam. He still had one hand clapped lightly over her mouth and an arm around her waist like a band of steel. He was breathing rapidly, his broad chest stirring against her back. His hand released her mouth and skimmed down her neck. He rested his chin against her hair. They remained perfectly still and quiet. Not so for Corky and her boyfriend. Their lips made loud smacking noises as they kissed. Their bodies crashed into clothing racks as they spun about. The clothes started swinging, knocking into Darcy. With his hand splayed against her stomach, Adam guided her quietly back behind a second rack of clothes. She was extremely aware of her hips and bottom brushing against him as they moved. They stopped against a wall of shelves. He pulled her close, her rump pressed against the front of his pants. With a swift intake of air, Darcy realized he had become fully engorged, or at least 95%. A guy couldn't get much bigger than that, could he?
My darling Cocarina, you drive me mad with desire, the male intruder murmured with a Latin accent.
Corky moaned. Oh, take me, Don Orlando. Darcy stiffened with a jolt. Oh no, the rumors were true. Poor Maggie, this was awful. Darcy sagged against Adam, and he instantly tightened his hold on her. Oh my, he must have been at only 75% of his potential. There was definite growth in the last quarter. She shifted her hips, so he was nestled in the crevice of her derriere. Oh yeah, his stock was rising rapidly, and her heart was clanging like the closing bell. He lowered his head and nibbled softly on her ear. Luckily, there was no way they could be heard over the other more boisterous lovers. Adam stroked the length of her neck with his long fingers. Then his mouth moved down her neck with soft kisses. She leaned her head back onto his shoulder, allowing him better access. His fingers skimmed down her t-shirt. She shuddered when his palm covered her breast. Gently he squeezed. Don Orlando's voice murmured,
Oh, Corcarina, your boobies are like succulent mangoes.
Darcy slapped a hand against her mouth to keep from reacting. She didn't know whether to scream or laugh.
And I have a hot tamale for you, he added.
Darcy clamped her lips together to keep from howling. This was Don Orlando, the world's greatest lover? Adam's chest vibrated against her as he stifled his own laughter. Suddenly the door burst open, and a screech rented the air. Don Orlando, how could you? You said you loved me.
I do love you, Tiffany.
What? Corky screamed.
I love all the beautiful women,
Don Orlando explained calmly.
and they all love me.
Then feel the love, you bastard! There was a loud smack.
I'll destroy you on my show! Corky stomped from the room. Cocarina! Don Orlando ran after her.
Slimeball!
Tiffany yelled. She paused, then ventured into the dark room. She fumbled past the racks of clothes until she reached the shelves against the wall. 15 feet from her, Darcy and Adam froze. She didn't notice them, for she was peering at all the shoes.
Oh, these look nice.
She grabbed a pair and stumbled back to the hallway, closing the door behind her.
Alone at last,
Adam whispered.
I thought they'd never leave.
She turned around in his arms to face him.
I didn't realize it was going to be so lively here tonight.
Yeah, I kinda expected it to be more dead. She glanced quickly at his face, but couldn't make out his expression in the dark. He stuck a hand in his trouser pocket.
I've got something here for us.
A hot tamale?
Darcy winced. She shouldn't have said that. He chuckled. Pardon me while I whip this out. There was a jangling of keys. Then he turned on a small flashlight connected to his keychain. He pointed the light at her face. She squinted and scrunched up her face.
Lovely as ever.
He lowered the light to her right breast, then her left.
Do you mind?
Just making sure I didn't damage the succulent mangoes. She snorted. Can you believe that guy? She took hold of Adam's hand and turned the light down, away from her breasts. Unfortunately, the light was now aimed straight at his groin. Whoa, that had to be 100%. Biggest tamale she'd ever seen, and she'd seen a few in Southern California.
Wow,
she whispered. I'm delighted you're impressed. He turned the light to the ceiling. But if you keep looking at me, I'm going to end up very embarrassed.
Oh.
She stepped back.
We'd better get you out of here.
Lead the way. He lit the path for her back to the door. You know, I couldn't help but notice that you don't want anyone to see me.
Darcy shrugged. I shouldn't get involved with one of the actors. She opened the door and peered outside. The coast is clear.
He reached across her and shut the door. Do you find our relationship embarrassing?
No.
She faced him, her back against the door.
It's just impossible. Impossibly tempting. And impossible to have.
Then why are you hiding me?
Her eye twitched.
Sweetheart.
He touched the corner of her eye and gently caressed the skin with small circles.
You don't need to be afraid anymore. You can trust me.
I'm not afraid.
Then why are you fighting this?
His fingers outlined her cheekbone and jaw. He leaned forward and kissed her on the lips.
Will you tell me?
She couldn't think straight with his mouth nibbling down her neck.
Why are you afraid for anyone to see me here?
Oh, because they'll know you're alive.
She couldn't say that.
The judges for the reality show are here, and they mustn't see any of the contestants ahead of time. It would really spoil everything.
Is that it? He watched her carefully. Nothing else?
No, I just want to keep you a secret. For right now.
Any other secrets?
A rush of heat poured into her, starting at her temples, then sliding down her throat, warming her heart and blazing pure heat into her groin. She sagged against the door. Good God, he wasn't even touching her now and she was getting all hot. How did he do this to her? She'd never wanted a man so much in all her life. He stepped back and turned his flashlight off. She couldn't see his expression in the dark, but she knew he was staring at her. She could feel the heat of his gaze. Slowly, the heat in her body dissipated, leaving her cold and empty once again. Come,
She peeked out the door. No one was in sight. But she could hear screaming from the direction of Sly's office. Corky was giving him an earful. "This way." She motioned for Adam to follow her. They moved quickly down the back hallway to the rear exit. Darcy pushed open the heavy door. Adam paused halfway through. "When can I see you again?" "In 2 weeks, please. Promise me you won't come here again." "Fine." Frowning, he removed a small notepad and pen from an inside pocket of his jacket. He jotted something down. "I want you to call me if you need anything, or feel free to stop by." She accepted the piece of paper. He'd given her his address and phone number. He reached toward her and slid a fingertip down the side of her face. He traced her lips lightly. "Thank you for the tour." He slipped out the door into the darkness. A cool night breeze swept into the hall, erasing the warmth that had lingered where he touched her. With a sigh, Darcy let the door swing shut. It was going to be a long 2 weeks. It took a cold shower to get Austin's mind focused once again on business. He padded into his kitchen, dressed in the SpongeBob briefs his youngest sister had given him for Christmas. Thoughts about his family made him wonder again why Darcy was living among the undead. He knew from his research that she had parents and 2 younger sisters living in San Diego. Was she completely cut off from her family? Were the vampires holding her prisoner in their world because she knew too much? Had they threatened her family to keep her in line? That must be it, because otherwise he felt sure she would attempt an escape. He knew from watching her news reports that she was brave and resourceful. Clearly the vampires had some kind of leverage on her to make her stay with them. What the hell had happened to her 4 years ago? Austin had a copy of the police report, but it was inconclusive. She'd gone to a vampire club in Greenwich Village to do a Halloween report on kids who pretended to be vampires. Somehow, she'd ended up in the alley behind the club. The pool of blood and the bloody knife had been traced back to her. The police suspected she was dead, but no one really knew what had transpired in that alley. The day before, Austin had located her old cameraman, Jack Cooper. Jack was barely scraping by, living in a one-room apartment in a grimy basement with aluminum foil taped to the tiny windows. It was easy to see that Jack had never recovered from that evening. Maybe the aluminum foil cap on his head was a clue. Or his conclusion that vampires were bloodthirsty, mind-controlling aliens who were hunting for him, intending to abduct him like they had Darcy. It was sad that everyone thought Jack was crazy, because he was right about the blood-sucking, the mind control, and Darcy's abduction. The vampires had taken her, and they weren't letting her go. Austin grabbed a can of beer from the fridge. What would it take to get her to trust him? He'd urged her tonight to confide in him, and when she hadn't, he'd invaded her mind, hoping the secrets were there for the taking. What he saw there had stunned him. No dark secrets. Darcy's innermost thoughts were about how much she wanted him. It had taken every ounce of his resistance not to pull her down on the floor and make love to her right then. Love on the floor of the wardrobe room? That would have made him as sleazy as Don Orlando. With a snort, Austin set his beer on the coffee table and picked up the legal pad, where he'd started a list of vampires. He added Don Orlando's name. He slid one of Darcy's tapes into the VCR. He'd seen them all now, some of them more than twice. Sheesh. He was watching her every night instead of sports. He thought about her all the time. And if it was only lust, he'd only think about her gorgeous body, right? But no, he was worried about her. Was he falling in love? He collapsed on the couch. No, it couldn't be love. It was an intellectual thing. The mystery of her strange lifestyle intrigued him, and he wanted answers. And he was worried about her safety. That was normal.
He'd grown up always protecting his younger sisters. It was natural for him. No big deal. He grabbed his jacket off the arm of the couch and dug into the inside pocket. He removed the small notepad and flipped through the notes he'd taken in Darcy's office. She'd hired a business called The Shuttered Life to install aluminum shutters in the penthouse. So this meant he and Garrett would be living there with the vampires. He'd better pack some wooden stakes in his luggage. He'd jotted down the name of the caterer Darcy had hired. He'd get Alyssa or Emma an undercover position there. That way they could come to the penthouse during the day, retrieve information from Garrett or himself, and pass it on to Sean. He also had the address for Raleigh Place. He'd go there during the day and install hidden cameras and bugs. He removed a computer disk from his jacket pocket. He'd managed to download the DVN employee records from Darcy's old dinosaur computer before he'd heard her approaching the office. He set the disk on the table next to his list of vampires. He stretched and glanced at the television. Darcy was beginning a report. Oh, this was one of his favorites. He grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. "I'm here in the South Bronx at the dedication of a new park." Darcy smiled at the camera as she walked down a path. "It's not a park for children. It's not for basketball players, roller skaters, or even chess players. This park is for the dogs." The cameraman zoomed in on a woman in the distance who was walking her fluffy white poodle. Then he panned back to Darcy. "As you can see, the park is divided into sections, depending on the size of your— Ugh!" She skidded forward about 5 feet, her arms windmilling in the air. After a valiant struggle, she regained her balance. She glanced down at her shoes, wrinkled her nose, and gave the camera a wry grin. "Obviously, this section is for the extremely large dogs." Austin chuckled. No matter what happened in her reports, Darcy always made it work. She was brave, funny, clever, and beautiful. Nothing could get her down. But something had. He tightened his grip on the remote. Something had happened to wrench her out of this sunny, happy life and imprison her in a world of dark, demonic creatures. And it was hurting her. He could see it, the sorrow in her eyes, the tense way she clenched her hands together, the fear that caused her right eye to twitch. That nervous twitch never occurred in any of these tapes. It was something new, and most likely it had started on Halloween 4 years ago. Chapter 10. The penthouse at Raleigh Place boasted 2 floors of opulent decor, including Italian marble floors and columns and baccarat crystal chandeliers. Darcy figured you could fit a small chamber orchestra into the master bathtub, or you could feed the entire population of Liechtenstein from the huge pantry in the kitchen. Even so, she preferred the roof. Maybe it was a result of her forced confinement, but she loved being under the open sky. She loved the evening breeze on her face, and the scent of roses that wafted from the glass greenhouse in the corner. She loved how the swimming pool glimmered in the moonlight and cast dancing reflections along the white painted walls surrounding the roof. A mist hovered over the hot tub, inviting her to indulge in its glorious heat. Huge clay pots sat every 5 feet along the chest-high walls, each pot containing a green leafy plant that soared high over her head. Some plants were trimmed into huge cones, while others were shaped into fanciful animals. Each topiary was covered with white twinkle lights that glittered like the stars overhead. In the opposite corner from the greenhouse, there was a tiny pool house. The 2 rooms contained the bare essentials, in sharp contrast to the grandeur of the penthouse. But Darcy was so enthralled with the roof, she decided to make the pool house her office and special retreat. She paced around the swimming pool, tense with excitement. She was wearing the sparkly maroon dress she'd bought for Shanna's wedding, because tonight she'd spend some time in front of the camera.
Tonight, they would begin filming The Sexiest Man on Earth. And after a separation of 2 long weeks, she would see Adam again. "Here they come," Grigori announced from the north edge of the roof. Next to him, Bernie aimed his camera at the street 12 floors below. Darcy rushed to the wall and peered over. A black limousine was slowly coming down the street. Maggie and the ex-harem judges were arriving. The second cameraman, Bart, was in the limo, so he could record their reactions to their new home. Darcy would combine the footage from both cameramen during the editing stage. The limo rolled to a stop at the red-carpeted entrance to Raleigh Place. Grigori touched the earphones he was wearing. "Audio's coming in. I can hear them talking." Darcy slipped her earphones on. At once, she could hear the excited voices of the ladies inside the limo.
"Land sakes!"
Coralie exclaimed.
"This place is grand!"
"Look," Lady Pamela said. "A footman is coming to open the door for us." "That's a doorman," Vonda muttered. "He's still a servant," Lady Pamela huffed. "Though I must say, it is appalling how servants these days neglect to wear their powdered wigs." "Or proper livery," Princess Joanna declared. "It is impossible to tell which lord he is serving." Darcy sighed as she watched from the roof. The ex-harem was so stuck in the past. She'd insisted that they update their wardrobe for the show, but now she had a dreadful feeling they had completely ignored her. Bart climbed out first with his camera, so he could record the ladies exiting the car. Vonda climbed out and strode down the red carpet. She was striking with her purple hair and dress. So far, so good. Lady Pamela exited next. She adjusted the bodice on her Regency-style gown of pale blue silk. Her matching reticule hung from a ribbon around her wrist. Darcy groaned. Maria Consuela and Princess Joanna moved onto the red carpet, both wearing long medieval gowns with veils covering their hair. "I thought you bought them new clothes," Grigori muttered. Darcy sighed. "You know what they say about old dogs." Coralie struggled to get out of the car, but her hoop skirt jammed in the narrow door opening. Maggie shoved her from behind and she popped out onto the sidewalk. Then Maggie jumped out and closed the door. They filed into the building, murmuring their appreciation of the marble floor and gilded ceiling.
"I do declare," Coralie exclaimed, "that elevator is so shiny."
"Yes," Maggie agreed.
"That's the elevator for the penthouse. The doors are solid brass."
"How lovely." Lady Pamela's snooty voice could be heard over the others. "Be a dear and push the button for us."
Actually, I need you to follow me," Maggie said. "This way, please."
"Where are you taking us?"
Princess Joanna demanded. "To another elevator," Maggie explained. "But this hallway is so plain and dreary," Coralie whined.
"Why are we not going to the penthouse?" the princess asked sharply. "Where does this other elevator go?"
"Oh, it goes to the penthouse," Maggie assured them. "It just goes to the kitchen and servants' floor. It's very nice and private."
"Servants' floor?"
the princess shrieked.
Darcy and Grigori both winced as her strident voice grated over the headphones.
"Yes," Maggie responded. "We'll have very nice bedrooms all to ourselves on the servants' floor."
"The servants' floor?" Lady Pamela's voice shook. "I'm the daughter of a baron, the widow of a viscount. I cannot live amongst servants."
"There will only be the 6 of us," Maggie assured her, "and we'll each have our own bedroom. Here we are. This is the service elevator."
"This is horrid, simply horrid."
Lady Pamela sounded shrill.
I'm coming down with the vapors." "Silly child," Princess Joanna growled. "Where are your smelling salts?" Darcy rolled her eyes. Lady Pamela's so-called smelling salts consisted of a vial filled with chocolate. I'd better help Maggie. Darcy headed for the stairwell, located close to the greenhouse. She glanced back at Grigori and Bernie. I'll see you in the foyer at 10 o'clock. Grigori nodded. We'll be there. Darcy paused at the stairwell door. Bernie, can you make arrangements for a helicopter? I'd like to get an aerial shot of this roof. It's so lovely. No problem. Bernie set down his camera and pulled out a cell phone. Darcy opened the door to the stairwell. The reception on her earphones was faint now, but she could still hear the sound of screeching voices. Poor Maggie. Darcy rushed down 3 flights of stairs, then exited on the servants' floor. She could hear the ex-harem in the service elevator. Please calm down, Maggie pleaded. There are 6 bedrooms on the servants' floor. They're small, but very nice. You'll each have your own room with a lovely view of Central Park. The view is of no consequence, Princess Joanna snapped. It is a floor for peasants. I will not sleep in that hovel. It's not a hovel, Maggie insisted. This is quite beyond the pale, Lady Pamela declared. We should be living in the penthouse. There are only 5 bedrooms in the penthouse, Maggie explained. We need those for all the male contestants. As it is, they're going to have to share rooms. They could share the rooms on the servants' floor, Coralie offered. Those rooms are too small to be shared, Maggie argued. Ridiculous, Princess Joanna hissed. The men should give us their bedchambers. Have they not heard of chivalry? The elevator doors opened. The cameraman Bart turned toward Darcy. She greeted them with a smile. Good evening. Welcome to your new home. This is an outrage, Princess Joanna glared at her. You said we would be living in the penthouse. The servants' quarters are part of the penthouse, and you'll each have your own room. Darcy led the way to the servants' parlor. I believe you will find the accommodations quite comfortable. She opened the door. The ladies trudged inside, grumbling. They stopped in the parlor and looked around. The couches and easy chairs were large and overstuffed. The television was as huge as the one they'd enjoyed at Roman's house. Vonda strolled into the kitchen and checked out the refrigerator. Bottles of synthetic blood, chocolate, and bubbly blood lined the shelves. Not bad. Vonda grabbed a bottle of chocolate and popped it into the microwave. This is really nice. Princess Joanna sniffed. Peasants shouldn't live this well. It's ungodly. Darcy smiled. Please make yourselves comfortable and choose which bedroom you prefer. The doorman arrived with all their luggage. He hauled the trunks to the bedrooms while the women directed him. By the sound of their excited voices, Darcy figured they were adjusting quite nicely. Once the doorman was gone with a hefty tip, Darcy called all the women back into the parlor. Before we get started on the show, I'd like to interview each of you. This will be your chance to tell the vampire world about yourself. Each segment will be edited into the show later. One by one, the women sat for the camera and gave a brief account of their life stories. Afterward, Darcy took them up 1 floor on the elevator to the kitchen. As she led them to the foyer of the penthouse, she could hear their sighs and gasps of approval. Bart rushed ahead of them so he could catch their reactions. It's beautiful, Lady Pamela whispered. I just adore a wide staircase, Coralie exclaimed. Why, this one is wide enough for 3 women in proper ball gowns like mine. Wide hallways led up the foyer to the east and west wings of the penthouse. The grand staircase swept up to an intermediate landing, where it then divided in 2. Then the right and left portions of the staircase curved up to the 2nd floor. An interior balcony ran the length of the 2nd floor and overlooked the foyer. The polished marble floor reflected the lights from the massive chandelier overhead.
This way.
Darcy led them up the stairs to the landing. There she positioned them in a row. "Hey, ladies," Grigori called as he and Bernie entered the foyer. "Looks like you're ready to go."
Yes, we are.
Darcy ran down the steps and joined Maggie behind the cameramen. She signaled Grigori to begin. "Welcome, ladies, to the sexiest man on Earth," Grigori announced in a clear voice. "There will be a total of 15 men competing for the title. As the former harem of Coven Master Roman Dragonesti, you 5 women hold the honor of being the most prestigious female vamps in North America. Therefore, you are the most suited to judge this contest."
Darcy watched the women react to the compliment. They lifted their chins and stood a bit taller. It was good to see after the beating their egos had taken with Roman's dismissal.
"Princess Joanna Fortescue," Grigori bowed. "I bid you welcome."
"Thank you, good sir."
The princess descended the stairs with her head held high. "Keep the camera on her," Darcy whispered to Bart. This would be where she'd insert Princess Joanna's bio, with a few careful edits. Darcy had cringed when the medieval woman had claimed all Scotsmen were barbarians. Obviously, the princess had grown up in a time when Scotland had presented a threat to England, but sheesh, that was 800 years ago. How long could someone hold a grudge? Apparently, a really long time. Now it seemed clear that the ex-harem was clinging to more than their old clothes. Their old prejudices had survived the centuries intact. Princess Joanna stood proudly next to Grigori. In her medieval gown, she looked like a queen surveying her domain. Grigori bowed once again.
"Signora Maria Consuela Montemayor, I bid you welcome."
As the second oldest Lady Vamp, Maria Consuela was the second to descend the stairs.
"Lady Pamela Smythe-Worthing, I bid you welcome."
Grigori bowed to the female vamp from the Regency period. She lifted the hem of her gown to come down the stairs.
"Miss Cora Lee Primrose, I bid you welcome."
Cora Lee skipped down the stairs, her hoop skirt bouncing. Grigori bowed to the final and youngest judge.
"Vanda Barkovsky, I bid you welcome."
"Thanks, dude."
Vanda aimed a sly grin at the camera as she came down the stairs.
"This way, ladies."
Grigori led them to the west wing and a pair of double doors. They filed in and sat on 2 leather couches facing him.
"This is the portrait room."
Grigori motioned to the wall behind him. Darcy flipped on the lights, and all 15 portraits were illuminated by track lighting on the ceiling. She'd hung the portraits herself, 7 on the top row and 8 on the bottom. Her eyes automatically sought out her favorite portrait. The artist had done a decent job, though she thought Adam's eyes were a deeper blue. For some reason, he hadn't smiled, so his dimples weren't showing. But even with a serious expression, his portrait made her breath catch and her heart flutter. For the last 2 weeks, she'd fallen asleep remembering the feel of his mouth, the taste of his lips, and the heat of his body. She would have to be strong and keep her distance. Otherwise, he presented a temptation that was too hard to resist.
"The sexiest man on Earth will be selected according to your own list of criteria," Grigori explained. "The most important qualification was that he be rich. By the end of this show, the winner will be rich. The second qualification was that he be fair of face. So tonight, using these portraits, you will judge these men by their looks. Maggie will give each of you 5 black orchids. Below each portrait is a narrow shelf. You will place an orchid by the portrait of each man you wish to eliminate. 5 men must be eliminated tonight.
Coralie frowned at the black orchids that Maggie dropped in her lap. We have to make a decision tonight? 5 decisions?
Yes,
Grigori replied.
Who would like to go first?
The ladies glanced at each other. Princess Joanna stood slowly, gathering her 5 black orchids in her hands.
As the eldest, I will go first.
Darcy had never seen the princess look so flustered. The medieval vamp wandered down the double row of portraits. She clenched her hands together, crushing the flowers. She glanced toward the other ladies for guidance.
Well,
Coralie ventured,
it seems fairly obvious that we should eliminate the African. I couldn't possibly have a black master. My dear papa would roll over in his grave.
And we must be rid of any Moors, Maria Consuela added.
Cut! Darcy strode over to the women. Ladies, I will not allow racial bias on this show. Please set aside your old prejudices. For Pete's sake, this is the 21st century.
It is?
Coralie tilted her head.
It seemed like only yesterday I turned 100. Where does all the time go?
Your numbers are meaningless to us.
Princess Joanna looked down her nose at Darcy.
Only a mortal would count time, because he has so little of it.
I cannot do as you say,
Maria Consuela told Darcy.
You do not understand how much we Spaniards suffer to rid our country of those dreadful Moors.
I sympathize with the hardships you must have endured in the past. But that was a long time ago, Darcy insisted. And frankly, it's time to get over it. I will not have you selecting these men by race or religion. You are to make your decision tonight based solely on good looks. Any remarks I don't like will be edited from the show. Do you understand?
Coralie snorted. And I thought we had freedom of speech.
Darcy sighed. Just be careful what you say. Maria Consuela glared at her.
That's what they told us during the Spanish Inquisition.
Darcy shook her head in frustration as she walked back behind the camera. Roll 'em. Bart turned the camera back on. Princess Joanna glanced back at Darcy with a defiant look, then placed her 5 black orchids in front of 5 portrait frames. Darcy groaned. Maggie leaned close. You can't expect to wipe out centuries of hatred in one night. I guess not. Darcy watched in dismay as each of the judges used their black orchids to reject 5 men. Vonda was the only one who didn't take race into account, but she was outnumbered 4-1. Darcy studied the 5 women as they returned to their seats. They were smiling and evidently quite proud of themselves. The more she thought about it, the more Darcy decided this was a good thing. These were women who had existed for centuries, never having to make an important decision for themselves. Tonight, they had managed to do it. True, they did it in defiance of her instructions, but still, it was a big step toward independence. They had every right to be proud. Their moment of glory would have to be short-lived, though. It was time for the big surprise of the evening. Darcy motioned for Grigori to approach. Ready for all hell to break loose? She passed him the flashlight containing a black light bulb.
Yep, just tell me which guy to do last.
Darcy told him. Then he strode back in front of the camera. It's time to take a closer look at the 5 men you rejected this evening. Grigori aimed his flashlight at a portrait and switched it on.
With a total of 5 black orchids, Tadayoshi of Tokyo is eliminated from the competition.
Darcy turned off the track lighting. Grigori's black light illuminated some previously invisible paint on Tadayoshi's portrait. Suddenly, he acquired long, white fangs.
Oh, those are nice,
Coralie whispered.
But I was afraid he'd be one of those frightful ninja masters.
Darcy winced.
That would be a good line to edit.
With 4 orchids beneath his portrait, Derek of Philadelphia will also be eliminated from the competition.
Grigori pointed the black light at Derek's picture. His long fangs glowed in the dark. Vonda sighed.
What a shame we had to lose Blackula.
He was so handsome. Darcy agreed, though the other ladies looked doubtful.
Also, with 4 black orchids, Harsha of New Delhi will be eliminated from the competition.
Harsha's white fangs appeared like magic when the black light hit his face.
An interesting trick,
Princess Joanna admitted,
but I do not see a purpose for it. With 3 black orchids, we'll be saying goodbye to Ferdinand of Salzburg.
Grigori shone his light on Ferdinand's face, and the Austrian's fangs gleamed. Lady Pamela sighed.
It is rather silly, isn't it? We already know the men are vampires.
Maria Consuela fiddled with her rosary.
And if you've seen one fang, you've seen them all.
I'm not so sure about that, Vonda said with a grin.
Come to think of it, I have seen a few with a ghastly, yellowish tint.
Lady Pamela shuddered.
There's simply nothing worse than a vampire with poor dental hygiene.
Princess Joanna frowned.
And some of them are crooked.
But some are longer than others,
Vonda said. You know, size is important. Coralie heaved a huge sigh.
My poor Beauregard, God rest his soul. He had the longest fangs I've ever seen.
Grigori frowned at them, clearly uncomfortable.
Ladies, if you don't mind, we still have one more contestant to eliminate. Seth from New Jersey received 3 black orchids.
Grigori aimed his flashlight at Seth. The ladies waited. Vonda exchanged a look with Darcy.
Where are his fangs?
Lady Pamela asked.
I didn't like him, Coralie said. His hairline is receding.
His bloody fangs are receding,
Princess Joanna grumbled.
There must be something wrong with that painting.
Maria Consuela squinted at it.
No,
Grigori said quietly. There's nothing wrong with the painting. The room fell silent. The ladies exchanged confused glances. Vonda rolled her eyes, obviously impatient with how slowly the women were thinking.
Gee, I wonder why he doesn't have any fangs.
The 4 women gasped. Even Bart flinched and nearly dropped the camera. Princess Joanna jumped to her feet.
Are you saying there was a mortal in the contest?
Grigori shrugged. Looks that way, doesn't it? Maria Consuela stood, clutching her rosary to her chest.
I demand a straight answer. Is that man a mortal?
Yes, Greg admitted. He's one of several mortal men in the contest. The women gasped again.
Oh my, this is horrid, simply horrid!
Lady Pamela fumbled in her reticule for her smelling salts.
This is an outrage!
Princess Joanna turned to Darcy, her eyes seething in anger.
How dare you sully our contest with mortals?
Vonda shrugged. They might be cute. Lady Pamela scoffed.
A mortal could never be the sexiest man on earth. The very notion is ludicrous.
She unscrewed the top of her vial of chocolate.
I'm quite up in the bowels over this.
Princess Joanna strode toward Darcy.
How could you? We trusted you and you have betrayed us. Indeed.
Lady Pamela sniffed at her vial.
First you put us in those dreadful servants' quarters. And now,
Princess Joanna continued,
you insult us by forcing us to endure the company of mortals.
Coralie bounced to her feet.
We can't have a mortal master.
Then don't pick a mortal, Darcy told them. Look, you're still in control here. You're the ones who decide which men are eliminated. The women looked at each other.
Then tell us which ones are mortal,
the princess demanded. Darcy shook her head.
I can't do that. You'll have to figure it out yourselves.
We can't do that, Maria Consuela clicked through her rosary. We can smell them.
Actually, you won't be able to do that. Darcy gave them all an apologetic look. They'll be wearing a vampire repellent anklet that will make them impossible to detect by smell. Princess Joanna huffed.
Then we will read their minds.
No, you signed a contract stating you wouldn't.
This is horrid, simply horrid.
Lady Pamela drank her entire vial of chocolate.
Whatever will we do?
Coralie whimpered.
We can't have a mortal master.
We won't.
Princess Joanna lifted her chin.
Darcy thinks to play this evil game with us, but she will see. The mortal men will not compare to the vampire men. We will detect them as easily as a terrier seeks out vermin.
Maria Consuela nodded.
See, it is true. The vampire men will be naturally superior.
Of course.
Lady Pamela pressed a hand to her bosom.
The mortal men will fail miserably at each of our tests. Yes.
Princess Joanna faced her co-judges with a fierce expression.
Hearken to me, ladies. We must be vigilant and eliminate this mortal threat.
The ladies huddled together, making their plans.
Sweet Mary and Joseph.
Maggie looked at Darcy.
I knew there was a reason for you to be here. Do you realize what you've done?
Yeah, I made them hate me more than ever.
No, look at them. I've never seen them so excited, so impassioned. You've given them a purpose for their existence.
A chill inched down Darcy's spine.
Surely Maggie was exaggerating.
She tended to be a bit overdramatic. A buzzing sound came from Darcy's headphones, and she slipped them on to listen.
May I have your attention, please?
Darcy waited for Bart to focus his camera on her. The gentlemen are arriving. Chapter 11. Austin rode in the back of a Hummer limousine with 6 other men. 4 of them were human for sure. He remembered George, Nicholas, and Seth from the auditions. And then there was Garrett, a.k.a. Garth. The humans had been instructed to come to the Rising Stars of Tomorrow agency at 9 p.m. with their luggage. A man from Romatech Industries had been there, a short chemist by the name of Laszlo Vesto. He'd given each of them a plastic anklet to wear underneath their socks. It had to be in contact with their skin, and they had to wear it for the entire duration of the show. When the men questioned why, the chemist replied with a convoluted explanation of pheromones. At 9:30, 2 Hummer limousines arrived at the agency with 10 men. Austin figured they were the undead competition, but found it odd that the small chemist gave them anklets too. The 15 men climbed into the limousines for the short ride to Raleigh Place. Austin noted the vampires didn't react like they normally did around humans. No sniffing, no hungry glances. Conversation was sparse on the short trip. No one wanted to reveal a weakness to another competitor. When they stopped in front of Raleigh Place, the vampire named Maggie greeted them and escorted them up to the penthouse. The huge foyer was empty. Maggie arranged the men in 3 rows on the staircase, the top row standing on the landing. She told them to wait, then headed down a hallway. The men exchanged nervous glances, though none of them spoke or acknowledged they were nervous. Soon a cameraman came rushing down the hallway. He ran up the stairs and shot close-ups of each man. Austin couldn't see Darcy anywhere. Then he heard footsteps and feminine voices. The women were coming. Another cameraman was ahead of them, walking backwards. The male vampire, Grigori, was leading a group of 5 women. The judges, most likely. One of the ladies was the purple-haired Vonda, but the other 4 females were unknown and strangely dressed. They had to be really old.
Austin leaned forward to see further down the hallway. Yes, there she was, way behind the others. Darcy was coming with the vampire Maggie. He leaned forward some more and nearly lost his balance. Thank God he was standing next to the railing, or he would have tumbled down the stairs. Damn, she looked good. She looked more than good. When she entered the foyer, her gaze wandered over all the contestants, then rested on him. He nodded his head slightly and smiled. She looked away. Austin kept his gaze on her, hoping she would glance his way again. But the longer he watched her, the more he realized she was looking everywhere but at him. Gentlemen, welcome to the sexiest man on Earth. Austin switched his gaze to the speaker. My name is Grigori, and I'll be your host. He motioned toward a female vampire. Maggie will be your hostess. Austin glanced back at Darcy, wondering what kind of relationship she had with this Grigori. Was he hosting the show as a favor to her? The 5 judges for this contest are standing before you, Grigori continued. May I introduce Princess Joanna, Maria Consuela, Lady Pamela, Cora Lee, and Vonda. Vonda waved. The other ladies curtsied. Austin glanced back at Darcy, wondering how long she was going to ignore him. 15 of you have arrived, Grigori announced, but only 10 of you will remain. Our lady judges have already voted 5 of you off the show. But first, a word from our sponsor. There was a silent pause. The male competitors exchanged glances. Austin figured this was a commercial break for vampire fusion cuisine. Welcome back. Grigori smiled at a nearby camera. It's time to learn which 5 men will be going home tonight. They are... He paused for dramatic effect. Tadayoshi, Derek, Harsha, Ferdinand, and Seth. Gentlemen, you must take your leave. The limousines are waiting for you. As for the rest of you, your luggage will arrive shortly. Maggie and I will see you to your rooms. Congratulations and welcome. As Austin shook hands with Seth, he felt relief that there would be one less human in the penthouse to protect. He glanced down at the foyer and saw that the 5 vampire judges had left. So had Darcy and the cameramen. Shoot, that was it. Apparently they were done for the night. The limo drivers brought all the luggage into the foyer, and the men descended the stairs to collect their bags. The 5 losers for the night left with the limo drivers. Maggie escorted Austin and 5 other contestants to the east wing of the penthouse. She pointed out the kitchen, fitness room, and sauna. There are 3 bedrooms on this side. You'll need to share rooms. She looked at a clipboard she was carrying. I have Reginald and Pierre in one room, Garth and George together, and Nicholas and Adam together. Austin exchanged a relieved look with Garrett. Thank God they didn't have to share rooms with a vampire. Where is the director's office? Austin asked. Darcy's in the pool house. Maggie gave him a curious look. Why? Is there a problem? No, not at all. He silently cursed as he lugged his bag up the back stairs to the 2nd floor. The pool house? Who the hell used a pool house for an office? He put a camera in the penthouse library, expecting that to be her office. He hadn't put any cameras in the damned pool house. Maggie showed Reginald and Pierre to their room first. Then she led the 4 humans to their rooms. Austin's bedroom was next door to Garrett's. The kitchen is fully stocked with drinks and snacks, Maggie explained. A caterer will bring you hot meals each day. For security reasons, please do not go into any other bedrooms. You may leave the building as long as you're back in time for the show each evening. Since we will be recording at night, we are encouraging all contestants to sleep during the day. Austin suppressed a laugh. Right, some of the contestants were dead during the day.
We'll begin recording tomorrow night at 8 p.m. in the library. Good night."
With a final smile, Maggie left. The men rolled their luggage into their bedrooms. Austin hefted his suitcase onto his bed and removed his laptop. He glanced at Nicholas. "I hope you don't mind if I use the desk."
"No, not at all."
Nicholas dropped his bag on his bed.
"I'm starving. Want to check out the kitchen?"
"Sorry, I've got some work to do, but don't let me stop you." Austin set his laptop on the desk.
"See you later."
Nicholas headed out the door. Phew, alone at last. Austin punched in the code for the hidden cameras he'd installed. He spotted a group of men on the west end of the penthouse. Grigori was showing contestants to their rooms. They were probably all vampires. Grigori made his leave and headed for the main staircase. Where was he going? To see Darcy? Austin felt a nasty twinge that he recognized as jealousy. And it didn't help that Darcy had set up her headquarters in the damned pool house where he didn't have a camera. Was she going to sleep there too? He switched his view to the camera in the foyer. Grigori had reached the bottom of the stairs and was headed for the portrait room. Austin switched to the portrait room. Shoot, Darcy was there. That creepy Grigori was meeting her alone. Darcy was removing a portrait from the wall, probably one of the rejects for the night. She carried the portrait to the far corner of the room and set it on the floor, propped against the wall. She straightened suddenly, pivoting toward the door. "Grigori!" She ran across the room. She gave him a hug and a peck on the cheek. "You were great." He was scum. Austin watched to see where the vampire placed his hands on Darcy. A brief touch on her shoulders. Austin decided to leave his wooden stakes in the suitcase for now. "Thanks. It was fun." Grigori glanced at the portraits on the wall. "So, you're removing the losers?" "Yes." Darcy plucked a second portrait off the wall. "Can you get Derek's?" "Sure." Grigori removed the painting and followed Darcy to the corner where she was stashing them.
"I thought it was really embarrassing how racist the ladies are."
"It's awful. I'll have to do some very careful editing."
"Yeah, they're really stuck in the past."
Grigori set down his painting. "But I think you handled them really well. Thank you." Darcy located the fifth painting that needed to be removed. Grigori wandered toward her, studying the portraits. He stopped in front of one and leaned close to read the nameplate. Adam Olaf Cartwright. Who's he? Austin tensed and held his breath. Darcy froze for a few seconds, then grabbed the fifth painting off the wall. She strode toward the corner. "He's a contestant, of course." "Mortal or vampire?" Darcy deposited the painting, then straightened. "We agreed that you wouldn't know ahead of time." "I know, but..." Grigori glared at Austin's painting. "This guy was staring at you all evening." Darcy clenched her hands together. "I wouldn't call it all evening. It was more like 10 minutes. 10 minutes that he couldn't take his eyes off of you." Austin narrowed his eyes. "You got a problem with that scumbag." Darcy's laugh was short and forced. "Don't be silly. He was probably looking at the camera, not me. I'll have to remind the guys to ignore the camera and act naturally." Grigori crossed his arms. "Have you been seeing him?" She shrugged. "A few times, but it was work-related." Austin snorted. "More pleasure than work, sweetheart." Grigori frowned. "I don't want you to get hurt." Darcy scoffed. "Don't worry, nothing's going on." Austin ground his teeth. "Nothing?" For the last 2 weeks, he'd been haunted with the memories of kissing her mouth, touching her breasts and feeling her sweet rump pressed against his groin. Was that what she called nothing? "What's up?" Garrett peeked into his room. Austin jumped in his chair, then quickly turned off the volume on his laptop. Damn it, Garrett, give me a warning, will you? I don't want my roommate to see what I'm doing. What are you doing? Making sure all the cameras are working. Cool. Garrett shut the door and paced toward the computer. Anything interesting? Who's that? The host and director? Yeah, but it's really boring. Turn it up, Garrett urged. I want to hear. With an inward wince, Austin turned on the volume. I thought those ladies were going to tear this room apart when they found out about the mortals, Grigori said. Darcy sighed. Yeah, it wasn't pretty. Austin relaxed. He was no longer the topic of conversation. I just hope your boss will understand, Grigori said. Yeah. Darcy headed for the door and turned off the lights. Austin switched to the camera in the hallway. The sound was faint, so he turned the volume on high. I thought for sure I'd be able to tell the mortals from the vamps. Grigori strolled toward the foyer. No one can smell them because of the anklets, Darcy said as she walked beside him. They work like a charm. Even the vampires are wearing placebo ones. That way, when they're all wearing swimsuits, no one will be able to tell who's who. Holy anklet. Austin rolled down his sock and examined the anklet. I thought it might have some kind of homing device, but it looks like it's just a chemical thing to block our smell. Garrett nodded. I thought those vampires in the limo seemed too indifferent. Austin pulled his anklet off. I'll give this to Emma tomorrow when she comes with the caterer. She can have it analyzed. Of course, without the anklet, he'd smell like a tasty morsel to the vampires. Are you sure you want to take that off? Garrett asked. I'll get another one. I'll tell the director I lost mine. You mean Miss Darcy? You still think she's human? Yes. I don't know why she's involved with these vampires, but she'll do her best to protect us from getting bit. Garrett snorted. You trust her more than I do. You know what the contract said? DVN isn't liable for puncture wounds. Austin laughed. I have no intention of getting bit. But he did have a good reason now for seeking out Darcy, and he knew exactly where to find her. The pool house. As Darcy wandered about the greenhouse, she let the warm, humid air caress her face and melt away all the tension that had built over the course of the evening. Shelves like stair-steps lined each side of the path, each shelf filled with pots of brightly colored flowers, impatiens, lilies, peonies, and more exotic flowers she didn't recognize. One side of the greenhouse was devoted to roses. A few climbing roses had been trained to cover an archway that began the path down the rose garden. In the middle, against the wall, a small fountain trickled water into a pool. Toward the back of the greenhouse, a small tropical area thrived with lemon and banana trees. A stone bench sat under a willowy palm. Darcy sat and eased off her shoes. This would be the ideal setting for testing the next two qualifications: good manners and charming speech. Darcy! She spotted Maggie coming toward her. Hi. Did you get the men settled in their rooms? Yes, and I kept the mortals together, like you asked. Thanks. I don't know how I'd manage without you. As long as she had Maggie's help, Darcy could avoid spending any time with the mortals, or rather, one mortal in particular. Maggie stopped next to her. Actually, that's what I needed to talk to you about. Tomorrow night, I'm supposed to go back to DVN for another audition. Oh, that's right. Darcy gave her an encouraging smile. Don't worry, you'll be great. Maggie winced. I'm awfully nervous. I'm going to read opposite Don Orlando. I hope he likes me. I'm sure he will. Darcy stifled a groan. She hadn't told her friend about Don Orlando's affair with Corky and Tiffany, and God knows how many other women. She couldn't stand the thought of destroying Maggie's dream. Maggie was always the optimist who claimed everything happened just as it should. Even though Darcy couldn't agree with that,
She hadn't realized until now how much she needed Maggie to believe it. As long as Maggie believed in happy endings, it still seemed possible. I think we should film in here tomorrow night. Darcy stood and picked up her shoes. Maggie walked alongside her. You want to test the men's good manners here? Yes, I thought, oh! Darcy slipped in a puddle of water. Are you all right? Maggie reached up to steady her. You shouldn't walk in your hose. It's too slippery. Yeah, and I'll tear them up too. Just a minute. Darcy wiggled out of her pantyhose, then stuck them into her shoes. You know, this is exactly what we need. We'll make a big, muddy puddle in the middle of a path tomorrow night and see how the guys manage to keep the women from muddying their shoes. Oh, I like that. It's like that story about Sir Francis Drake putting down a cloak so the Queen could walk over it. Exactly. Darcy carried her shoes as she walked barefoot. We can do a whole obstacle course here in the greenhouse, and I think we'll have Lady Pamela conduct the tests. She seems to be the expert on propriety. Maggie snorted. That's true. They exited the greenhouse and stopped by the stairwell. Maggie opened the door. I'm going to the servants' floor. You want to join us in the parlor? No, I'm tired. Good luck with your audition tomorrow. Thanks. Maggie slipped into the stairwell. The heavy door banged shut. Darcy closed her eyes and felt the cool breeze against her face. The first night was over. Time to relax. With a sigh, she headed across the roof to the pool house. A splash of water drew her attention. There was a man in the pool doing laps, his long, lean body zooming neatly through the water. He exuded the perfect combination of strength and grace. She stepped closer. His back was bare and tanned, his shoulders broad. The muscles in his back and shoulders rippled with each stroke. His legs were long and powerful. He had to be mortal. Vampires were never that tanned, and nothing this beautiful could last an eternity. Even the most spectacular of sunsets could only last a few moments. For this mortal, this was his moment, the culmination of youth, strength, and grace, all the more beautiful because his zenith was short-lived, and this moment in time was rare. Darcy's eyes filled with tears. The vampires had it all wrong. They thought they were the beautiful ones because they managed to stay young forever. They didn't realize that an eternity of youth and beauty became cheap when it was stolen and meaningless when it was the norm. The man reached the end of the pool and shoved his thick, wet hair back from his face. Darcy caught her breath. Oh God, she should have known it was him. Her shoes slipped from her hand and clattered onto the cement. He turned toward the noise and smiled at her. Her knees turned rubbery. He pushed off the edge and swam toward her. She glanced toward the pool house. It would look cowardly if she ran away. But darn it, she'd been so determined to stay away from him. He stopped and rested a tanned forearm on the tiled edge of the pool. Hi, Darcy. Just the sound of Adam saying her name made her feel warm and light, like she could fly to the sun and never be cold again. Hi. The water's great. Want to join me? She scoffed. In case you haven't noticed, I'm wearing a dress. Oh, I noticed. I can't take my eyes off of you. Her face grew warm. Actually, I need to talk to you about that. You shouldn't look at me because I'm usually very close to the camera. He tilted his head, still watching her. There's no camera now. Just you and me. And I have some work to do. Good night. She leaned over to pick up her shoes. How does that dress come off? Is there a zipper in the back? She jerked straight, forgetting the shoes. Excuse me? You need to take off the dress to swim. I'm not swimming with you. The water's far too cold.
Oh, in that case. He planted his palms on the tiled edge, the muscles in his arms and shoulders bunched as he hauled himself out of the water. Darcy stepped back. Her mouth fell open. He slowly straightened. Water glistened on his tanned skin. Rivulets sluiced down his body, seeking the easiest path around well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles. His chest hair lay flat and wet against his chest. It appeared dark brown, like the hair in his head. Moisture and darkness had combined to hide the blonde highlights that normally made him appear golden as a sun god. Tonight, he looked darker and even more dangerous to her peace of mind. We'll find something warmer. He padded to the hot tub. Speechless, Darcy watched him walk by. His cotton boxer-style swimsuit would never be classified as sexy, but the wet material had glued itself to his body. As he passed by, she became very aware of how low the swimsuit rested on his narrow hips. The material clung to his rump, clearly outlining each buttock and the muscles that flexed with each step he took. The waistband was so low, she could see 2 dimples on his lower back. Oh, God, that brought his total dimple count up to 4, and made her want to examine every inch of him for more. He stepped into the hot tub and punched a button on the control panel. With a whirring sound, the water began to swirl about. He smiled at her as he settled on a seat. Feels great. Steam rose from the water, promising her warmth and comfort, an end to the chill that had tormented her for 4 long years. Come on, Darcy, he spoke quietly. Oh, God, he was the devil. He knew just how to tempt her and torture her at the same time. She walked slowly toward him. If I was judging the contest, you would definitely be the winner. But I'm not, so you're wasting your time. I don't give a damn about the contest. And time with you is never wasted. Come in, and I'll show you. She snorted. Oh, you're good. But there's no purpose for this. Only heartache for wanting something she couldn't have. No purpose? He frowned at her. What about friendship? She laughed. You just want to be friends? I've heard that one before. He grinned. So have I. But I mean it, Darcy. Don't you need someone to talk to? How could she confide in a mortal that she lived among vampires? I'm sorry. She turned to go. Wait! He lunged across the spa, causing a wave of hot water to spill over the edge and warm her bare feet. I need to tell you something. It's about the anklet I'm supposed to wear. She turned back to him. What about it? I lost it somehow. Is it important? She swallowed. More than important. It was essential for keeping him safe. I'll make sure you get another one. What exactly is it? His eyes looked wide with innocence. Didn't Laszlo tell you? Adam shrugged. Something about pheromones and how we're attracted to each other by our nose? That's true. And Adam always smelled wonderful. Warm, healthy, and sexy. Come and sit a while. He patted the tile edge of the hot tub. Soak your feet and relax. It's been a long night. She found herself smiling. You don't give up, do you? Not with you. He smiled back. Look, I'll keep my distance. He floated back to the far side of the tub. Darcy removed her sparkly jacket and dropped it on a patio chair. Just for a little while. She sat carefully on the edge, making sure she didn't snag the silk sheath on the rough cement. She dangled her feet over the side, but the hot, bubbly water felt so wonderful. She immersed her legs to just below the knees. Her narrow dress rode up to the middle of her thighs. "Feels good?" he asked softly. "Yes." "Did everything go well tonight for the show?" "Yes." "Are you sleeping in the pool house?" "What a rascal." "Yes." "Alone?" "Yes." He grinned. "You're very agreeable tonight." She suppressed a laugh. "Yes." And now he'd asked to spend the night with her, thinking she would continue to say yes. "Have you ever been in love?" She blinked. That had surprised her. "Yes, I suppose." She sighed. "I'm not sure. Maybe I just wanted to be in love." "Did he love you?" "He said he did. We were together about a year in college. I thought we were engaged, but—" She shrugged. "Obviously, we disagreed on that." "He was stupid to let you go." "I think he was a little too young to commit himself." Adam snorted. "The guy was stupid." "That's a bit harsh, don't you think?" "No. Any man who would let you go has got to be stupid." "He was just immature." "That's a nice word for stupid." Darcy laughed. "Okay, he was stupid." Surprisingly enough, the declaration made her feel great. "So I guess the big question now is, how intelligent are you?" He smiled slowly, his dimples deepening. "I'm smart enough." And living in a different world than her, too. She really shouldn't flirt with the poor guy. Unfortunately, he was damned near irresistible. Somehow, she would have to resist. He moved toward her. His hand curled around the instep of her left foot. "Can I give you a foot massage?" The word died in her throat as his strong fingers pressed into the sole of her foot. Oh boy, was he good. "Yes." He massaged slow circles down her foot. "Feels good?" She sighed and closed her eyes. "Yes." He tugged gently on her toes. "You're doing a great job with the show." His compliment spread through her like a ray of sunshine. "Thank you." He switched to her right foot. "Can I tell you a secret?" She opened her eyes. "Don't tell me you're an axe murderer." He smiled as he continued to massage her foot. "No, I'm not. Believe it or not, I'm kinda sensitive for a guy." She snorted. "You can't be gay, not the way you kiss." His eyes twinkled. "Are you sure? You might need another sample for verification." She laughed. "You are definitely a ladies' man." "That's true." "About my secret." His hand skimmed up the back of her legs to her calves. He massaged the muscles there. She lifted her eyebrows. "If you're making a move on me, that's hardly a secret." He rested a cheek against her knee. "The secret is, I can sort of tune in on whatever people are feeling." "You mean you're good at reading body language?" "No." He gave her a worried look. "I can just sense it." She leaned back. "You mean you're empathic?" "Yeah." He scooted closer till his chest was pressed against her legs. "Do you know what I sense from you?" "Could it be doubt?" She gave him a skeptical look. "Or let me guess. You have this sudden sensation that I want to sleep with you." He grinned. "You think this is part of a pickup routine?" She nodded. "But you get points for originality." He kissed her left knee. "Thanks, but seriously, I get the impression that you're trapped somewhere you don't want to be." She stiffened. Good God, maybe he was empathic. He watched her carefully. "Is that true, Darcy? Do you need some help?" She swallowed hard. No, I'm fine." There's nothing you want to tell me?
Her eyes filled with tears. Now the knight in shining armor comes along? What a damned cruel world. Why couldn't she have met him 4 years ago? He was everything she wanted, everything she needed. He stood in front of her. Hot water dripped off him onto her thighs. She wanted to melt with him. He touched her shoulders.
Let me help you.
She stood. She was a foot or so taller, since she was standing on the ledge for sitting. She looked down at him and ran her fingers into his hair. Adam, you're everything I ever wanted. But it's too late.
No.
He grabbed her around the waist and pulled her off the ledge.
It's never too late.
He sank into the hot, bubbly water, taking her with him, and the last of her resistance melted away. Chapter 12. Austin pulled Darcy onto his lap and covered her face with kisses. He aimed his kisses closer and closer to her mouth. She turned her head to meet him, and the heat flared between them. Their tongues entwined, their arms wrapped around each other in a tight embrace. And still they weren't close enough. He lifted her slightly and pushed up her dress so she could straddle his lap. They held each other tight, her breasts pressed against his chest. He could feel her erratic breathing as she trembled in his arms.
Sweetheart.
He nuzzled her neck. He'd wanted so badly for her to trust him. But somehow along the way, that desire had grown into something more powerful. He needed her to love him. He needed to protect her. He needed to keep her forever. She skimmed her hands across his shoulders, then down his back. You're so beautiful. Smiling, he rubbed his chin against her soft hair.
Shame on you. That was my line.
She leaned back on his lap. Shame on you for dragging me in here while I'm wearing my best dress.
We can take care of that.
He sought the zipper in the back. As his hand ran down her spine, her back arched. She gave him a teasing smile. You realize this dress is not supposed to be in hot water.
Then we'll move it to the cold water cycle.
He tugged the dress over her head and tossed it into the swimming pool. Darcy laughed. Great, chlorine. That's a big help. He studied the wet bra that clung to her skin.
I'm happy with the results.
He brushed a thumb over a nipple and it puckered. He circled the pebbled skin till the tip hardened into a tight nub. With a moan, Darcy closed her eyes. He nibbled up her neck to her ear, then whispered,
I want to taste you.
She answered by feathering kisses along his cheek and jaw. That had to be a yes. He kissed her deeply. His heart pounded in his ears, his groin swelled, demanding attention. He unhooked her bra, slid it off, and tossed it onto the cement. A sudden breeze swirled the mist from the hot tub around her, making her look almost unreal. A magical vision of beauty, too perfect for any man to hold on to. Her eyes flickered open. Is something wrong? For a second, he thought there was a red glint to her eyes, but it had to be some kind of weird reflection. His own photos were always coming out with red eyes.
You're perfect.
He cupped her breasts, then leaned forward to press a kiss onto the upper swell of her left breast. He could feel the pounding of her heart. His own heart was thundering in his ears. It seemed to grow louder and louder. He grabbed her waist and lifted her till her breasts were even with his mouth. He drew a nipple into his mouth and suckled.
Groaning, she arched her back. His hands moved lower, pressing her hips against his stomach. He slid his hands into her underwear and cupped her derriere. She reacted by rocking against him, rubbing herself against his stomach. His erection nearly exploded. With gritted teeth, he rested his cheek against her breasts and fought for control. That was when he realized that the night was much lighter than it had been before, and the roar in his ears wasn't coming from him. He looked up and winced. That whirring sound was unmistakable. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down and illuminated the hot tub. What? Darcy stiffened. She looked up, but Austin blocked her with his hand. Don't. He squinted up through the light. It's a chopper. What? She gave him a frantic look. A helicopter? Yes, Austin cursed. I should have heard it coming. Oh my gosh. Darcy covered her mouth with a trembling hand. I told Bernie to rent a helicopter, but I didn't think he could do it tonight. This is terrible. More terrible than she realized. As far as Austin could tell, he and Darcy were being filmed. He lowered them both into the water up to their chins. I'll take care of this. Whatever you do, don't look up. She moaned. I'll be ruined. I'll never work again. Trust me, I'll get you out of here. How? I'm practically naked. I brought a big towel with me from my room. Wait here. Stay low and don't look up. Okay. She hugged herself and kept her chin down. Austin climbed from the hot tub and strode toward the patio chair where he'd left a towel. He kept his face turned away from the helicopter and hurried back to the hot tub. He stretched out the towel to conceal Darcy. She climbed from the tub and he wrapped the towel around her. The helicopter was close enough now to cause a strong wind that whipped at the towel and made her shiver. She hunched her shoulders and ducked her head down. Hold on. He grabbed her jacket off the patio chair and draped it over her head. He located her bra and shoes and handed them to her. Then he fished her dress out of the swimming pool. And still the helicopter hovered overhead. A beam of light followed Austin's every movement. He handed Darcy her soggy dress and saw the panic on her face. Don't let it get to you, he yelled over the roar of the whirring blades. They don't know who you are. Where are the other ladies staying? On the servants' floor, 3 flights down. He glanced toward the east stairwell. Fine, we'll go there. Everyone will think you're one of the judges. You can return to the pool house later. Okay. Austin led her toward the stairs. The spotlight from the helicopter picked them up. Austin glanced down. With the light behind him, his body cast a long shadow on the cement. He halted with a jerk. Darcy stopped. What's wrong? He stood there, unable to answer. All the air had been sucked out of his lungs. All the blood leached from his head. The ground swayed, and he stumbled to the side. Are you all right? She reached out to touch his arm. He lurched back. No, this couldn't be true. He glanced down at the ground once more. His shadow was there alone, mocking him for being so blind. Such a stupid fool. Adam? She looked so worried. Hell, why was she worried about him? She was the one with the problem. Darcy Newhart had no shadow. She was fucking dead. Are you all right? She yelled over the noise. He swallowed hard. Go on without me. I'll make sure we didn't leave any clues behind. Or proof that he'd been there, consorting with the enemy. Okay. She ran to the stairwell and went inside. The door banged shut, and he stood there,
staring at it while the damned helicopter whirred overhead. His stomach churned.
Holy necrophilia. He'd made out with a dead woman.
Slowly he realized the helicopter was moving away. He scanned the pool area and noticed his flip-flops by a patio chair. He grabbed them and paced across the roof. The half-moon shone down on him,
taunting him with the evil truth. Darcy was a creature of the night.
No!
He hurled a flip-flop at the moon. It flew over the wall and disappeared. He ran toward the wall, throwing the other flip-flop.
Damn it! No!
He ran down the stairs and realized he couldn't bear to spend the night in the penthouse.
Not with all those vampires. Not when his own Darcy.
He took the elevator to the ground floor, then ran outside onto the sidewalk. He ignored the grit of cement against his bare feet. He kept running till he reached Central Park. And still he ran. He ran until he was sweating and gasping for air. He slowed and collapsed onto a bench. Damn it, to hell. There was no running from the awful truth.
Darcy was a vampire.
I think I made a terrible mistake. Darcy stood in Vonda's bedroom, shivering in wet underwear and a towel.
Here.
Vonda tossed her another towel.
Dry off while I find you something to wear.
She rummaged through a dresser drawer.
These should suit you.
She picked out a pair of white cotton panties.
What kind of mistake?
I got overly friendly with Adam in the hot tub.
Vonda's eyes widened.
Oh, in that case.
She dropped the white panties and picked up a red silken thong.
This is more like it.
With a snort, Darcy grabbed the white panties and pulled them on. I shouldn't have done it. I had to be out of my mind.
It's called lust, dear.
Vonda tossed her a t-shirt and some pajama bottoms.
Nothing wrong with it.
It's very wrong. Darcy pulled on the t-shirt. He's immortal. It could never work. She slumped on Vonda's bed. Vonda sat beside her.
You have feelings for him?
Darcy's eyes filled with tears. I tried to fight it. I know any kind of lasting relationship with him is impossible.
With love, anything's possible.
Darcy shook her head. Not this. Vonda stood and paced across the room.
Did I ever tell you what happened to me?
No. Darcy wiped her face. Vonda was always supportive, but she rarely confided anything personal.
I came from a small village just south of Krakow. We were a large family, very poor. When my mother died in 1935, I became a mother to my younger brothers and sisters.
That must have been difficult, Darcy murmured.
Vonda shrugged. The worst was yet to come. When the German tanks moved toward our village, the men prepared a resistance. My father begged me to escape with my two younger sisters. I packed some food, and we fled south to the Carpathian Mountains. I never saw my father or brothers again.
Darcy blinked to keep from crying. I'm so sorry.
The trip was very hard on my 13-year-old sister, Vonda continued. By the time I found a shallow cave, Frida could barely walk. I gave her the last of our food and water. My 15-year-old sister, Marta, left to get water and didn't return. I wanted to search for her, but I was afraid if I left Frida, she would die. Finally, though, I had to go. I found a stream and filled our water bags. I was headed back to our cave when night fell. When Marta stepped from the shadows, I was so happy to see her. But she just stood there, so pale, with an odd look on her face.
She swooshed toward me so fast, I didn't realize what was happening. She knocked me down and sank her fangs into my neck. I was barely conscious when she carried me. She was suddenly very strong, to a deep cave, and introduced me to the vampire who had transformed her, Sigismund. He transformed me that night.
Darcy shuddered.
I'm so sorry. Vonda sat on the bed. The next evening, I rushed back to my little sister to see how she was. She had died. All alone.
Oh no, how awful!
Darcy touched Vonda's shoulder. Vonda's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. I found a good purpose for the hunger that plagued me every night. I fed off Nazis and left many of them to die in southern Poland.
Darcy swallowed. I'm sorry you've suffered so much.
Vonda snorted. You think I told you all that for pity? What I want to say is, I would go through all the pain and horror 1,000,000 times over if it could only bring my sister back. If you love this Adam, you should embrace the feeling, no matter what. There is nothing more sacred than love.
At noon the next day, Austin wandered into the penthouse kitchen and found Emma heating up some Chinese food. He passed her the anklet.
We need to get this analyzed.
No problem.
She dropped it into her tote bag and looked him over.
You look like shit.
I feel like shit.
He sat at the table. She spooned some sweet and sour shrimp and fried rice onto a plate and set it before him. Feel like talking?
No.
He motioned to a black and green bruise along her forearm.
What happened to you?
A bit of a tussle. Nothing I couldn't handle.
He narrowed his eyes. You went hunting again, didn't you?
Eat your food before it gets cold.
I told you not to go hunting alone.
She rested a hand on her hip. And who would go with me when you and Garrett are on assignment here? Alyssa isn't up to it.
Wait until we're done here. It'll only be a week or two.
Her mouth thinned. I don't like to wait. Besides, I managed just fine on my own.
You killed one? Killed what?
George wandered into the kitchen. Emma smiled. I killed a roach in the laundry room, but don't worry. When I come back, I'll bring some insecticide.
Good.
George heaped his plate full.
I hate roaches.
I cannot abide any sort of pest.
Emma gave Austin a pointed look.
Pest. She would add Darcy to her list of pests. Holy shit, what was he going to do? How could he add Darcy to his list of vampires? It would make her a target for termination.
Wasn't getting murdered once in her life enough?
He recalled all the tapes he'd enjoyed watching. She'd been so clever, so happy, so full of life. You're not eating, Emma reminded him.
I lost my appetite. I've lost my heart.
Holy shit, reality had become a nightmare.
Did it feel this awful for Darcy, too?
With help from her cameramen, Darcy set up the obstacle course in the greenhouse. Bernie added some potting soil to the puddle to make it muddier.
Guess what, Miss Newhart? I got that aerial footage you wanted.
He exchanged a grin with the other cameraman. Bart snickered as he moved potted plants away from the puddle.
Darcy watched them both carefully. They didn't glance her way at all. You managed to get a helicopter that fast?
Bernie snorted.
The guy told me he was booked solid for 3 months, but after a little mind control, he was much more helpful.
Bart laughed.
Yeah, he even forgot to charge us.
Darcy winced.
She hated the way vampires invaded people's minds. So, everything went well?
Oh yeah, just great.
Bernie shot Bart a knowing look.
Okay.
Darcy exhaled in relief. They weren't smirking at her. They must not realize
she was the woman in the hot tub. "Hello?" Lady Pamela called from the greenhouse entrance. "I was told to come here?" "Yes." Darcy took Lady Pamela through the greenhouse, explaining how the obstacle course worked. "Don't worry, I'll be close by with the cameraman." She twisted her silk reticule in her hands. "Where will the other ladies be?" "They'll be watching the whole thing on the servants' floor. We rigged up a direct feed to the television in the parlor. They'll see and hear everything." "And when it's over, we decide which men to eliminate?" "Yes, 2 men." Darcy led Lady Pamela to the stairwell. The cameraman followed. "You're the judge tonight. The other ladies will most likely follow your suggestions on who should leave." Lady Pamela nodded thoughtfully. "I shall do my best to discover which ones are mortal, so we can rid ourselves of their horrid presence." Darcy led her down one flight of stairs. "Your actual goal is to test them on good manners and speech." "I understand, but obviously it will be the mortals who possess bad manners and speech." Darcy sighed. "Right." She exited onto the top floor of the penthouse. Grigori brought the men upstairs to the billiards room. "They're right here." She motioned to the room next door. Bart and Bernie rushed in with their cameras. Lady Pamela glided in and curtsied to the 10 contestants. "How do you do?" Darcy hovered by the door watching. Some of the men bowed in return. She scanned the room till she spotted Adam. He stood quietly in a corner, next to Garth, regarding the other men with an intense look in his eyes. Anger? Had something upset him? "Good evening," Grigori began. "Tonight, each of you will take a stroll through the greenhouse with Lady Pamela. You each drew a number from a hat. That number will determine the order for tonight's proceedings. Who has number 1? One of the male vamps stepped forward. "I do." Grigori checked the vamp's number. "Lady Pamela, your first escort is Roberto from Buenos Aires." Lady Pamela curtsied. "Charmed." Roberto escorted her toward the stairwell and opened the door for her. Bernie ran ahead to record the couple from the front. Darcy followed with the cameraman, Bart. As they ascended the stairs, Lady Pamela dropped her handkerchief. Roberto picked it up and presented it to her with a bow. He made it through all the obstacles in the greenhouse without incident. They returned to the billiards room for contestant number 2. Otto of Dusseldorf was huge, with the neck and shoulders of a professional linebacker. Darcy secretly thought of him as the vamp on steroids. Obviously, he planned to spend eternity exercising his muscles. He successfully returned Lady Pamela's hanky when she dropped it. They proceeded into the greenhouse. "Oh, my!" Lady Pamela stopped in front of the man-made mud puddle. "Whatever will we do?" "Yeah, that is one big mud puddle." Otto had apparently forgotten to exercise the muscle in his head. "Oh dear, I would hate to soil my slippers." Lady Pamela looked helpless, which in her case didn't require any acting. "Do not fret, Fräulein. The Otto is here." He hefted her high into the air so suddenly that she squealed. "Yeah, you like my big bulging muscles, don't you?" Darcy rolled her eyes. Lady Pamela giggled. Otto strode through the mud and continued down the path. "Begging your pardon," Lady Pamela smiled coyly at him. "You can put me down now." "Oh, you are light like the feather. The Otto forgot he was carrying you." He set her down. "The Otto is very strong." He flexed his biceps. "Oh, my!" Lady Pamela touched the tip of her finger on his bulging muscle. "That is impressive." "All the ladies like the bulges." He winked at her. "Just wait till I get you into the Otto zone." Darcy covered her mouth to muffle any gagging noises. Otto successfully maneuvered all his bulges through the rest of the obstacle course and returned Lady Pamela to the billiards room. Contestants 4 and 5 were Ahmed from Cairo and Pierre from Brussels. They both made it successfully through the course. Number 6 was Nicholas from Chicago, one of the mortals. He picked up Lady Pamela's hanky on cue. Then they approached the mud puddle. Nicholas whipped off his jacket and laid it over the puddle.
Oh, how chivalrous.
Lady Pamela watched approvingly.
May I?
He lifted her in his arms, stepped onto his jacket, and skidded forward in the mud. His arms flailed. Lady Pamela flew into the air, screeching, then landed in the mud puddle with a great splat.
Ah!
She scrambled to her feet.
Look at me!
Her face and arms were speckled with mud. Globs of mud drooled down her gown.
You clumsy oaf! This is horrid! Simply horrid!
Inwardly wincing, Darcy let Lady Pamela vent her rage for a good 5 minutes. After all, a little drama was good for the ratings. Okay, she finally stepped in. Pamela, why don't you go downstairs and change gowns so we can continue with the show? She sniffed.
That's Lady Pamela to you.
She stalked off toward the stairwell. Nicholas, you might as well get changed, too. She handed him his muddy jacket. His shoulders slumped. Mud dripped off his slacks and white dress shirt.
I'm not going to win the $1 million, am I?
That will be decided by the judges. Darcy watched him trudge toward the stairs. As she waited for Lady Pamela to return, Darcy realized this would be the ideal time during the editing stage to insert Pamela's bio. After 30 minutes, Lady Pamela returned to the billiards room, wearing a new gown. Contestant number 7 was asked to step forward. It was Adam. Chapter 13. Austin had a good idea what was expected of him. Whether or not he wanted to do it was another question. He was tempted to act like a complete ass and get booted off the show. That would certainly alleviate the agony of being near Darcy. He could see her standing next to the cameraman. He could hear her sweet voice. But he could never have her. She was dead. He bowed his head to Lady Pamela. Good evening. She motioned toward the stairwell.
Will you take a turn with me?
Delighted. He grumbled. He lifted his arm so she could hook her cold, dead hand around his elbow. They climbed the stairs. One cameraman stayed in front of them, while Darcy and the second cameraman trailed behind.
Lovely weather we're having,
Lady Pamela said in her snooty voice.
I simply adore a warm summer evening.
Yes. Frustration swelled inside him. He was sick of this pretense. But in the summer, the nights are too short.
True, winter nights do give us more time.
They had reached the landing on the stairs. Austin glanced back. Darcy was giving him a puzzled look. Too bad. Maybe you should travel to the southern hemisphere for the summer. He continued up the stairs. They're having their winter season now.
Really?
Lady Pamela looked intrigued as she followed him.
You mean they're having longer nights down there?
Sure. Or you could go to Antarctica. The nights there are 6 months long. They say the penguins are very well dressed. Lady Pamela giggled.
You silly man. No one lives in Antarctica.
She dropped her hanky on the top landing.
Oh, dear.
Austin handed it to her and opened the stairwell door.
Why, thank you.
She glided out onto the roof.
Have you ever been to the southern hemisphere?
No, I've spent most of my time in America and Eastern Europe. He escorted her into the greenhouse.
Ah, were you born in Europe?
No, I was working there.
Indeed. In what capacity, may I ask?
What the heck? He smiled at the lady vampire. I was an international spy. She burst into giggles and slapped his arm.
My word, you say the silliest things.
He glanced back. Darcy was giving him a skeptical look.
Oh, dear.
Lady Pamela stopped in front of a mud puddle.
Whatever will we do?
Allow me.
Austin stepped onto the wooden bench between two potted plants. Lady Pamela remained where she was, looking helpless.
He gritted his teeth. He'd have to touch her old dead carcass. Excuse me.
He grabbed her around the waist, lifted her over the puddle, and then set her down on dry cement.
Why, thank you. That was very clever of you.
He stifled a groan. It sure wasn't rocket science. Obviously, the purpose of this test was to see which man could best take care of a bunch of ditzy, dead females. The next problem arose when they arrived at a stone bench under a dwarf palm tree. Lady Pamela announced she wanted to sit for a spell. While she hesitated, Austin noticed the bench was covered with dead leaves. He scooped off the leaves and covered the bench with his jacket. Lady Pamela smiled at him as she sat. Austin sat beside her. Darcy and her damned cameraman moved closer. The whole situation irked him. Here he was, forced to flirt with a lady vampire while his beautiful, dead Darcy eavesdropped.
I must confess, Lady Pamela, that your gowns are the most exquisite I have ever seen.
Oh, my, she beamed at him. How wonderfully kind of you.
My pleasure. I think it's so pathetic when women try to dress like men.
Darcy stood there in her khaki slacks and t-shirt. She crossed her arms and glared at him.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Lady Pamela stood.
Shall we continue? The roses smell heavenly.
Austin grabbed his jacket off the bench. He shook it out as he followed the lady vampire to the rose garden.
I would dearly love a rose, she murmured.
Of course she would. Which color would you like?
She smiled at him.
A pink one, if you would be so kind.
No problem.
He eased around the big clay pots until he located a budding pink rose. He snapped the stem and carried the rose back to Lady Pamela. She sighed.
I do hope it doesn't have too many thorns.
He took the hint and started pinching off the thorns. The last one proved a tough one. He managed to rip it off, but ended up with a tiny hole in his index finger.
Oh, my!
Lady Pamela's eyes grew wide.
Is that blood?
It's nothing. Just a flesh wound,
he said dryly as he handed her the rose. She dropped the rose on the ground and moved closer to him.
Let me see your bleeding finger.
She licked her lips.
Austin stepped back.
I'm okay. It was just a little nick.
Her eyes gleamed.
Let me kiss it and make it better.
She reached for his hand. He jumped back. She bared her teeth.
Just a little taste.
Cut! Darcy leaped between them. Pamela, go to the servants' parlor and have a snack. You'll feel much better. She glared at Darcy a moment, then sniffed.
That's Lady Pamela to you.
She turned on her heel and marched off. Darcy heaved a sigh of relief. Adam, why don't you come with me? I have a first aid kit in the pool house.
He glowered at her. I don't need first aid.
She glanced at the cameramen. Guys, go back to the billiard room. Lady Pamela will be ready to continue after her snack. The cameramen strode toward the stairwell. Come on. Darcy reached for Austin's arm. He stepped back. She frowned at him. Will you come with me, please? He looked away. The sight of her was so painful. How could he mourn her death when she kept appearing in front of him?
It's nothing. You're not liable for puncture wounds, remember?
She snorted. True, but I'd rather you didn't get hurt. Too late. He was already nursing the worst heartache he'd ever had the misery of encountering. This way. She motioned toward the pool house. Reluctantly, he followed her. They passed the swimming pool. He glanced at the hot tub. Damn it. She gave him a worried look. You were having an odd conversation with Lady Pamela. About the length of nights?
Was Darcy concerned that he knew about vampires? Or that he knew about her? Well, wasn't that too bad? She let him kiss her several times. Just when, in the course of their relationship, had she planned on telling him that she was dead? I was bullshitting her. Darcy's eyebrows rose. Why? Are you suddenly interested in winning the contest? And the money? I don't give a damn about the money. In fact, I'm beginning to wonder why I'm here at all. She opened the door to the pool house. I thought... She closed her eyes briefly. Maybe I was mistaken. She'd thought he was interested in her. He had been, damn it, until he'd found out the truth. He wandered into the pool house. The main room was a combination den and kitchen. White wicker furniture was strewn about, covered with cushions in a tropical print. Darcy's papers were on the kitchen table. The night before, on the way to the swimming pool, he had snuck into the pool house and hidden a camera over the front door. He hadn't used it yet. The last thing he wanted was to watch Darcy drinking blood or falling into her death sleep. Over here. She wandered into the tiny kitchen. The only appliances consisted of a small refrigerator and microwave. She turned on the water over the single sink. Come and rinse off your finger. He stuck his hand in the cold water. She handed him a towel. Something's wrong, I can tell. You won't even look at me. He shrugged and dried his hand. Do you really not approve of women wearing pants? No. I just told Lady Pamela what she wanted to hear. Darcy stiffened and frowned at him. Is that what you do? Tell women what they want to hear? He dropped the towel on the counter. I need to go. You need a Band-Aid. She opened the first aid box. I don't need anything. It's just a little prick. Anger flared in her eyes. Your finger or you? She ripped open a Band-Aid package. He seethed with frustration. Damn it. He hadn't known she was dead when he pursued her, but she had known. She should have stopped him. Give me your finger. She reached for his hand. He stepped back. Give me the Band-Aid. She tossed it on the counter. Fine. Bandage yourself. I will. He struggled to put it on with his left hand. She glared at him. I don't understand you. You keep asking me questions and saying things like you know too much stuff. You're imagining that. Am I? All I ever hear from you is how I should trust you and confide in you. And when I finally feel like I can trust you, you turn away. He gritted his teeth. I haven't gone away. I'm still here. You won't even look at me or touch me. What happened? He finished attaching the bandage. Nothing. I decided this wasn't going to work. You decided? I don't have any say in the matter? No, you're dead. Goodbye. He strode toward the door. Adam! Why did you do this to me? He paused at the door and looked back. His heart squeezed in his chest. Holy crap, her eyes were full of tears. He was making her cry. Dead women don't cry. She stalked toward him. Since you're so sensitive and empathic, tell me what I'm feeling now. A tear ran down her cheek, and it struck him like an ice pick ripping at his heart. He looked away. I can't. You can't feel it? Or you can't admit that you're the one causing me so much pain? He flinched. I'm sorry. He ran toward the stairwell, but realized he couldn't face those other vampires yet. He slipped into the greenhouse so he could be alone. He sat on the bench and dropped his head into his hands. How could he admit he was causing Darcy pain? Dead people didn't feel pain. They didn't cry. They didn't look at you like you were breaking their heart. Holy shit, how could he deal with this? If he admitted she was in pain, he would have to admit she was still alive. He'd have to deal with the fact that she was a vampire, and his job at the CIA was to terminate vampires. What an unholy mess. If only he had known ahead of time. He could have hardened his heart, avoided seeing her. Sheesh, what a load of crap. Everyone had warned him she was a vampire. She'd even tried to push him away, but he had refused to listen. This wasn't her fault. He had stubbornly ignored all the clues because his heart was already lost. Now, he had no choice but to face reality. He was in love with a vampire. Darcy closed the door to the pool house and leaned against it, trembling. She struggled to breathe. Her knees wobbled, and she slid down the door to sit on the green all-weather carpet. He'd hurt her. She must have actually fallen for him and his fast talk, telling women what they wanted to hear, the bastard. She'd been so pathetically easy. She'd been so cold, so lonesome, so miserable for the last 4 years that she'd latched onto the first man who had offered her warmth and love. Tears spilled over, and she brushed them away with growing anger. How dare he turn a 180 on her? Wasn't it just last night he had said any man would be stupid to let her go? Well, by his own standards, Adam was stupid. Good riddance. She stood on shaky legs. She needed to get back to the show. It was her job, and she couldn't afford to lose it. But damn, her heart was under attack by a double-edged sword. How could she see him again, and how could she stand not to see him? He'd made her so-called life bearable again. For the last 4 years, she'd been forced to dwell in darkness. Only 3 slender rays of light, Grigori, Maggie, and Vonda, had kept her sane. Then Adam had burst into her dark existence, like a brilliant sun. He'd been the sun god, promising her warmth and life. But it had only been a false echo that taunted her. She could never experience life again. She could never be with Adam. She'd known it all along. But still, she'd fallen for him. She'd wanted to believe that love could conquer all, that love was as sacred as Vonda claimed. Tears rolled down Darcy's face. She couldn't handle seeing him again so soon, so she went down the West End stairwell to the servants' floor. The ladies were in the parlor chatting. Lady Pamela was sipping hot chocolate from a teacup. On the TV, Darcy could see Grigori and the contestants in the billiard room. The cameramen were there, recording the men as they talked about the show. "Are you all right?" Vonda watched Darcy with narrowed eyes.